Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath brown waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English unofficial winter coverage of everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and we got an upper bracket finals showdown tonight between Anyone's Legend and JDG. Could be a potential banger.
Yeah, excited for this one. A lot on the line, including a potential first ever finals appearance for Anyone's Legends, even dating back to the days of them being Rogue Warriors, as you highlighted right before hopping in here, Mazel. That and JDG, potential return to glory for them, right? An org that has hoisted that LPL trophy. Haven't done so in a little bit, but the new super team seems to be getting a little bit better each time they hit the rift, so we'll see if that can continue tonight.
The beast has awakened potentially. We'll see how they do and fare tonight. Now, we do have some awards before we get to the nitty-gritty of what is a banger best of 5 fearless. We here at LPL English decided we wanted to put together some awards for the split, see who we thought potentially would be the regular season award winners. And we have our first one, the rookie of the split. Tiachi will take the first ever LPL English unofficial awards here as the rookie of the split for winter 2025, followed up by Lin Feng and Junhao in second and third respectively.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. I mean, I got to be honest, I did not fill out my ballot. I have not seen every game of the LPL, so I didn't exactly feel comfortable having one. That said, if I were to have submitted one, I would have had YCX as my rookie of the split. I thought he was really impressive over with LGD, but yeah, congrats here. And I will say, RNG obviously very popular org, and it wasn't too bad of a showing for their bot laner. I know that RNG struggled in the tournament, but at least they can count on the rookie hopefully moving forward.
I've been very impressed with a lot of the rookie names that we've had, the rookie talent that's been showing up. But we've had a lot of teams that have divested into more new talent, bringing up rookies from the LDL. And I think we've had some really promising ones to move forward into that kind of next generation of the LPL. So this is just a little bit of a start to see what we can have in the rest. Now we still have 2 splits, so maybe some more awards to give out further on. And keep an eye out on the further broadcast for the other awards we have coming for this winter split itself. But now to that nitty-gritty, to the gridiron, if you will, with the football references between us, because we got to talk about what the LPL playoffs have looked like so far. It has been nuts. Not as many 5-game series as I personally would have had, but we have not had a single 3-0, and I think that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thunder Talk, that Cinderella story, well, it hit the high road early, well before the clock struck midnight.
Still got to be proud for that team, though.
Yeah, but I think the big surprise was NIP actually dropping off in the fashion that they did. I got to say, Top Esports, I had them getting knocked out by IG. I thought that they were struggling a little bit on the Rift, but they've managed to look much, much better in playoffs. That will be an exciting matchup between them and BLG in the lower bracket, but I will say that NIP going down in the fashion they did, probably the surprise of the playoffs so far.
I think BLG are looking faded to make that run. I don't know if anything can stop them at this point. We'll see if Top Esports is that block in the road for them, but some big names down in that lower bracket. You got to talk about tonight, though. AL on the verge of that first ever finals appearance for the organization against a perennial title contender typically. And looking back at that 2024 season, maybe that stings a little bit more. But let's go ahead and talk about these teams a little bit more specifically, because they both had, in some ways, dominating performances in their upper bracket. I think JDG maybe a little bit more so than AL, but still both coming away with hard-fought victories there. And when you look at this JDG team, I mean, there's no wonder. Yes, it's a rebuild, but it's a rebuild of a super team. It's a super team on top of a super team.
Yeah, I mean, all these names being on the same roster, people looked at that like, hey, this is a super team, right? And it's funny because coming into this offseason, or this new season from the offseason, the 2 teams that went under the most changes that I think fans were the most excited about were JD Gaming and Anyone's Legends, the 2 teams that we have on the Rift today. And the fan sentiment was very much that, oh, this JD Gaming roster, like, they have a real chance to win LPL. They're going to be the top contenders. And we'll see if Anyone's Legends can kind of catch up to them and also make the same waves we expect this roster to make. So far, the expectations versus reality has been inverse, with Anyone's Legends being the favorites coming into tonight. So we'll have to see if that ends up holding true.
I think it's crucial to say that Missing is that last remaining member of that JDG team, the last man standing. Now, this team, a lot of men standing, as Flandre and Tarzan have come in and just filled this team with hope, not going to Koi the bot later because he's been doing a lot himself, because I think the fact that this whole team has rallied around each other in such ways, not only being so flexible around the meta, but itself also having performances from guys that maybe haven't always been in the biggest spotlight as of recent history in Shanks and Hope. But Kyle, I know he's a top support on your list here so far this split.
Yeah, I think Kyle has been massive, and for me, the reason why tonight's not going to be nearly as close of a series that people have coming in, I very much favor anyone's Legends because of how well Kyle's been playing in the bot lane. But this roster as a whole, keeping that bot side of Shanks, Hope, and Kyle, and just pairing it with the veteran see that both Flandre and Tarzan bring in, as well as a flexibility that especially Tarzan's brought to the jungle pool. He was the runner-up for the MVP candidate in my eyes to Doinby. He's been fantastic this split, and I think, again, him plus Kyle, their form, how they're playing off each other and just playing well as individuals versus Shun and Missing, for me, that's the big difference coming into the night, where I expect anyone's Legends to have the big edge, which is pretty much just how well their jungle and support have been playing with and off of each other on the Rift.
Yeah, I am terrified because they're two of my favorite junglers going at it, and only one of them can make it to finals yet. At least there's still the lower bracket run for both these two teams. It's important to focus on. But when you're talking about that AL roster, I think there's a lot of praise and respect needed to be given over to Shanks, because this guy has been on a tear for anyone's Legend. The combinations we see with him being played around, but also some of the utility he's bringing to the team. This is a guy who's been building up to this, right? He spent 3+ years on WE, now spending a lot of that tenure on AL with Hope, and they've been the big carries that AL have been focusing around.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks, for me, he's always been someone where he has the high highs. It's just been about being consistent enough with how aggressive and forward he likes to play the game of League. And with this team, I mean, undoubtedly getting an upgrade with the pieces around him, but also I feel like upgrading his own play coming into the split too. Whatever it's been, that mix has been great for Shanks, and he's been really strong to open up the season for anyone's Legends.
Love to see the team getting pretty hyped there as well. But yeah, I think getting to see some of the moments that bring out a lot from Hope is really nice to see, because I think this is a guy, when you look back to that JDG team, when you look back to his tenure over there, he was talking about wanting to be a leader ADC, wanting to be a big factor to why his team is winning. I think he is that here on AL as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hope has been someone where he was passed upon, right? Someone who was supposed to be this next great AD carry prospect. Instead, it's, oh, he's at JD Gaming. Guess what? We're going to go for Ruler instead, which is kind of funny with Pace stepping in for Ruler as well. And very much so with this one, too. Hope, I think it was a little bit of a surprise for him to end up on a roster with the likes of Flandre and Tarzan. You'd expect for them to be playing with different, stronger ADs in the LPL, but Hope has really stepped up to the mantle of it this year. I think a lot of that has been because of Kyle in the bot side, but we have to give credit where credit's due to Hope as well. He's been solid to start off the year.
He really has. You look at this track record. This is a graphic that we had made talking about pays, but now it works in the inverse, because now we get them going against each other. It's a lot of fun to think about that roster, that potential that was in that Hope JDG team, but now bigger and brighter. I mean, this is the second time that the man has been replaced. I know, shout out to Kelsey Moser for that one, but you know, the first time around on EDG, Viper coming in was pushed out. Then you had Ruler coming in for JDG. Now standing on his own after the trials and tribulations of WE, with that combination of Hope and Shanks, it's a lot to rely on for AL. And that's not even talking about some of the strongest points of the map that we've seen so far in that top lane of Tarzan and Flandre. I just think it's really cool to see Hope with the potential to not only have a little bit of a say in that JDG conversation, but be on the verge of taking this roster for the first time to that grand finals.
Yeah, it would be really big for anyone's Legends as a whole, and frankly, I mean, truly a hope that these guys had after hoisting the Demacia Cup, right? That they would be still able to contest within a standard LPL split. I mean, I say standard. We have had Fearless as a part of this one, but hey, that's led to some very fun best of fives we've had. Hopefully another one tonight if you guys are watching at home. And yeah, I think it'd be a little bit of a revenge for Hope for sure to do this and help a different org create some of their own history within the LPL.
And I think that matchup between him and Pays is going to be pretty spicy. There's so many things you can follow. You literally close your eyes and throw a dart at the board, you can find something on this map that's fun. You could find some ties between these players and teams, which I always think is always very interesting, especially even if it's long down the future as well. But now I think we'll go ahead and talk about the top lane. Maybe the thing that's been standing out like a sore thumb. I think this top lane has so much going for it on the map, but if you zoom out, you look at the narrative, it is just hilarious how often coincidences happen and Allah ends up filling the gap that Flandre has left on teams. You look at that LNG team, you look at the EDG team, you even look at afterwards this JDG swap over. I think it's so funny to see that, but it's also telling that, you know, I think these two guys have a lot to say in terms of what they bring to the table.
This just looks like, you know, Flandre with finding his rosters. He's got the Dennis system, you know, and then all is just the Max system, where it's like, oh, I just swoop in right afterwards and we take the spot, right? That's pretty much what he's doing here with Flandre. This is pretty funny. I will say, of course, there is some history among these top laners, but also I'm pretty excited to see them hit the Rift today, because I really feel like these have been the two best performing top laners we've had so far in this split of LPL. Especially Allah has been fantastic for me. I think that he's played his role really well within the team. He's playing a few champions that are flavor picks, but have been really good, like the Kennen and the Renekton. A lot of people are straying away from these picks because they aren't as good in lane swaps, but Allah's been playing them and playing them really well. So that's been kind of fun to see.
Allah had one of the dirtiest Kennen performances all those years ago on that LNG team in the playoffs. It was so fun to watch. I love to see him being able to pull that back out. But I think this pick right here has to be something we watch out for tonight. I don't know which side's getting Renekton. I don't know if anybody's getting Renekton, but they definitely don't want to give it to Allah.
Yeah, it's been something where, again, like, it's so funny because Fearless, I feel like top lane is really a role where you have to play multiple styles in Fearless, because you're going to get a game where your bot lane has to pick an Enchantress, so therefore you probably have to play a tank. I think that we've seen both these top laners actually do really well at playing those multiple styles, especially Ava. I didn't really expect that coming out of him. He's been actually pretty decent on tanks, whereas that's really what we've known Flandre for, right? Being that supportive top laner throughout his career of the LPL, so then no surprise seeing him perform really well on those. But to see Ava step up, at least in some ways that I'm not as familiar with, as someone a little bit newer to LPL, it's been really good to see. I think that both top laners have been performing really well, and excited to see who gets the best of that matchup tonight.
I couldn't be more excited. I think we get to see some of the Flandre moments here as well, going back between some of the clips. But it's really fun to see how much influence these two guys will have, especially with that fluidity in the draft, things like that. But that's where we got to start talking about these teams. We're back in Sion. We're back at the arena for LPL playoffs. We're going to have the walkouts coming out soon. But I think those solo lanes have so much to offer to us tonight. And I think the priority of some of those big meta picks are going to be extremely important. I know I was talking with some people beforehand, and I was like, draft matters so much between these two teams, not only for what it provides, but with how powerful and kind of restrictive some of the more meta drafts have been recently. I mean, you look at that JDG series, and I mean, some of those drafts that literally TT did not get to play the game.
I'm kind of curious, Marcel, like, are there any specific picks or styles that you're looking towards? Because I think that's something I've learned about this format as time's gone on and we've seen more teams play it. It feels like if you go to games 4 and 5, you kind of default to style among anything else. So is there anything in particular you're looking out for?
I'd really like to see the Nidalee tonight, see if we get one game of just dominant jungle. Viego, I think, will also be an interesting one tonight. But I think if you're looking at mid lane, we have to look at the likes of Yone. I think if Yone makes it through, it's a mistake on both sides, honestly. But we'll see who's actually going to be able to get that.
For me, I think that's the thing that's been really interesting about anyone's Legend is I think their default is aggression mid. If it does go late, feels like, you know, Shanks' ability to pull out that LeBlanc, ability to just play these champions very far up, it's been good for AL. So in a series that I know a lot of people expected to go deep tonight, definitely something to look out for. Whereas on the side of JDG, I think for me it's Faith in Pays late. Pays at game 4 Caitlyn game he had against Thundertalk. Very impressive performance in order to get here. And Pays, for me, has been the rock for JDG. It's someone that you can really lean back on and default to when push comes to shove. So curious if anyone's Legend kind of switches up the formula, what they have later on in the series, or if they stick to something similar, which for me has been make sure that Shank's able to play up.
Dude, I'm just looking at the smirks and stuff on the players' faces. This means so much. I want to see that aggression. I want to see them be able to play up. I want to see both teams actually play to their styles a lot tonight. I hope we don't get to see, you know, kind of falling over, but I guess we will end up seeing some of that in terms of what meta drafts we get. Now, I will also say it's so funny. Look at this Anyone's Legend team be on the cusp of getting to that finals. When you came into the split, I think everybody had the thought that AL could be good with the names on the roster, with Tabe behind the scenes, the drafts, everything, the fearless mode coming through. But they are good, and that's what you love to see. The come to fruition of the promises that this roster had.
Again, like where people had these rosters on the totem pole coming into the season, I'd bet that most people had JDG over Anyone's Legend, but
yeah,
that has been the opposite of what's been the case so far. And just curious to see if JDG can really reach the mantle that people had in terms of expectations for this roster, which is to be competing for finals. A best-of-5 win here would put them in the final, put them one best-of-5 away from making the first stand tournament. Meanwhile, if Anyone's Legends win this, I guess it's a continuation of Demacia Cup and a continuation of somewhat defying expectations.
I think it's so curious for JDG's story. I guess the restructuring around Missing, a lot of people are wondering why Missing was the one left. I think you look at a lot of the JDG content over the last year, you can see why. He's the glue guy in a lot of cases when you look at the content behind the scenes from that JDG vlog series. It's so interesting now to see the adaptations, the slow start, honestly, this JDG team has had. They had a tough game against TT. Besides that, it was right as rain. They were dominating, destroying TT. And I think it takes a little bit for this team to get rolling, but once they do, they can be monstrously dominant.
Oh boy, we got some predictions.
We do.
Looks like a little bit Anyone's Legend favor.
For
Myself,
JDG.
I'm at the 3-0 for AL. Looks like we got you at a 3-2, Mazel. And then a few folks on the other side of the board. Yeah. I don't know. I think that for me, the 3-0, like why I favor Anyone's Legends so much, I just really feel like Shun and Missing are not playing on the same page, and Tarzan and Kael are. I think that out of the 4 teams that we have left, I've seen Kael and Tarzan work the best together and be the best individuals at their role, and I feel like Shun and Missing have been working the worst together and the worst individuals at their role. So that's why I have this as a 3-0 for AL, but excited to see if I'm right or wrong. And hey, if you're a JDG fan, have to be a little bit happy to see them starting off on the blue side, as that is very much the favorite side that we have here.
They won the coin flip.
Yeah, it leads to the Skarner tax being paid, as well as the Caitlyn tax, something that I feel like FaZe has earned the ban of. That Game 4 Caitlyn performance against Thunder Talk was fantastic.
It was nasty. If you don't know the format, it is fearless. That means anything that's picked in the series cannot be played yet again. We will also have that coin flip side select for game number 1, but a 1v1 side select for game number 5 if we do end up getting 2 silver scrapes. Bans are said and done. The Rumble, the Renekton also banned. Top lane focus. We get the Jace first pick. This was also first pick at the BLG series the other night, and you know, we'll see how that works out this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the Jace pick, it's so damn strong, and especially with JDG, gotta imagine that Scout, he's willing to play this one as well. So a flex pick for JDG going throughout this draft, which leads me to think, do we see an AP jungle and Cassante here? Would it be a true option if you want to take away both the Jace and the Cassante? Can play the Cassante into the Ambessa all right. Of course, Ambessa flexible as well for Anyone's Legend, but expect to see that one in the top side. I know that you highlighted the Nidalee in particular, Mazel. It is Shun's best champion, and with that Jace, already fits pretty well, so that's going to be picked up here for JDG.
Gauntlet is thrown. Shun wanting to see if he can take a little bit of control of the jungle meta here and take the momentum, at least, forward against Tarzan. Tarzan is a tricky one, though. He's very good at reading how to play against other junglers. Want to see what his choices are going to be, but I think the thing that terrifies me the most is anytime I see an LPL team insta-lock things. And I'm just saying that Ambessa Leona was instantly locked for AL, so they know exactly what they want to go for. Getting a little bit more poke, a little bit more range, though, for JDG as they go for the Corki.
Yeah, that said, Ryze is going to be picked up here by Shanks. I think the hope is that the Corki Nidalee can't kill you if it ends up being the Corki mid, and you have a way to at least play to pick Nidalee later on. Not to mention that you can't really be one-shot by what's showing by like as Ryze versus JDG. So I think those are at least the few ideas as to why we see that Ryze come out so soon. as it does feel like it's a pick that's really been climbing in priority throughout the tournament. But I think outside of Doinby series, the first time we've seen it be picked up in a game 1.
Yeah, I'm here for it because give me some Rise gameplay in 2025. I don't think anybody had that on their bucket list for this one with all the new champs we have. Nowadays, going to be a little bit more focused towards the jungle for JDG in the second phase. It was a lot of that supportal focus, but also the top lane continuing at least a little bit for that Poppy and the Renata Glass. We'll see the Viego band as well.
I'd maybe like a Kai'Sa ban here from JDG.
Okay.
I think it's a good champ for Hope, and I do think that they don't need damage right now, but like Kai'Sa interacts pretty well with what's showing. As they're actually going to hold off on
Vi's
AD.
really good here.
Just going to pick up the Vi, so a lot of point, click, and go buttons into that Nidalee, into the Corki. JDG, got to imagine they can take some more peel, to at least try and get anyone's legends off, but very heavily showing dive here for AL.
Yeah, and maybe that's what JDG are trying to play towards as well with the poke damage that they have, try to play away from that dive, but they're going to need some kind of front line, some kind of something to block off a lot of this dive. The Cassante will do good work in that. That does mean the Jace is going to be a little bit flexible here, and we'll see what they want to grab to support this Corki if they are going to bring that one bot lane.
I like the Alistar a bit better. Rel is something that, I mean, obviously it's going to be really high up in priority throughout the latter games, but I think that Alistar, you have like opportunities to really throw Vine and Best to get them out. And also it's harder to blind later on. Yeah, so I do like the Alistar pickup. I did tease the Cassante or being able to go top or mid here. I assume it's going to be Scout piloting the Jace, just knowing Scout. But yeah, a few of these picks that we teased, it is actually to be the Kai'Sa to go over the top. So full dive showing from anyone's legend, and I think that's really got to be the game plan. Can they get on Corki? Can they get on Jace early on? Take them out of the fights. Nidalee going to be a good target as well. And also, try and use the Rise and Besta to play out 3 lanes. Meanwhile, for JDG, really strong poke identity showing. Going to be important that they are able to get some sort of lead and get to objectives first to take away health bars from anyone's legend, because I don't think they want to fight them on even footing.
It feels like JDG have said, let's see if we have the mechanics, see if we're warmed up to handle this. They are a lot more chaotic. They have a lot more different ways they can play, but also some ways that it can go badly. I mean, AL's comp is just perfect on paper. Like, if you had one idea, it's dive. You pick tools to perfectly execute that, and I think they have a lot easier of a win condition.
Yeah, the real question is, can their lanes be good enough to get there? Because the Jace and Cassante being played here in this early game going to be quite strong.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can play those picks well enough to make sure that, especially that Jace, if he gets a lead, can really push around the Rise. That could be a very big difference maker. As Rise falling behind, you're really just there for the Empowered Rune Prison. So I think for me, a lot of eyes on mid early. Your ability to play through and around Rise as the Vi too can be really big, and that's how we can expect AL to try and unlock the map. Outside of that, bot priority should be in favor of JDG, and we'll see if they can use any sort of lane priority they have to help Shun invade.
It's a lot going into this game at number 1. AL's hopes of a first ever finals, JDG's hopes at redemption. Hope is just a player in the game as well. We're in game number 1 for this Fearless Best of 5 upper bracket finals between AL and JDG. Let's hear those Gyos. JDG's got a little bit more crowd,
I was
just
about
gonna
to say.
say.
Sounds like the Legacy Org with the Super Team's got a little bit more behind it in this one. Shanks opting to not go for the Ghost. We have seen some of our Rises, including Scout, go for the Combat Summoner, as the Realm Warp is somewhat acts like a TP. Not going to be the call, though, for Shanks. Besides that, everything pretty standard. I do think as this game goes on, I'm curious to see if the Rise and Bessa can move the Cassante or the Jace. I think that could really have an impact on how this game moves forward, as we do have to pause, because it looks like we have a split map scenario being proposed by JDG, who want the lane swap.
So is Glacial Augment the actual usual for the Cal? Oh god, this is not good.
No, it's not, but, It's
I'm
what we
very
have this game.
curious. Yeah, I guess it is. We'll see if that comes.
I mean, this is tricky. Tarzan, he's very much delayed from this. Alva's getting a lot of work done for Shun, who has already picked up the red buff and can move freely throughout the enemy jungle. So Kyle gonna at least come and keep Alva off, but Tarzan started Q, started the Raptors. He's very far behind the jungle clear.
This is bringing me back to Ignar days. I don't know. We're getting the Leota 1v1 early on, but you do have to think about the map state. You have to think about the seriousness that this situation presents. It is going to be a completely split map right now with Tarzan a little bit slower on that clear.
It looks like we have no one going towards the top lane. Flandre did take level 2 off the mid lane XP, but no one's going to go top or transition, as we have Shun maybe looking at Shanks. You can see Shanks done a nice job of keeping Scout low.
Get the spear off on the
nice
Shanks.
hit,
He's
though.
going to go forward, rip at him with those Cougar Claws, actually sidestep a little bit of that. One more spear would do it. Shanks going to go with a little bit of a move and does end up getting away, but that'll be early pressure on the mid lane from
Here's the
JDG.
TP. All right, so as we have the TP burned up top, that is going to be Flandre securing an experience advantage over Awa, but will be down TP in the top side. Curious if and when Pays actually makes the swap back, as Pays is currently getting access to solo gold and XP. Not bad for the Corki, but if you get the Ambessa like far enough ahead of the Cassante, it can be a problem for JDG moving forward, as Ambessa, champion that scales off the resource that she has access to. But I mean, we've seen what happens when you can get ahead on this champion. Just the amount of damage and mobility you have in the kit can be very oppressive and difficult to deal with.
I mean, we've seen it literally displayed in front of us time and time again. You're squishy.
Yeah.
You do not get to have fun. But also, I got to give props to Flandre. I think that's where he's really come alive, is his target selection and team fights. It's always been, you know, a little bit cerebral with him. But trying to find the angles with a lot of the meta styles that top laners bring this time around, like with the Ambessas, with the Cassantes, he is an expert at it.
Yeah, currently seeing Shun pilot the Nidalee. Expert as the expert, as always. He's going to try and get into the top side of Tarzan's jungle, but not able to get any of the respawn camps. So Tarzan should be able to clean up most of that jungle, and actually the first clear ends up being pretty even in the end, as the jungler is just kind of handshaking everything. So even despite the delay, it really only led to a little bit of pressure mid, which Shanks has, you know, gone back and TP'd. Scout does have a TP advantage there. Might be significant for Grubs, but only thing that we might see come of all the early skirmishing that we saw in the early jungle lead that Shun had on the Nidalee.
And I think the reason why we're seeing a little bit of slow start to this, I mean, not only have JDG been a little bit slow starts to their series, but both these teams looking at fights as we look at top lane, talk about getting kicked off. That was huge for missing, and Pei's able to follow up with a ton of damage. But both these two teams are extreme team fighting teams. So a lot of time we will see them buy time to get to those moments, to get to those 2-3 item spikes.
That's something that we've seen kind of save JDG a couple times with how big Pays has been in a few of the later fights. Is at the moment
I think
Pays.
Flandre is just cooked. He goes under turret, missing just wonderfully. Tanks that turret, and JDG get first blood.
It's big. They got Kyle back in base, was stuck at level 2, still going to be there, just about to ding 3, but while he was missing to get Flandre like that under the turret, he was the one that had a little bit of a lead against Awa, but the Kaisa, they put Hope bot in the solo gold, solo XP experience. Can be really nice for Kaisa if you get accelerated as that champion. You do need levels as well, the ding, the ability evolve thresholds. So I think that the trade of where AL is prioritizing their golden experience definitely had an impact on that top lane matchup there, as Flandre wasn't able to get any bonus help. His help was already forced in base by missing, and he ends up going down. But a small lead on to Hope, at least an experience. We'll have to see if that ends up turning into anything for anyone's legend later on.
We get a grub start from the full map movement of anyone's legend here. Everybody is up on this top side. They did leave Allah down there to his own devices, but will secure them the first 3 grubs here. So that's a nice stacking advantage for them. And they're just going to move Hope and Kyle up top.
A lot invested, though, because Ava was able to get access to a plate and at least kill off a couple ways the golden XP. So you can see Flandre pretty far behind in that matchup now. Just looking at both the top laners, still pretty close in experience, but going to be far behind, especially if Cassante is able to reset again in the gold category.
This map is insane.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit of a shift in terms of where we're used to having the gold experience and resources, but that has been the metagame and some of the interest of the swaps in this split. And I've been kind of curious to see how teams play it out. I mean, I do think that funneling Kai'Sa is overall a very strong strategy. We've seen 3-item Kai'Sa be a win con in a lot of games and a lot of drafts. So again, Anyone's Legends putting a big focus to make sure that Hope is accelerated early on through these swaps, and we'll see if Hope can pay it back later.
When we're looking at team fights, I think Hope is an excellent team fighter, especially on the Kai'Sa can find those angles with this full dive composition. We will have a dragon still on the table. There were some pings coming that way. Shouldn't will be in that vicinity with Tarzan getting a reset now, but you wonder if any skirmishing is really going to come alive at this first dragon here, because both teams seemingly very okay with the state of games. I will just point out, though, I do worry about the Nidalee not having a very proactive start. We'll see how much influence the Nidalee can have if there isn't that gold sink into it.
Yeah, you can really get trapped by an empowered Rune Prison here and lockdown.
Uh-oh.
Definitely what Anyone's Legends going to look to do against Nidalee, who is a pretty squishy target, even with the Leandre's Rush. But at the moment, you can't see Flandre after what happened in the top side of the map. Again, he is down in resources, so nice job here by Ava to make sure to trap Flandre under his turret. Very much winning this part of the matchup, and will be interesting actually to track as time goes on what happens to the top lane pool, because a lot of big champions for Flandre taken off the board. He was very early to the Ambessa, very early adopter to the tank chase. He was the first one playing it, so like these 3 big power pick top lane champions all off the board in this game 1 might be quite interesting as the series goes on.
Yeah, I think it might be part of the strategy from JDG. Use that flexibility and take away some of those pivotal pieces that will be available in the later games. So nothing going to come of that first dragon just yet. The map state is looking a little bit more rambunctious, with Shun actually looking for an angle here after he stopped his reset. But you do wonder, though, with a lot of the stresses and talking about kind of the first option for AL to get into the grand finals, the JDG's resurgence here, I think Allah deserves a lot of praise in the way that he's been able to bring this team together in a lot of ways. And the fact that it's off the back of some tough performances, when we look back at EDG, things like that, it's really fun to see. Now Shanks going to get out, but Allah deserving some of that respect from Flandre himself.
Oh, Allah's been fantastic to start off this season. I think it's a big part of the reason why, you know, we've seen JDG have their own struggles. Most of it has been Shunin missing, not syncing up for us. But with a team that has been relatively inconsistent, it's wild to see, you know, the top laner and the long lane playing solo, the one who has to experience all the 1v2s, the lane swaps, the one that really has been the consistent performer for this team. So definitely a good sign for JDG in the early split, and something they're hoping continues as the season moves on.
And it's funny, after all these years of them following each other to different teams, this is the first year we finally got the full team swap. You just swapped AL for JDG. It's fine. We finally get that after all these years.
Yeah, Flandre was finally like, you know what? Time to see what's been working for you this entire time.
Reverse it.
He also used the Mac system for that finding, you know?
True. All right, we have the Rift Herald coming up. JDG do not want to give this over, obviously, so they will just be first and foremost to the point. They're going to take it, and no contest coming out from AL. So, very reserved game number 1. Typically, I think in the LPL, we'll see very rambunctious, very hot and heavy game number 1s that will cool down as the games go on. Does he get the one? No, he's too late in there. JDG going to find it. Okay, Solar Flare goes out. Shouldn't going to flash away from that one, just in case.
The big difference in the scoreboard right now, when we saw Anyone's Legend commit hard for the 3 grubs, JDG were able to trade out. They got Ava some free time in the bot lane, some golden experience. This time around, Anyone's Legends went for the contest, were late to the objective, got nothing out of it besides an Italy flash, and weren't able to trade anything across the map. So I really feel like that's the difference we see in the scoreboard right now, with a lot of that being on the Ava in the top side, right? As he was left to his lonesome bot when those first 3 grubs were taken for AL.
And it's funny. that he is going to be probably one of the most impactful people in this team, especially with the Cassante. With all the memes disregarded, he has the ability to make AL's carries life's hell. We'll see if he can find those angles. I think it's going to be the duality of these two top laners, is who can find the better flangle. And Flandre maybe a little bit favored in that one as Dragon started up by AL.
Something that has been nice for JDG, at least some of the games where they've looked stronger, it has been when their solo laners have been self-sufficient. And it feels like with this game being a bit quieter, it really has been a big focus for them with Scout only being a little bit further like behind the Rise. I think that's an acceptable margin given that matchup. But especially the top lane with Awa being up, dropping those first grubs to make sure that he was set up for success.
TP. They're bringing pressure. They got missing over here as well. They want to punish Flandre. Flandre realizes something is going on here. He's going to use his mobility to get out of there.
This has been something we've seen out of JDG again quite a bit, making sure those solo lanes are set up for success, and it has led to some of the better looks. So, again, JDG, it kept things quiet, but doesn't mean it's been bad by any means. TP. Meanwhile, though, I think things are about to get busy.
There's no TP back. There's the immediate public execution going on to missing. He's trying to find the angle on the big cow, but unfortunately, he's got that unbreakable will, and he will be just fine.
No wall for Flandre if they really want to think about a dive in the top side. Becomes a little bit more of an option, but doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. As honestly, with things being quiet, I do think that the person that's going to scale the hardest in this game, it will be Hope. I will say that later on, it's going to be a little bit of a science experiment to see who has scaling advantage as a whole. I think I'm going to give the edge to anyone's Legend, just because I think a big thing is Ambessa and Rise. When you put points in their ultimate, they get a lot of power between Ambessa gaining the Omnivamp and the raw stats, and then of course Rise's overload percentage going up. So I think that like 11 and 16 are actually pretty big milestones for anyone's Legend as a comp.
Okay.
And if they can, I guess, continue to keep the game like this, I do think JDG is favored at the moment, but they shouldn't be favored if this game goes late. I do think that's going to be AL, with just how much easier the comp is to play and some of the big scaling aspects that they have, especially just looking at the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about in the draft. Like, the execution threshold is definitely a little bit higher for JDG, but they need to be a little bit proactive. I feel like they need to at least have some resources to work with. Even though you have the Corki, even though you have the Cassante, things like that, like this, the damage needs to be there throughout the game, not just at the end game, because AL, I think, will have your number there. We are on first items, though. Everybody's starting to make their way there. We did have that Black Cleaver completed first item for Tarzan. We also have Shanks going for that scaling build as well.
Yeah, we have seen Tarzan and a few of the Vies do this. Of course, whatever solo lane he ends up attacking, likely to have some armor in their build. I know Scout doesn't have any right now, but we'll see if Jace gets some a little bit later on, especially with the tank chases that we've been seeing. We'll save Flandre from going Cleaver, so he has the access to get. He can get Shojin second, which actually I think matters a bit on the Ambessa's items. Very good, but at the moment,
Speaking
nothing.
of Flandre, real quick, does he get mad when he sees people build Jace not the way he would build it? Do you think? You think he just has like a little
the build got so nerfed. You know,
it did.
It's a different patch. It's a different time. I think it's still appropriate from Scout. Shojin's definitely a very, very strong item. Yeah,
I mean, they need the
Shojin's a very
damage.
strong item.
They went with this poke composition. They went with something where you really need to, when you're approaching objectives, when you're looking at these moments of big contest between the 5v5s, you need to be getting damage down preemptively. And as we see Herald coming up very shortly, I think we'll see some setup for that now.
We are seeing, though, how well Rise is able to respond to this. And, again, Rise, he's gated by range in terms of strength as champion, but it doesn't mean that he's weak later on. Those Qs after he hits 16, they do a lot of damage, especially if they're able to bounce through a team. And we see Scout do a lot of work with that in JDG's series against Thundertalk when he put together that really strong Rise game. So see if Shanks has a similar game in him, as Scout went crazy in terms of presenting different angles to Thundertalk and really throwing them off their game. And when Rise is played at the highest level to the maximum degree, that's really where we see the creativity shine with those Realm Warp angles, and what you're able to do could be a big help in making sure that this Anyone's Legend comp that really has to dogpile JDG can find a good start to these fights.
And I know we talked a little bit about, okay, JDG going for the all-in onto Ala. They get the public execution. They get the lockdown. He's getting everything thrown his way. And Ala going to flash with it all out, and he is out of there. They're going to realm warp. They do not want to let him get away. He's going to fight them under turret. He's going to go with it. He wants to take the fight. Ala is in a 1v3, handling his own. Finally knocked down by Flandre himself, and they'll look to take the turret too.
Yeah, some nice moves by Flandre to get out of the Q3 and not be trapped under the turret. Of course, JDG looking to trade out. A lot of resources sent bot will lead to a Rift Herald secured by Shun and a top outer secured by Scout. Meanwhile, Dragon was not started by anyone's Legends. There's still a chance to contest for JDG. Oh, stop it, or barely stood standing too.
It's so close. Yeah, it
that
was
one is
so
close. I will say, the fact that doesn't fall and anyone's Legends now able to get this Dragon uncontested, a little bit not worth. There was a chance that if Scout would have based on time, you had the Cassante spawning to actually contest this Dragon. But let's take another look at the replay. Yeah, again, just always too far up. Tarzan was on this side of the map. TP committed by Shanks, and despite Ava's best efforts to get out, it's not like he played it poorly on the Cassante. Just couldn't be that far up with the Rise rotating down.
You're looking live, and Scout's about half health, so is Shanks. So definitely getting a little bit hot and heavy now. We were talking about that earlier, at least. But still, it is going to be ships in the night so far. The way Tarzan is the kind of pivotal engage point for his team with Kyle. They have to be on screen if you want to see AL be proactive. Now JDG, speaking of proactivity, going to take the turret here, maybe go for the play, and that's the flash out of Kyle.
We'll say off-screen, Scout dropped his flash too, so that's a target that we can now look at.
Here it is.
If you are anyone's Legends. Just going to get Rise comboed.
Tarzan
was on the
out.
way. That's what got the flash.
Oh, that was a really good flash, actually. You know, if there's going to be a flash, I'd like to see it go down like that. Now we're seeing pressure in mid lane. Rift Herald had been summoned. Turret is forfeit by AL. They are constantly losing that pressure. They're going to get another charge into this one's ballsy from missing, but he does get the damage off and get out. They are using this
continue to push. This is a dangerous fight for AL. This is exactly what JDG wants. They got him low.
The public execution right onto Pays. They didn't get him, though. Now cease and desist back on a Scout. They don't have the damage, but they do. Now AL trying to take him down one by one. Ala can't do anything. Hope is free hitting in the side lane. Now Shun is trying to get out, but the Realm Warp. That's going to bring everybody, and that's right on to missing.
No.
Oh, my God. AL still somehow survive, even with the bouncy castle not set up for them. And Hope, of all people, is the last one standing, as that is huge for AL.
Hope was the one chunked at the start of the fight, but he got to play out this entire fight untouched as AL took the engage despite Hope being low, and JDG did not deal with it well in the back half.
That's actually insane. I mean, the fact that Hope still played so aggressively there, this is what happens when you go into a poke comp. They just can't deal with it.
Flandre gets a really big engage in, but yeah, look at Hope's in the back line. Pays flashed out. He wasn't able to hit him. If Pays flashed the side, it's a maybe. And again, Awa's not on him. Scout was the first one to fall. Shun goes in. Good flash away by Flandre and the reaction. And then this is where it looked a little bit hairy.
This was doomed.
Okay, because you realm warped on top of an Alistar, so that pull looked good, but Pays was not able to take down Flandre. Probably the member that he had to hit because he was going down for sure. Did save his flash. I think that's the right call for Pays, who did play that fight out all right, but Hope was the one who, again, he was chunked at the start of the fight, and no one from JDG were able to touch him throughout the fight. So really, like, that advantage that they had went to the wayside entirely, just given how the fight played out. And anyone's Legend, great take from them, and a really well-played fight by Hope. Yeah, he was able to play that far up. He wasn't touched, so well done.
And this is the guy for anyone's Legend. This has been the duo transplanted over from WE with him and Shanks. And we talked about it so often, these two guys being a pivotal carry position for this team. They're both sitting at 2-0-3. They're both on very strong scaling champions. And Hope is already showing that his mechanics are on fire. AL are looking good in game one. That's where you always have to be wary. JDG, they're great team fighting teams, and they love to take a little bit of time to get up into the game.
I didn't love that take from them either, because look at the inventories of JDG. The Miramana just evolved for Scout, and you're about to have it evolve for Pays too. So if they waited another minute or two, they could have had a fight where they were a lot stronger off the bat. Instead, as you highlighted, Mizel, it's Hope the one that's accelerated. And that's on the Kai'Sa, where 3-item Kai'Sa can very much be a win con in some games. The fact that Hope is almost there and will be there as this next dragon spawns, hopefully, if you're anyone's legend, that could be very difficult for JDG. So for me, a lot of eyes on Hope, given that he's down Flash. So the person that JDG, you got to believe, has to target in this next fight, as well as Hope just being fed.
And that's the thing. Again, going back to the trap card, like, you are not making your life easy when you need to get all of this poke down before a fight even starts, right? And you see a situation like that where AL realized we have the advantage. Let's just push into their face. And it's so difficult to deal with that with the JDG composition.
Yeah.
Now, they have been keeping steadily up in pace with AL, and now missing going for it, gets knocked
from
back,
Tarzan.
actually. Yeah, that was huge from Tarzan. Now missing, almost dies. Scout gonna come over. Here's coming that poke that we were talking about, but none of it connects. And now JDG running for the hills. AL were maybe thinking about it, but didn't do it. Now the Atacon is up on top side. Dragon is up on bot side. AL are still focused around getting some vision in this river pit, as JDG still in area, at least moving up as well.
If they get him to walk in through topside, there might be a trap that anyone's legend's looking to pop as Tarzan. He was spotted
he's looking
here.
for it. Yeah. The hunter has been turned into the prey, and vice versa. As AL will just back away, and they won't end up going for that. And I'm sure we're going to get a transition across the rest of the map to get that dragon set up, as tower actually falls to the Winions in mid lane. So tier 2 down.
Kyle did take a reset, so he's going to have access to some more wards. That said, Missing's done a nice job of, and he had the reset too, being a little bit chunked. Done a nice job
really
of keeping everything up for him. I think AL is just trying, they don't want to push into JDG's visions. They're trying to pull him around and get him to check a brush they don't want to check. That's where AL can really spring the trap and try and get a fight that they want on their terms.
We saw the Miramanas completed for both Scout and Pays, so they did get an uptick in their second item spike. You'd love to see that, but is it going to be enough when Shanks and Hope are circling that 3-item spike as well? As we see the back being initiated by multiple members of JDG. Dragon is still there. See if they want to stop this one. Okay, Allah does get his backstop, so this should initiate AL to be very much more aggressive here.
See if they want to take the dragon first. As, again, Shanks is really close to 16. That's a big damage bump on the rise. They can get Shanks that. He's probably 2 or 3 waves away.
Okay.
So not going to be the case before the dragon. And we have the trap coming in. Scout not spotted yet.
They see Tarzan now. They're going to go for the fight onto him in the pit. Now the Solar Flare going a little bit wide. The all out on Tarzan. He has to try to get away. He does, as now he had that vault breaker to get over the wall. But here comes JDG. They're losing bodies, but look at this AoE. Oh, the public execution. Flandre gets the better of his partner in the lane. And now Scout is left to the Wolves. Those hungry, hungry, legendary Wolves.
It just feels like JDG can't find the fight against anyone's legend. The poke isn't connecting, and I gotta give a lot of credit to Tarzan and Flandre. They're being really slippery as a front line, and it feels like that's where we're aiming a lot of the poke. It's onto the Ambessa, onto the Vi, who can actually dodge and get out of this. As Shun's trying to get a little bit feisty and deny soul point. He's got the help of Pays, too.
Hope sees Pays! Oh my god, that was so close. The Realm Warp, they're not going to go for it. I thought maybe they want to continue it. It's going to be the Dragon. It's going to be soul point for anyone's legend.
It's going to be Nasher's Tooth, too, likely secured for Hope. And for me, a lot of the hopes that JDG look to be going to the wayside, as they don't have the ability to pressure Hope before the fight if this poke isn't connecting. Take a look at the start of this one. Again, Hope's pretty much at full HP. And Tarzan, yes, he gets flicked over the wall, but he's playing the Vi. And he has a great escape, right? The flash, the Q over. Missing then ends up being stuck in the pit. Yes, Tarzan's ult's not ideal, but he lived throughout this, and no one's touching Hope. And then Hope in the back half just gets to take a free fight. Great public execution out of the Cassante from Flandre. Help take down Awa. And again, Hope's untouched. Like, Pays and Shun were never able to pressure the Kai'Sa, given how the fight went for JDG. And that's a great job by the AL frontline to, you know, buy space for Hope, make sure that he can go in. But these fights have been all too easy for the Kai'Sa. And if you weren't pressuring Kai'Sa with all this poke, then Kai's just going to shred you in the back half, and that is exactly what Hope's doing.
Love to see it for Hope. All those stories, all those times ago on the JDG roster we already talked about. But honestly, I'm more interested in that history on WE, the lackluster moments, even that undefeated streak that WE team had when Hope and Shanks were there. And unfortunately didn't end up in any glitz and glamour for him, but now seemingly found his mark on anyone's legend, is on the verge of bringing them to a grand finals with a series win here today. Now, it is going to be JDG moving in to clear out some of this vision. We're getting a little bit of a lull here, but AL, I think they're perfectly fine with that. Again, their composition is seemingly just stronger in these moments, and they have this lead right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern would be maybe later on that the Corki just starts popping people. Because like if you get Corki to 3, 4, 5 items, you don't have true frontline for anyone's legends outside the Leona. So maybe you're able to one tap someone as the Corki, but it still looks like a really tough setup. And Rise
just goes straight. Oh my god, the Void Seeker also hit. But Tarzan, he's tanking turret. Tarzan's down. This is Zealous
Shanks?
from AL. They're under turret and they fall. This was what JDG were waiting for. The slip and the fall from Grace from AL. JDG, they're pouncing right behind them. They take down 2. And the thing is, about a death like that in the state of League of Legends now, there are so many game-ending objectives up on the table. You got Baron, you got Atacon. It's the Baron that JDG choose.
This felt like an unforced error from Tarzan and anyone's legends. Why need to make that happen? You can bait. You had control over the Baron. Now it's just going to be Hope trying to poke. He has the W evolved. It keeps on connecting.
I mean, Hope is massive here. Hope is looking for Scout. Void Seeker going to connect onto Allah. Look at Hope. He is destroying them here. The Baron goes over to Shun as they do end up getting that one. As now JDG will make their escape. Hope almost went Super Saiyan right there.
Yeah, I think that where he went, the top side of the fight to focus Scout. Scout did a nice job at getting out of that, and Hope just ended up being stuck. And didn't have the numbers to keep on pushing forward, and didn't have the strength with himself, or he felt like he could go forward. So I think that he overplayed his hand a little bit to the top side, but first, it was anyone's legends and Tarzan overplaying their own hand. What happened here? They spotted Kasante going around. And then they go on to Pace.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, they've got him, but Tarzan's way too far in.
Everybody is there.
And the port from Shanks, too. He just gets headbutted back from missing, who says, thank you very much. And that's 2 free kills. You can't make that mistake.
That is massive, and these are the kinds of moments that give JDG such an in back into the game as they start up the Atacon. This is the momentum breaker. We've seen teams across the LPL completely manhandle games after they get the Atacon. JDG were threatening it over AL, but it's down for that fight now. And they have about 8,000 health on it. It's getting lower. Yeah. Tarzan going to come across now.
We've seen this objective manhandle teams too. It's down to 4K.
It is. I don't know though. Tarzan trying to get in the pit. He can't. It's going to be taken by JDG. Now they have those GAs. They can go recklessly into the night as Hope coming over. It's the public execution as well. They will pop some of these GAs. Are they getting popped though back? They will not. Hope is getting more money. Even if it's 200 gold at a time, he will take those. 7,000 damage done for the ADC of anyone's legend.
I mean, that's a 4-for-1. Yes, you have the Otacons. Tarzan's down. Maybe anyone's legends can sneak into this dragon because it is soul for them. JDG with the respawns, they do have everyone up, so they have a man advantage. But again, Shanks, he's level 16. He's not making his way towards this dragon, so looks like it's going to be a give going up against JDG. Yeah. But still, that Otacon pretty much nullified by the initial fight from AL, just picking up all the buffs and only losing Tarzan. That's not really a true win on the Otacon. The big win is denying the soul, which JDG will take.
We're getting Pays to a point of promise. He's almost on 4 items, but the scary part is you look across to Shanks and Hope. They're already working on 4 items for Hope. Getting close to it for Shanks is the one carry that's so ridiculously strong with that scaling going to be enough for JDG.
A little bit surprised to see the Banshees on the Hope.
I kind of like it.
The idea is okay. I think I'd rather see the Zanyas, though, because when you go in, your pop has to be so big as anyone's legend, and you really only have one chance to go in as the Kaisa in this game. If not, then you're just going to be outranged continuously again. So you have to be careful about picking your spot. I think Zanyas helps you do that, less so the Banshees. But Still, we are at the point where the core items are in for Kaisa, so you get to look for luxury items. As we're going to take another look at this Otacon.
Tarzan just didn't get to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, Missing does a nice job of clearing out Tarzan, but the top set of the fight is already just entire straights for anyone's legend. So it's not like the Doomsday scenario, and yes, Tarzan does go down, but I think you'll take all the Otacons being taken down. It was a nice fight from Flandre in particular, and love to see Hope still. He was at half health initially, still able to find a spot to step up, go in at the right time, in the right place on the fight. That's the key on the Kaisa, and Hope been doing a great job of that so far in this game today.
You know what? I think we need to add a 0.5 kills for Otacon kills to the screen. So then we could just make the scoreboard really chaotic and scary. I think it'd be really good.
That's an idea, for sure.
An idea of all time. I like it.
I don't know if I love that one, but it's an idea.
AL looking for an idea on top side, try to push JDG out of their jungle, giving themselves a little bit of time to set up for that next dragon. JDG, they're the team that's looking for the in-betweens. AL know what their job is. They know once they get to a 5-on-5, if they can find the right members in Pays or even Scout, can have a big advantage in terms of how their composition works. JDG just want to keep poking as much as possible. Okay.
Yep. You'll trade that as Leona. Your ult's on a lower cooldown, and you'll take the Unbreakable now, because Missing is going to be very squishy, especially no Aftershock on this Alistar. Tarzan.
Look at Tarzan.
Good control board in that Banana Brush, but that's the only thing protecting JDG from Tarzan right now, and he's gotten around it. Tarzan.
No way. Okay, they go for the flash onto Shanks now as well. They got him on the back. Scout's getting low. They get everybody on him. No, Flandre missed his public execution, but it doesn't matter. AL still surging forward with Tarzan on the biggest flank I've seen on a Vi in recent memory. They do end up picking out Scout, but that's it.
Some nice creativity there by anyone's legend to get Tarzan around. Also, Shanks, he did flash the Alistar engage, which did bait Missing in. I know that he lived, but just opened up more space to guarantee that Tarzan gets in. You don't have the combo then waiting to cancel in or force that R out early. So the way that AL played that out, really nice on the trap. I feel like they actually didn't get enough given how good that looked. And the fact they lose the flash from Rise actually might hurt coming up here. But we're going to get a replay on this flank. Beautiful here from Tarzan.
Masterful.
You can see they do spot that control board, so he understands that he would be spotted there, and again, sneaking around. And here's what I was talking about. Shanks, yes, he does blow the flash. Missing was in a really tough spot, too.
The public execution is so sad.
I know. Same with the E-flash from Kyle, too. That Zenith Blade ended up going wide. I think if they executed that cleaner on the Scout, they could have gotten more, because that setup was much better than a 1-for-0 for AL, if you think about that one.
Yeah. Okay, Kyle going a little ham here. Pays burn the cleanse, though. That's a massive cooldown down, even with that solar flare being gone now. TPs were coming out in defensive nature for both sides as everybody is forming up around this barren side of the map.
It's a great play from Kyle. We've seen those last two ults he's used for cooldowns and to try and get advantages. One took away the Unbreakable, which is nice. The cleanse even nicer. But he is forced to reset. Will have ult when he gets back to this fight. But Baron being tickled by JDG. AL do have full information.
I feel like this is a tough position to be in for the JDG comp. I mean, again, we said they are all about poke, and you're begging for AL to find an entrance into your setup. There's now a little bit of that poke coming to fruition for JDG. I will say they've been throwing their weight around the map pretty well.
The concern is just if the Rise is able to catch you out now at level 18. Rise can do a lot of damage.
You just got Void Staff too.
Yeah, the shotgun fight from anyone's legend, when we go in with Leona R and Bessa R with the Rise, it just has to be big. I think it's still big enough to take down JDG, but as long as that's the case in anyone's legend, it will be the ones that are favored in this game. Just look very close on the scoreboard. Just think that with the Kaisa, the Rise at this point, it's going to be really tough for JDG to deal with. And it does feel like anyone's legend has control of this game. As Tarzan is going for another super flank, but this time around, there is at least a middle trap to spot him.
They have the ward there as well. They knew he was there already. See if they want to get over the other side of this fight. Tarzan's just lying in wait. It looks like this might be a big tussle. This is soul for anyone's legend if they can grab it. It's a mountain soul too. It helps them so much. Tarzan spotted out on the flank. They might just go forward now. as JDG, they're a bit surrounded now. They end up sending few members to go stop Tarzan. Pays does a massive amount of damage to Tarzan. Solar Flare going in. It's Shun in the pit, and he's got it. He denies the soul, and now public execution. This is the dive. This is the one moment for anyone's legend. Is it going to be enough? Allah's in the back line, and Allah's still tanking. Though Hope is untouched, and Hope is still cooking too. They're on the back line now as JDG are fully split. Hope guns Pays down. How's that for your new ADC, JDG? As Hope makes his name known. Allah is falling in the side lane to Flandre, and he will be taken down by the Iron Wolf. JDG falling to pieces, and the only thing that's left is anyone's legends, Hope.
Dragon was sniped by Shun, but Hope sniped the rest of JDG as the fight got split in the middle. Anyone's legends, they isolate them and take them down. But it's all off the back of Hope just being way too big to deal with these starts to the fights for anyone's legends. It feels like the first round of cooldowns that have been used, the fight is doomed from the start for JDG, whether it's them being too split. I mean, yeah, that time around Pays, he got Tarzan out with the ring around the Rosie, but you took Corky out of the entire fight. That's not worth it, as Hope was just raining down hell on JDG. Ends up taking the Baron in the back half. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Look at Pays. Yeah, he's chasing Tarzan. That's the jungler. You get Smite out of the pit and you secured it, but now he's in a terrible position at the start of the fight. He does not feel safe enough to step up in auto, and it takes him a long time to even just get in range to step up in auto, and after that, he's got Shanks, just took half his health because he tried to round that corner. Yeah, so like the fight for Pays, just chasing out Tarzan, far from worth it there. Hope was allowed to function for the entire fight yet again for free. Even ended up sniping Pays out the back half with how big he is. That Acathian Rain. There's an Acathian Hellfire at the back of the AD of JDG. And anyone's legends, again, looking too big to beat at this point.
Dude, I gotta ask, what kind of meal plan does the LPL have their ADCs on? We had Elk go unkilled across 3 games in an LPL playoff game last night, and now 8-0-6 for Hope on their first game of the series. I mean, this guy's got a little bit of something to prove here tonight, apparently, and it's starting off well with his Kai'Sa. Is it beans? Now. Is it protein? Like, I don't know, man. I don't understand. Our ADCs have been cracked.
I mean, whatever it is, man. LPL's always had some really, really good AD carries. But great to see a newer name in Hope. It was taking the mantle of that. I know that Hope's had a decent amount of time in the LPL, has hit some highs, but has not hit highs as high of making LPL finals before and, you know, hoisting those trophies. Something where Hope is, you know, with his run on JDG, there was some hope to at least be able to do that. We're never able to really consistently hit those mantles high enough. So,
trying to make it to the end of the road here, but it's game 1 looking like it's coming to the end of the road with JDG at a massive deficit now. A composition from AL that they can just choose a target to take out of the game, and they're split pushing very well now too with this Baron buff. Okay, wait, that's what hey, we were just talking about it. Scout no longer gets to exist, and AL are looking to put the finishing touches on this 40-minute game number 1. It was a slow and steady burn, but AL made it hurt. They twisted the knife back and forth into JDG, and now it's just putting the bow on top of it all here as they take another inhib in bot lane.
Just felt like once the fight started, JDG, the comp, did not have enough damage to take down anyone's legend. Not enough poke to force Hope out of there or get any significant advantage before those fights broke out that were not in their favor. And now Missing, last effort.
Missing tries to go for it. He doesn't find much there, and they are just getting AoE'd to hell. The gold diff, the wallet diff just smacked JDG in the face, and so did game number 1. What a way to go, and AL are off to the races. That composition was aces from the beginning.
Yeah, I think you got to give Hope MVP for that game, but I just can't believe how many fights we saw where Hope went in and went untouched. Like, at some point, that's not just Hope playing great League. That really is JDG. They have to be a little bit more patient and save some tools for the Kai'Sa when Hope actually goes in, because when you don't deal with the Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa shreds you with the shotgun like that, again, there were some tools where if you're AL in that game, you have to make use of the Solar Flare, the Cease and Assist, and the Kai'Sa ult. We saw every fight when those tools came out, it ended up being very favorable for AL. If you're JDG, if you're able to actually absorb and reset fights after those tools are down, you get back to a game state where you can consistently poke. But A, they weren't able to do that, and then B, the couple fights where they had Hope low, Hope still found a point to actually go in and attack JDG and create a favorable scenario. So I just don't think that JDG dealt well with the Kai'Sa at all, and it felt like they didn't play their comp low enough. Again, if they were able to poke the backline, it's big, but that front line of Anyone's Legends was too big and too good at eating that poke so that it never really made its way back to Hope, who was allowed to do as much damage as he could in those fights later on.
That's, again, going back to those initial conversations before the game even started. The bar of execution, they put it a little bit higher for themselves. It's harder to reach, but also just a stalwart draft that AL knew they were getting. Like those insta-locks of those first 3 picks, they knew what kind of style they wanted to go for. They were very confident in what strategy they wanted to execute, and it made it easy for them to do it in-game. And I think, obviously, when you have Hope performing like that, it makes it a hell of a lot easier. But AL have done their research. They have a lot of really good prep all the time coming in a lot of series, but here especially.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see where the series goes. Of course, those 3 Thanos-level top laners that we've had for the majority of the tournament, and Ambessa, Jace, and Cassante now all off the board, could really warp the champ pools moving forward. I will say that Awe's been playing a lot of the Renekton, the Kennen champions that have been popular in the past, but are less popular just given the popularity of lane swaps and some of those champions' weaknesses there. A lot of the champs that we're seeing just be really strong in the top lane and also deal all right with the lane swaps now off the table. So could have an impact long-term with Fearless being our format, of course.
Through that, and that's what I'm really wanting to see. I want to see if we get down to some crazy picks or at least some big influential picks in the top lane as well, because I think both top laners are pretty influential in this game itself, but I'd say ADC is definitely a little bit more so. Almost 53,000 damage done by Hope. That's a hell of a performance to put on against your old organization.
Yeah, shout out to Shanks, too. Did a good chunk of damage. Again, this Rise, too tanky to be moved out of these fights. Ended up being really valuable. Just buying space for Hope and bringing some lockdown for Vi and Ambessa that do like that a lot.
I mean, Hope ending with 90% KP is kind of insane. And it was a little bit of back and forth. I mean, again, we said it was a bit of a slow burn. There was not a lot happening in terms of the big contest, the big on 5v5s. We were seeing good execution around the map, kind of reservation for a game number 1 as well.
This was the fight.
Yeah, this was the big difference maker.
Like, look at how low Hope is, and then he goes in, and he's untouched in the entire fight. Like, both Pays and Ala got out on the wrong side of the fight. Hope took the opposite side of the fight and was able to DPS for the entirety of it. Just a great fight from Hope, and poorly played by JDG to just never attack the marksman that was missing half his health bar at the start of the fight. So, yeah, just I think that's where things got really out of control for JDG, and then the only time that they really got back in the game was the misplay by Anyone's Legends when they sacked 2 on mid, and that led to the Baron and the Otacon being taken and threatened.
And that was a big change, and those are kinds of things that you're a little worrisome of, because you give a mistake like that to JDG, they'll pick it up and run with it, but this time AL able to stop them in their tracks, and this is the kind of win that actually gives me more confidence for AL to have that 3-0 performance tonight, even though nobody voted for it.
Oh, hold on. I voted for that.
You said JDG, right?
No, they all 3-0.
Oh, it was AL. Okay. Well, you were on the left side of the graphic for the JDG thing. Anyway,
I'm going to be on the right side of history.
Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, yeah, you might be right. Because this kind of win was gritty, right? Like, you had a situation where you had to play it very slowly. You had a good strategy, but you needed to execute on it. And there was a slip up, but you were still able to pick it back up and finish the game.
I think it just looked grittier because Anyone's Legends, they had to survive the strong, efficient solo lanes from JDG early on, and they had to scale a little bit in order to get the wins. So they did have to sack a little bit, and they did make the mistake in the mid game, which made it look a little bit grittier. But in the end, like, a lot of these team fights, they felt pretty one-sided, and it was pretty much just because Hope wasn't able to be auto-attacked. Like, and this is where I think that Missing had to put more of a priority of finding this Kai'Sa, or like someone had to at least hold abilities for the Kai'Sa, whether that's Cassante, making sure that, EWR goes on the Kai'Sa, whether that's Alistar harassing Kai'Sa when Kai'Sa gets in, whether that's Scout getting on Kai'Sa. Someone had to have that job, and it felt like no one was taking responsibility of that in JDG. So, of course, Fearless Draft, you have to have a new strategy for the next game. We'll see if that changes, but that looked very I would say concerning, but definitely a major point that just wasn't existing for JDG in that game is something that would have been required for them to win that game. Finding a way to deal with Kai'Sa when she jumps into the fights.
Yeah.
No answer was found to that.
It's just inherently hard with the composition you have. It feels like when you want to keep them such at range and they're just running straight into you. But there should be options. You should be able to fight a little bit back, especially when Hope is playing that aggressively on the Kai'Sa. No doubt he's going to get the MVP nod here. Like if he doesn't get it, it's an absolute steal. Think there's some extenuating circumstances in terms of the setup the team provided and things like that, but it's damn good to see Hope performing like this in 2025 when he's had those trials and tribulations over his time on WE, even on his time here in AL. And this has been the duo, Shanks and Hope, that they've stuck with for years now.
And I mean, keeps on finding ways to at least pay off more and more. Props to Hope, who I feel like has really continued to quietly step up his gameplay.
41% damage done.
Yeah, over 1k DPM for the game too if he's hitting that much damage. I mean, it was a big game for him. I think that JDG just really allowed and enabled him to get away with something like that. And man, you talk about the good 80 carries that we have in LPL. I don't care who you are in this league, man. If you're a Kai'Sa jumping in, you're not being dealt with, you're going to do some damage, and Hope did just that in that game.
He did indeed, and that's it for our game number 1. But before we go to a little break, we obviously have to give our extreme gratitude to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up this product on a daily basis. It's been a long split, it's been a lot of games, but the support you guys have shown us has been incredible. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but as well as paying on our talent and giving us a little bit of something back for all this volunteer work. Subscribe to our Coffee. It should be linked in the chat. You get access to early watches of the interviews that we'll have given to us. We will also have you potentially ask some of those interview questions if you throw in some good ideas into the chat. So please go unlock all these good goodies that we have here on LPL English and go subscribe to our Coffee or our YouTube. And that's it for game number 1. A little bit of a stomp from anyone's legend. We'll see if JDG can bounce back. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and what a way to go in game number 1. We were just looking on social medias a little bit. Obviously, there's a lot of rant and raving about Hope, but what a performance from him in game number 1. Anyone's Legend steam off to a 1-0 lead over JDG, and it was a dominant one, Cubby.
Yeah, kind of nice when you're playing AD carry and you go untouched in team fights thanks to your own play and thanks to the other team not having tools to deal with you. So, yeah, it was a good look for Hope. And anyone's Legends, I got to say, that first game, I was kind of doing some more thinking of the break. JDG, for me, they've looked like a team that's been pretty strong when they're able to play out their solo lanes pretty self-sufficiently. A lot of self-sufficient solo laners off the board after that draft. Even looking at stuff like Corki being picked, someone else that can fall into that category. Something that JDG can use. So I really like the opening draft for anyone's Legend, and think that we haven't talked about Fearless, what it means for future games, but looking at how JDG likes to play the game, like Rise is a good champion for Scout and the style they're playing so far. That's another one that's been taken off the board now by Shanks. So could be some more good things leading up to AL, who are the team that's favored in the series for good reason coming into this.
They are indeed, even though JDG always keep us guessing what can happen next. AL looking very promising going to this one. And if we can, shout out to Kai, our producer, if we can bring up the ADC legacy graphic there as well, if we can at some point. I think it's so interesting, the background, this history that Hope had with JDG, but as well as the history that JDG has had with their ADCs, especially in recent history. I mean, literally taking one of the biggest known names from the LCK and Ruler, and then now maybe one of the biggest new names from the LCK and PaYS. And the fact that in that game number 1, Hope, with all those memories of some lackluster maybe endings to JDG's history there with him, he makes a statement in game number 1. And now all of that weight, all of that stress shifts over to PaYS. What are you going to do to respond here?
I feel like the one big play that PaYS made in that game was getting Tarzan off that 4th dragon. And that led to him not really being positioned that well for the fight and not able to do nearly as much damage as Hope was able to do. Besides that, PaYS just kind of felt like a passenger with where he was at in that game. So we'll see. I expect that Ezreal, a big champ for PaYS, that could be something that we have our sights on in game 2, just given how important that champion is for a player like PaYS and how good he has been at that champion in the past. So, let's see if that ends up being something that we see.
I think top lane was very back and forth. I think looking more so introspectively at mid lane as well as we'll be getting in a draft here as too. Shanks just had the better of Scout. I mean, Scout is literally one of the most legendary players in the LPL. Brought a world championship, but also got back-to-back MVPs in their year. And I think the fact of the matter is you need to see these guys that have all this veterancy, all these names built behind them, step up in the moment. And yes, it's upper finals. Yes, you have another life. You want to book that finals ticket here because there's only one team going to first stand to represent the LPL. JDG going to be back on the blue side yet again. They're going to ban away the Kalista, the Galio, and that Sejuani. AL happy to be on the red side, banning away that Skarner. The Rumble, we'll see what their final ban is going to be.
It kind of works out nicely for JDG that they faced Thunder Talk, where they denied Beishwan that Sejuani all 4 games, and then they saw Tarzan Sejuani in game 5 and was like, you know what? We're just going to keep Sejuani in the ban for this series too. Might as well, Who
likes pork? Nobody.
Yeah, as this time around, curiously enough, anyone's Legend last game, they denied the Renekton, but now with Nidalee and Sejuani off the board, they're actually going to deny the Jax and opt to let Renekton through. So still some options up. Poppy is something that is playable into Renekton, but also really nice on the red side for flexibility. You can grab that, but instead, going to keep on the theme with self-sufficient solo laners, taking that Azira pick that JDG and Scout, they won with against Thunder Talk. Now it's going to be in the hands of Shanks and anyone's Legend.
I'm just terrified to put this Croc in Allah's hands. I mean, I think both sides obviously very good at the pick, but Allah can do some nasty things with that choice, and we'll see if they can kind of build a comp to help enable that in some ways. I think the Ashe, though, is a really big lock-in for AL to have some utility to the table for Hope.
Yeah, curious if I think Varus has to be picked up here now for PaYS, just to play some poke identity. So JDG, so far we have desynced roles, so they have the option to keep on taking desynced roles. They want to take jungle here instead. Also have the option to match. Going to at least be a Talia picked up here. Likely in the hands of
Really
Scout.
like to
We
have
haven't
mid
seen
lane.
a lot of jungle Talia, and I think you have to go for the poke Varus here. The Azir and the Ashe, if you play within their range, it's really difficult to out DPS them. At least something like Talia and Varus gives you the option to keep them at range. So JDG going to look to play with that.
I think that Zin's out pretty good here for AL. I said at the beginning, and I'll say it probably at the beginning of every draft now, every game. AL's drafting. They're prepped. They're ready to go. They have really good comp selection right now. And this is looking pretty stalwart here for them as well in another draft on the red side as they ban the Viego in the second phase, trying to take away some of these junglers from Shun.
Yeah, and then opportunity to protect the Renekton a little bit. I think the Ornn ban's warranted. You have enough damage between the Azir and the Ashe to pick up a tank on the top side. And then, of course, you have AL and Tarzan banning to protect the Zin's out a little bit. Curiously enough, I'm wondering if we have a Poppy grabbed early here, or if you decide to maybe ban the Braum from anyone's Legends. I think that Braum plus Zin is a nice combo, and of course, you already have the Ashe Braum as well. Yeah. You have the option to take Rel into it, which is playable, and you get like kind of the bursty team fight. But yeah, I think banning out the Braum is actually very warranted in terms of taking away that pairing. So we'll see if anyone's Legends, they have a choice here. They can match top lane and then save support for R5, which is likely to be the choice. And so it will be the Gnar, a little bit vulnerable in the lane swap scenario. So it might be an option now for JDG to look for, but Gnar picked up.
With Kyle's performance across this split so far in the start of 2025, I mean, even in 2024, honestly, I'm happy with that. Kyle has been insane at the support position for anyone's Legend, and his connection with Tarzan has been on another level. So trying to give him some more resources to be active on the map, I like that. Nautilus is going to be the lock-in right now for missing. They give him a lot of engaged tools to follow through with the damage that they have.
I think some sort of setup for the Talia makes sense here to me. I would actually really like the Wukong.
I like
if that ends up being a choice. But Shun gonna
That's the other classic.
That's the other one trick that he's got. So going to be the Kindred. And now if you're Kyle, any sort of displacement could be really nice. You're already playing the Kindred into the Azir. So Emperor's Divide and the Crescent Guard can give you power. I mean, frankly, there's a ton of displacement for anyone's Legend because you have Mega Gnar too. I'm really surprised in the Kindred pick here.
Really good. Yeah, the Kindred pick does not feel great.
You have the Renata now for the disengage, and of course you can buff up Ashe pretty nicely. I really like the Anyone's Legend draft. I do not like the Kindred here this game. I just don't think a pick like that was necessary for JDG. I really don't think they needed damage. I think that they would have been better off by taking some sort of utility or setup to play along with the damage that they already have in their comp instead. I think they're really lacking on some of that setup or utility as this game goes forward. It'd be really important that Kindred gets ahead early and that they utilize the Varus and Talia to maintain their range. Because if they get in a raw DPS fight, they're going to lose.
I'll give them this. If they get ahead, they will dumpster AL. Like I feel like if they have resources in the right place and they're able to push the tempo on the map, they will have a very strong time of it. But again, we go back to the conversation that continuously repeats is you're making it harder to execute for yourself. You're making it more difficult than the enemy team. And when brass tacks is there, like that's what matters in these situations. The fact that AL have had such strong kind of centered composition so far has been just a testament to how prepared they were.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's going to be, for me, really eyes on Shun early on this Kindred pick. And we talked a lot in the early game, or before the series started. Shun and Missing have not been good at syncing up in this, just as a duo so far this split. I think this game, it's going to be really important they're able to do so successfully because this comp for JDG, it has to get moving. If it does not, they will be outscaled as they lose out pretty much all lanes as this game moves forward. So really important to keep our eyes on JDG early to see what they can get done.
The AL Gyos got a little bit louder after coming in smacking JDG like that in game number 1. You love to hear that crowd energy. Probably one of my favorite things about being a part of the LPL is just hearing that crowd energy every time you go into a game, anytime you go into any of these series, and especially when you're in an upper bracket finals with so much pride on the line between these two teams. JDG at least slowly building up their way through these playoffs, and AL stunning everyone so far in this winter split. They knew they could be good, but the fact that they actually are is the important factor. Now they're looking at Shanks here, who's got that press the PTA Azir build. I like it.
A little bit more emphasis on being able to at least push his weight around early, as we have posturing for the first camp. All this here too, and we'll see who spots out here, who first here.
I just don't think you can even contest that as JDG. You're going to have to look elsewhere. Marks are very important to watch for Kindred. See where that first one's going to be spawning, which side of the map if he gets lucky with the Scuttle Crab RNG. But we're looking at lane states right now. We have a little bit of a wonky one.
We just have top laners splitting XP. Again, I don't love this. I think that Renekton very early on can sometimes sneak in for experience. Against Ashe Renata, probably not. Gnar for sure cannot. Gnar is one of the champions where early on you do have to split experience. So I think that this is a must. I would love to see, though, if Flandre gets level 2, if he goes to actually push Shun out. As I think that's why Ala, who now has level 2, is walking with Shun to make sure that he cannot get pushed out by a move from Tarzan and Flandre. So level 2 leech for top laners and just going to shift. And the handshake continues.
Is this the next iteration of
this is
lane swaps? Now you just don't even put one person down in that. You just go 4-on-4 in top side and bot, and you just leave each other alone.
This is pretty common, and this is why I thought the narrowing of the top laners was so interesting game 1. Because it would lead to more scenarios like this where top laners being picked that don't have the strongest level 1s and aren't able to lane swap that effectively, like the Gnar and the Renekton, which were both taken in this game. So definitely leads to a bit of an interesting game state. Ala does end up in the top side. We'll start chipping away at that top wave. We do not have the TP come out from Flandre to match, though. We'll see if he TPs or walks, as that wave was pulled by Ala. So will be a slight disadvantage for Flandre when he gets up here, but is going to save the TP, so we'll walk up. Could make a difference there on. All right, we don't talk about it.
The observers want us to talk about it.
All right, get your -1s out, chat. We go from there.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. A lot of trading in this 2v2 on bot side. JDG having the level advantage over Kyle at least. Getting a decent amount of poke back onto the Renata. We're going to take a look back at the jungles because Shun has gotten lucky with that first spawn and the Scuttle Crab on top side having that first mark. Tarzan trying to make his own difference. He's trying to find it bot lane. He's trying to make something happen against Pays and Missing. Get Hope ahead once again. There's that dredge line to get Missing out. Pays trying to body block. The flash comes through. Wind becomes lightning, but nothing else comes of that. JDG make it out alive.
Well, Missing threw down to the Ignite for fun, so that's kind of nice. You know, we got that one off him too.
You know, he wants some interaction too. He's not just going to run away.
Yeah, it was for sure for funsies. As of course, that first mark, as you highlighted, was picked up by Shun on the top side. Now, we'll be looking to maybe take the respawn camp, or the Raptors. He did take those, so he will have the timer on it. That said, actually, he's going to lose out on this trade, because Tarzan, he was the one that took the Raptors himself as well, was ahead on the jungle clear, as he was the one that initiated the split map scenario, so we'll be able to take this camp away from Shun. So, good pathing from Tarzan early on gets him a small advantage.
Who do you like in these early skirmishes here? Because I think both teams have a lot of skirmishing power. Oh, Scout's going to be stopped on his back, so he doesn't necessarily get the back he wants before these objectives. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Kyle, he's getting low. He does have the bail out there, so he's going to buy so much time. Pay's going to flash for it. Kyle goes down. First blood going to JDG, and they're looking for more. Too. That was a breakdown in communication and a breakdown in the bot lane of anyone's legend. Pays responds in kind there against that first performance from Hope.
Hope saved his flash. If he flashes out of the dredge line, he would have survived, but instead saves it and goes down. So a huge 2v2 kill picked up by Pays and Missing early. Definitely necessary, because looking at this draft, you need to win early if you're JDG. You need to utilize the strength of the Varus and the Renekton at this point of the game to get some sort of lead as this one goes later, because we favor anyone's legends later on in this draft. So well played by Pays and Missing, and a misplay from Kyle has been outstanding so far, but Yeah, this one.
I
Nice
mean,
buffer
he
from
saved
missing.
hope there at least.
Yeah. I'm so surprised at how this one played out. Because I think that if Hope was able to maybe step up and get one more auto down there, it could have been good. And then this flash, you just hug the wall, flash the wall. You can actually get out. Not the case. Or if he flashed under it and dodged out on the dredge line and the piercing arrow damage, might have been able to actually flash forward and kill Pays. Besides that, it just doesn't burn flash, goes down, and yeah, that's gonna feel bad. First grub's now gonna be taken. The swap was pulled off by JDG, not by AL. They put their bot lane mid, so more pressure up towards the top side. Anyone's Legend going to have to contest in their wait.
Shouldn't grab the second spawn of his mark on the Krugs up top side as well. He'll take 2 of these grubs before anyone's Legend comes in to mark out that third and final one. Yeah, I mean, you have to think, is that flash going to come up again? I guess is the biggest question. Is Hope going to use it to make good on that situation as AL looking to collapse over on this dragon side? There's another mark down on the Scuttle Crab. You don't want to give 3 over to Shun that early, missing nice buffer on the dredge line.
Scouts stuck in. Scouts, this could be dangerous.
Weaver's wall, and they go right across. Kyle's by himself. He's popping that bailout, but it's not going to be nearly enough. You got to call the bank for some more money there as the TP's coming in. That's Flandre going to hop, skip, and a jump out, but now Allah has found him, and they get a big push from Shanks under turret. The Meganar ulti, double wallop from Flandre, and now AL have turned the table on its head as Shanks is now following them down in Hope. He's back at it again. A cook, oh no, it's going to be a triple kill for him, but they'll take it nonetheless.
What a throw from JDG. When the TP came in from Flandre, you thought for sure that JDG was in a winning scenario, already having the kill early on in the skirmish, but it was an overcommit from Awa that really helped enable this Emperor's Divide come out, completely split the fight for JDG, and give anyone's Legend a huge early win when they should have been down to the early skirmish.
What an insane turnaround. I mean, the Shanks scoop into the Meganar scoop into the double wallop. This is what AL were built to do. These combinations, this kind of strategy, knowing what they want to execute on and doing so. That's what's made this team a favorite in this split.
It is, but this should have been so JDG favorite from the start. This is a great Weaver's Wall from Scout. The fight is completely split. It's a free kill on the Kyle. And then this TP that came in, Flandre already has to head for the hills, but it's the overcommit from Awa, and this hook from Missing, it moves Shanks into position to get the Emperor's Divide. And Missing, I mean, yes, it's a dredge line onto an Azir, but you are changing the positioning of Shanks to set up for that Emperor's Divide. And that completely ruined any chance that JDG had to win that skirmish.
Little bit of a turnaround there, and see if JDG can right the ship now. They were able to steal away that blue buff for Shun. Shun's still sitting pretty now. He still has those 2 stacks for himself. There's a third one up top, but now he's in the pit by himself there. And still a lot of positioning around mid lane right now from both sides.
Looking back, that's such a bummer of a dredge line, like, frankly, from Missing. Because I think that has the potential to be pretty winning, or like a decently winning scenario. But, man, once he hits that, and Awa, who did burn both the slice and the dice, get stuck under the turret, and you have the chain with the Meganar too. That's a really rough mistake from Missing. To hook in Azir when you are in range to get Emperor's Divided out. You don't have 6, so you can't stop that combo coming at all. Just a really poor decision from Missing. And that cost him and all of JDG that play. So now, anyone's Legend. We have seen off the spawn, JDG recovered decently well on the map. They did pick up that first dragon, but keep in mind, scaling's very much in favor of anyone's Legend this game. Their team fight with the Azir and the Ashe later on, it's going to be really tough to break if JDG don't have the wallets to move them or poke them out first. So the fact that anyone's Legend is at this point of the game, 10 minutes in, it's a really big win for them.
And now Hope having that level 6, I mean, he can just pick targets to take shots at and see if they can follow through with it. Obviously, the Nashor's Tooth completed very early there for Shanks, but you're going to be getting close to that first item for Hope as well because he went for those boots first. So AL are not only having that success early, but now going to be able to follow that up with a little bit of strength of their own. Yumu's has been completed for Pays, so he's going for that lethality build, that more poke-oriented, and we have Grubs coming up now as well.
Yeah, grubs were split early on. These grubs could be big, as at least one grub for JDG gets them one objective closer to securing feats, as they already have the first 3 kills. So one grub would be really nice for them to pick up. As we do see Tarzan making good use of that control word. But we'll cede control to it now. As long as this is a stagnant setup, it will favor JDG, who have the poke with Haze, who does get the flash from Kyle. That could be nice, though.
Like, could have followed that up, though.
Yeah, I mean, if it hits, then that's more than half the health of the Renata going. But I like Kyle using the flash for that, because it takes away a big cooldown before the potential fight. His Chain of Corruptions, like, yes, Flash can punish that later on, but not until after Chain's up, so they can start the grub fight soon. Could be nice for anyone's Legend.
Shun did reset. He got the Kraken Slayer, but the grubs have already been started. He's just now walking over here. Kyle will get away as well. So it looks like AL might be able to clean at least one of these up. Here comes JDG to try to make ends meet up here. You got TP from Shanks, Ala, and Fladre going at it.
Vanish
Which
Fladre. Team
is better? The Flopperoonie there, but Shun is on the outside of the pit now. Tarzan going to pop that Crescent Guard to stop a lot of damage coming through. He's already gotten one engaged from missing. Pays has finally made his name known, baby. No, he steps back out. A chance. The Crystal Arrow goes down. Shun trying to get one kill. Kyle gets the bailout. Shun still trying to kill Tarzan. Now Tarzan makes it out the flash, and Hope is still good at him. Now JDG have moved into the pit and cleared out anyone's Legend as Shun comes away with a couple kills. That's huge from JDG.
That was huge, and I think a little bit of a force from anyone's Legend, as, again, at this point of the game, their comp is not stronger yet, and Tarzan and Flandre burned a lot of tools just to get conditions worthy of even trying to contest the grubs there. JDG stuck with the fight, were able to bring the Renekton down and utilize the poke of the Varus that added up as this fight took a while to go on. Ended up being anyone's Legend at a disadvantage, and the grubs end up getting split 2 for 1, so the feat not able to be denied against JDG. And let's take another look. Again, Meganar already been used here on the top side. We have Crescent Guard being popped early on as well. So a lot of tools gone early, and Kyle, his hostile takeover is pretty good, just catching 3. A little bit of an overachievement there, but the Nar's late, the Nar's mini, and Hope and Shanks were completely cut off by the Weaver's Wall too. So just the right targets not able to be found, and then the top side getting isolated in the back half made for a pretty nice fight for JDG.
Shun also getting the activation of his 4th mark in that fight as well. So yet another dub going the way of this Kindred. And it's so funny to think, you know, Shun might be, along with Ala, maybe the least hyped joins of JDG to some, you know, people that maybe don't watch LPL and aren't excited about these 2 guys. But honestly, it's been a hell of a return for these 2 guys. And I think the fact that we're seeing Shun have a lack of success on the Nidalee, to say it bluntly, in that game number 1, to still commit to him and say, no, bring out the Kindred, let's see what you can do. It's nice to see that committal go to this aspiring jungler.
I mean, he was 4-0 on the Nidalee, so might as well just hand him the other one trick, you know. Hope it goes well in the Kindred. But again, I think that Shun has struggled this early season with JDG. Just has not been doing a nice job of syncing up with missing. I think that has been the one part of JDG's game that has been missing and prevented them from looking like that top super team that a lot of fans expected coming out of the offseason and into Split 1. But that has not been the case. Instead, it's been anyone's Legend that has looked like the team to beat outside of NIP, quite frankly. And they took them down in that 5-game series. And with NIP out of the tournament, it's kind of, for me, it's seeing if BOG can really rise up to match this team. As I had them as the heavy favorites coming into the day. And so far, game 1 went their way. This game a little bit closer, but scaling is in their favor. And we'll see if they can continue to buy time to get to that spot where it's 2-3 items on Ash to 0, and it can be really tough to beat.
See the JDG. We're looking for another mark for Shun, but they don't find it. AL, we're point and present. Dragon is up on the table right now. Will be a second dragon for JDG. Get another mark towards those feet as well. Tarzan going to start it up on the back and is on vision, though. Might be a little bit wary to start this one up, but it looks like it will be just given up by JDG to take priority around top side.
Kind of curious as to why they don't want to fight this. I guess getting the gold is fine for now. I still feel like their fight's good. Maybe it's the Nashor's Azir versus Scout not having the evolved Seraphs yet. Trading out some gold for Scout. Yeah.
They, I think, wanted to maybe go for that
Maybe get
first turret mark, but
might have
it
gotten
didn't
feats.
end up
Yeah,
working out.
not the case. Still, in terms of feats, they're still one closer than anyone's legend. So if they secure Rift or a Dragon, will be feats in their favor. Don't think JDG feel too bad about that. But the overall trade is Dragon and an Outer going over for an Outer. So trade up for AL.
And you'll take that. I think, again, going back to the would-be's in terms of what these two teams are looking for. I mean, JDG, there's a reason why there's 4 new members on this team. The fact that Missing is the only member coming back from a rebuild that JDG put together in this year, because 2024 was an absolute disappointment. The fact that that team did not make it to internationals was heartbreaking. And now coming through, the Sleepy Giants, if you will, trying to rear back up in this series against AL, who were the darkest of horses coming into the split. A lot of big names, a lot of known quantities, knowing that it could work. But to see it actually work has been a blessing. And AL, one step away from hitting that grand finals for the first time in the organization's history. Now we see that JDG are hitting the Rift Herald. As they started up, it's already almost done. AL will give that one up.
Feats secured. So not bad for JDG. Able to get something else going in their favor.
I think they might need one more because the Grubs were split.
Oh, if they're split?
Yeah,
because
they went 2-1 again.
Oh.
But if they get one more, they get the feats. Even though it's
There
so
it
funny
is.
when you think about the feats as, oh God, Hope almost going down with the poke kind of image coming from Pace. The feet actually do pretty well for JDG's composition. I mean, you love the Swifties, you love the kind of attack speed boots as well. See if they actually take that priority as Rift Herald spawned up in mid lane here. Just want to take this one outright, and all the pressure from AL is nowhere to be seen.
At the Varus poke added up, Hope was forced to recall, and that window was all they needed to not just take one outer, but maybe 2 is missing.
Oh,
Gonna do the nice drift. Well played.
Let's go.
Second crash secured. Missing.
He is by himself though. This is the Void
minions
Leagues
are
are
dead.
not there to help him anymore. As that's going to be
Mininar
the
is good.
full-on engage
Maybe.
from Flandre. The boomerang not going to be enough. Luckily, big man on campus still got some moves. Missing does make it out. Does a ton of damage on the map too.
I thought Mininar might have been enough to get him the kill if he played far up for it, but didn't want to risk going through any of the rocks that came in from Scout Stilia. Instead, while it's going on, Hope going to get some free farm on the top side, so again, slowing things down a little bit. JDG have gotten a couple things in the last couple of minutes, which helped get some gold back in their favor. And I think importantly, Sean is the one that is set up for success. If anyone's going to break the scaling or be able to somewhat match some of the scaling that anyone's legend does have, it will be Shun on this Kindred, or Shun on this Kindred. So I think it's important that he's the one that at least has something going for him.
The fact that he's got the Trinity for his second item completed at like 1830. Ooh, Missing what a little revenge there. Not able to find Flandre. He's a little bit too slippery for it. Shun gonna be looking for bot lane focus now. I mean, he's got so much damage. Not even finishing his boots as well. So a little bit lack of mobility there, but doesn't matter when you have that hop all the time. AL gonna look to split lane, but this might be a little bit of trouble for them because it's a top outer turret for a tier 2 at bot lane.
Shanks is here, though. Scout's really far up.
Oh my God, Scout, where did you come from? Where did you go? I know, it's into the grave as JDG make an overzealous play on bot side.
Yeah, really not great seeing Scout that far up. Made for a pretty easy, not even a scoop and score there from Shanks. Just kind of got to dash over and pick that one up for himself. Going to be sitting in good shape here on the Azir. Again, for anyone's legend, they're behind in gold, but their 2 carries are the ones that do have the lead. It's just the gold difference is that Xin versus the Kindred. So it could be worse, but let's take another look here. I mean, all the creeps are dead. And we send the depth charge into Flandre, who gets away from it. And, yeah.
Yeah,
We're stuck
there's
on one
no
side.
excuse. There's no
Yeah.
excuse there, unfortunately.
I mean, even if so, like losing the flash and making that play, I just don't think it's worth it at all. So I mean, again, I don't agree with Missing going for that and JDG going for that whatsoever.
And
it's just an overforce.
That's what makes me so sad. Is Scout, you know, has typically been one of the strongest presenting mid laners in the LPL, and haven't seen that this series. Shanks has had his number. And that's awesome for Shanks. And speaking of awesome for JDG, almost taking down Hope. Shanks
nice.
has not only done the rise right in front of Scout, but now he's taking his Azir and having a performance like this on it as well. Like, we talk so much about Shanks coming of age, coming of moments, these pressure-filled moments of taking on these top mid laners. He's come out on top, and that's the growth you love to see over many years of development on WE and now AL.
It's in the lower third. Really good chain of corruption from Pays to force Hope out and make sure this dragon went over to JDG for free while we were going through. It was the Shanks versus Scout matchup there. I mean, Shanks has looked better in the first 2 games, but that wasn't any special play from Shanks there. That was an oopsie from Scout. We'll see if we can get some more special plays from both these very talented mid laners as this series goes on. But at the moment, I think Anyone's Legend is still pretty happy about where this game's at. That
We're
said,
trying
we
it
have
again.
TP coming on to Flandre.
We're just going for it. We just need to get Flandre. He has to die. Everybody send everything, and they do. Now they're going to transition this into an Atacon, so it goes from meme to reality, but they back off because of the pressure that AL are putting in mid lane. Kael's looking for an angle, doesn't get the handshake. Tarzan is a little bit. Look how much damage should have, but should is locked down. He used the Lamb's Respite as now he's in there, but the big Shanks push! He's gone. All that carry gold, it's just gone. Hope is gone as well. And look at Allah. He is chomping on him like a bit as Pays is trying to take down Kael and Tarzan. And Kael, the only ones left now, is just Tarzan. As he's trying to find an escape tool, he will not find anything. I said it was a problem to give this guy Allah the croc, and he gave it right to AL.
It's such a weird response from Anyone's Legend because they're down a man, but they all in for the outer turret, and they didn't respect the fight from JDG. It was a 5v4. Didn't respect Allah, the angle from the Renekton. Initially, getting shown like that, you think's okay, but if we check the replay, Hope gets stuck in the top side where both Allah and Scout were coming from. The turn on the Shun's one thing. Shanks was low, and Shanks is able to clean this up. A lot was burned to take down this Kindred as Emperor's Divide taken off the board. And then look at Hope. Hope was just on the wrong side of the fight. Shanks, because he went in to finish Shun, was already on the wrong side of the fight. So now you have a 2v4 because you're already fighting down a man. I just don't understand why they went so hard for the outer turret, already down someone. I think that pressuring mid to draw JDG away from the Anacon's the right play, not to go for the outer. And Anyone's Legend overextending like that, overplay their hand. They give the Otacon to JDG in the end, and a lot of gold over to their opponents at a time that really, like, we're approaching the break point of the game back in AL's favor. Giving JDG that now while they're still strong, I feel like it's a big mistake.
Off the back of that, they will be able to be very poignant on where they want to push pressure because they have this Atacon GA and so much damage packed into a little punch there. Almost 3 items on Pays. Tarzan looking to be aggressive here to try to pop these GAs. Needs to pop that Crescent Guard himself to stay safe. The rest of AL moving over. Dredgeblind not going to hit. Weaver's Wall going across. As they're popping ultis left and right. Now Tarzan, I mean, he dies as for real if he goes down, and he does. As now Shun going forward. Oh, no! It's disaster. As now Flandre looking for the Mega Gnar. He gets an angle. He's going to pop a couple of them. Shanks coming to clean him up, and now JDG. They will kill Shanks outright. Pays is still alive. Scout is still alive. And more importantly, Allah's been pushing the base this entire time.
Another disaster for Anyone's Legends as it's a 4-for-0 because of the Otacons, and they lose out on the turrets as well. So this gold lead just ballooned for JDG in the last 2 fights.
Actually, just taking the slip-ups of AL over and over again and throwing it right back at him. You love to see the decisiveness. Hope is just going to run down Allah. He does pop the dogs. He still can't run away, though. Hope getting, though, a little bit too far. Is missing now is the one that has to run away. We're just padding the damage numbers for Hope. As the rest of the team will be here to back them all the way. Atacon buff still up for about 20 seconds for the remaining members here. But that'll be just it. And Dragon up in less than a minute. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will hit on to Pays. As they do have 10 seconds till he goes. Oh no, they get the hostile takeover. Hope is going down to the bailout, and he doesn't get the tick. That's crazy. The Atacon GA doesn't proc the bailout, and Hope is gone. Tarzan is also gone as JDG barely make it out with their health bars. Dragon is not up on the table for either team.
We'll be spawning here in 20 seconds. We'll be advantage JDG, and the last few plays, whatever anyone's Legends tried to throw at the wall, it's not been good. Going into JDG, again, I think the strength of the comp is still in JDG's favor for the next couple of minutes. We're seeing how much work Pays has been getting done with the poke. Before Hope got the Vamp Scepter, forced him out on multiple occasions, and now that Vamp Scepter is still not enough to keep up. At the moment, anyone's Legends doesn't have enough to keep up with this potential Baron. Who needs the Dragon?
Marksman.
Shanks is stuck bot. He has the TP. He's not using it. It's going to be a trade, and Baron will be secured by JDG.
That is really good macro play from JDG, just realizing where their strengths lie, how quickly they can burn these objectives.
This Dragon
with the
doesn't
double
matter.
Marksman comp.
Get the Baron.
Yeah. And that'll be also 3 items for both those marksmen. Pays had his before the Baron. Now Shun having his with that collector third completed. Oh, is he going to steal the red? No way. Oh.
Smite secured. It's okay for now. That said, Shanks actually going to have to run for it. Yeah, that Kindred's doing quite a bit of damage. As Shun sitting pretty on his other one trick. Managed
You'll
to
love
really...
to see that, man. You'll love to see it. Like, he was a major factor in why BLG was able to make that run at Worlds. There's a reason why they started him over Wei. To see him still try to find success, even though with some of the tough moments this split, you get to see him still whip out his signature picks and go to town. Now, 2 inhibs going to fall at once against anyone's Legend, who are just backed into a corner right now with this comp. Ooh, they got the flash play. There's the hostile takeover back across. Pays getting very low, but Flandre can't take him down. Flandre goes down himself, and JDG still 5-man strong, looking to put the finishing touches on this game. Number 2, Kyle get low, goes with the bailout too. Dredge line hits, and they just go all in. Though, he's getting low himself. There's the big scoop and dupe, but it's a scoop to victory for JDG. We even up the series, and boy, do we got a series on our hands.
Just shocked at how fast that game got out of control for anyone's Legend, as again, I think the game state was pretty close there. But a couple bad fights, bad choices being made by anyone's Legend, and the punish coming out from Pays and JDG. Once they got a little bit of a lead, the damage, the ability to poke down anyone's Legend with the Talia, the Varus, and I think in hindsight, like no real front line for AL really did end up hurting them, because no one could deal with the Varus poke. Pays really got to push him around on the map, and JDG ended up really capitalizing off a few of the, I would say, overplays by AL.
And it seems like JDG are sticking to the narrative. They take a little bit to wake up. We're seeing some of the things come to fruition for him. And especially looking at the comp, like we said it in draft, it's a tough to execute comp, more so than AL's side of things. But the fact they were able to do so, they kept the momentum up as well in terms of the objective pushes, where they were keeping pressure on the map. And that's the kind of JDG that can push an AL to 5 games, that can make Silver Scrapes come alive. And AL going to be left wondering what comes next for them.
Yeah, again, I think that when you go with Zero Ash that early, I do like the combo, but I was screaming for Varus, saw the Talia. I'm like, that's good, because you can sign up to really get outranged. Like, within your range, if you get to play at the range that a Zero Ash wants to, you can pump out so much damage within that range, but that's only the range that's given, right? Your ability to out-interact it, play around it with stuff like the Talia and the Varus, then when you have a Renekton, where, again, if that shotgun, you can go in, you are so strong initially, and really able to deal with the comp where you are the biggest frontliner in the game. There was no one that's going to be bigger than Renekton, given the draft that AL had. I think that ended up being a really strong combo. So JDG take their winning side lanes. They snowball them rather effectively. Anyone's Legend, I think they helped a little bit with that in the mid game. But still, it was a nice game for JDG, and they end up making it even on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's so funny because we'll be getting the switch up of sides, obviously, now. I'm sure AL will be on blue side. They had not won a game on red side in the playoffs until that last game of game number 1. We'll see if blue side stays king, at least in that regard, if they get that switch over there. But it really came down to the expectations finally being met for a team like JDG that has such big names on it to finally step up. But I will say it was very refreshing to see Pays have another signature performance like he did, because we need that in a series like this where Hope and him are going back and forth. You've got to have that stability at the ADC position. And you see here, most damage in the game by far, and Pays showing a little bit of what he's worth.
Yeah, once he got put mid as the poke Varus, he really never looked back. You clear the waves. You had some great poke to lead up to objectives, and played out the fights really well. So good to see Pays be more than just valuable in his role this game. As but you go back again.
There's the hook that you didn't like.
It's pretty easy to say I didn't like that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
The result wasn't good. The idea wasn't good either from missing. It just none of it was good. That said, it was this fight for AL, and we're like, oh boy. I mean, their comp got some nice scaling between the Ashe and the Azir. They can get some stuff done, but every fight from here, JDG ended up taking. Like this one, I liked how they played it out. They used a lot of their tools to take away anyone's Legends tools early in the fight, and that re-engage they had just totally split the carries in the top side. Really sound from JDG, and this is how they played out the rest of the game. They made a lot of good calls, good decisions.
This was the play in mid lane. The scoop on to Shun, but under the turret there. And turns out that, even if Talia isn't that far ahead, does a lot of damage. And JDG were able to kind of pick apart the comp one by one. Nice to see JDG return to a little bit of form. Still some questions to be asked there, though. And especially in this Fearless format, it feels like so much of the constant meta is already falling off the wayside here. I'm really interested, especially at what top lane is going to be looking like, what jungle is going to be looking like as well, because both these guys are willing to go with more niche picks, at least in terms of the jungle matchups. But this was a JDG fan's dream here, and at least a nice evening up on an upper bracket finals in the LPL.
Yeah, it was a really solid back half of the game from JDG looking back. I think definitely a big win for them. Like game one, it felt like anyone's Legend just kind of beat them at every objective setup, like every angle. I will say that taking the Varus, it does help make your objective setups a lot easier because you always have mid prio and likely health bar prio as compared to your opponents. So I'm wondering if the next game, again, I think that JDG, they've been at their best when their sides are self-sufficient. Renekton, another self-sufficient side. A lot of those are off the board. And Varus can really help with just connecting your map. Because, again, you always have mid-prio with Varus in the mid-game. So I still favor anyone's Legend in this series. I think that a lot of the tools we've seen JDG use to be successful have been somewhat denied. And let's see what else JDG can find as the series continues. They want to take down the favorite team in anyone's Legend.
It's just, when you're this close, when you come out so dominant game one, you're like, all we need is 2 more games to make it to the first ever grand finals in anyone's Legend history. And then you get smacked right back by JDG. It's got to feel a little bit tough, but I guess that's where we talk a little bit more about that game in terms of who we think came away with that MVP. I mean, part of me says it has to be Shun, even with
it's
maybe
not,
the
it's not
track
missing.
record. It's
not
definitely
missing.
not missing. But I would say it has to be Shun just because of the pressure he was able to put on the map, and a little bit of back bias, I guess, is the fact that like game one didn't go well in his Diddly, and now he gets another chance and comes back on it.
It's probably Shun.
Don't sound so defeated, Cubby.
Well, I was trying to think of a reason to give it to Ala, but
you just don't want to give it to my king, man. What the hell?
Can't find
Come on.
No. I've seen too much
Give
illegal
him some
gameplay
respect,
from
bro. Yeah,
seen too much illegal gameplay in other games from Shun. He has had bad
Fine.
games. That was a good game. We like the Kindred.
Game.
I think the Kindred's probably deserving. I wanted to give it to Scout, but then I remember the flash under the turret. And I'm like, yeah, no, can't do that. You know.
Yeah, that was tough.
Can't do that.
Scout's got to do a lot in this series to at least make me feel like he's getting the better of Shanks. Yes, they did take this win. Still feel like Shanks was having a really good performance there until the end, but it's highly contested because I think, again, going back to our previous statements, beginning of the day, solo lanes are so important. We're seeing ADC rise in that prio a little bit, maybe surpassing that in both games now, but the other ins and outs of what these solo lanes provide to the map are still so integral to how these two teams play the game. Both these teams love to team fight, and I'm guessing we're going to be opting into more of that here as time goes on in this series too.
Yeah, it seems to be the story of the game with objectives so far. As we're finally get the player of the game.
Let's go.
It's Shin. Well deserved. Good Kindred game, as ended up being very big in the end. Both one tricks for Shun off the board. Have to see what else he's going to pull out throughout the rest of this series, but Wisty was able to snag a win on the Kindred, which did look good.
Yeah, he looked real good. Glad to see it. And that's a heck of a comeback from JDG in this series after getting smacked by the wayside in that game number 1. Now we come to a game number 3 with a match point on the line for both sides. We'll see you after a short little break.
Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath brown waves. A big reaching out to
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English unofficial coverage of LPL. I'm Mazel, joined by Cubby, and we have a 1-1 tie in our upper bracket finals here to see who books their ticket to the grand finals and potentially a trip to first stand to represent the LPL. I couldn't be more excited that we actually got an evening of the series. I'm glad we're not going to 3-0 route as well. Cubby, your breakdown so far, general takes, getting people caught up on what's been happening so far?
I think anyone's legend has had more control of the series. I feel like they took a really bad fight in the last game where they lost control. And game one, they were under control most of the time. That said, JDG played their last draft out well, so don't want to take away from them. But I still feel like it's AL favored even sitting at 1-1. And I felt that way going into the night. So
okay.
That said, still best of 3 and it's Fearless. So a lot of those picks off the board. We're going to see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Fearless means a lot to both these teams, I know. Yeah. Now, we had some milestones achieved in these last games as well, so we're going to go ahead and bring those up. First and foremost, congratulations to Shun for booking his 2,500th assist, at least in the league.
Make it real. It's real, all right.
Make it real.
It's damn real.
It real.
Yeah.
It's damn real. Assists matter, people. Assists matter. Not only did Shun achieve that milestone, but on the other side of things, maybe one that's a little bit more to be proud of. 5,000 assists for Scout. Only the 7th player to do so. Shout out to Linda on X to
he's
get
just
that
twice as good
information
as his
over for
jungler,
Weibo.
I guess.
Just twice as good, I guess. Yeah, apparently.
That adds up.
But that all adds up to the conversation of JDG finally looking a little bit more in form, waking up that beast within them that we talked so much about leading into this series. And it matters a lot. You have 2 lives here, but there is a terrifying BLG in that lower bracket. If you want to get to finals, you want to book that ticket right now. And for AL, it could be the first time in the organization's history.
It'd be huge for them to do so if they take 2 out of the next 3 games against JDG. And of course, I mean, it's LPL. When you get late into a bracket, anything can happen. These teams are just that good. We've already had 2 teams from the top half of the bracket, and both Thunder Talk and NIP completely drop out of the tournament. So could have more surprises as we are halfway through.
Man.
Yeah, we got 4 teams left, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, if we have a little bit of time, if Kai, our producer, who's the GOAT, by the way, is able to bring up the bracket, actually, because when you came into this bracket, it felt so weird to see some of these top teams on the top side of this bracket. Yeah. The fact that there's just a massive megalodon of teams in the bot lane in the lower bracket to just be there to grind you up once you take some of those losses, it's terrifying nonetheless. So let's see which team is going to take that step forward here with match point on the line. AL going to be on the blue side this time around. Ban away the Silas and the Callista. The Skarn are going to stay the ban on red side.
Yeah, Skarner tax going to continue to be paid here. Big pick I'm starting to look out for is actually going to be Maokai now. Both top laners have played this one top, and we have seen jungle get narrowed up a little bit. I think it's a really big pick, actually, in the top lane. I think oftentimes later on in these series, you get a matchup where just because of the support pool and the engagers being unavailable, you just end up having to take an Enchantress matchup. Now, it's really hard to do so in the Rel, and that is the one big engaged support that's left up on the board and is playable. So I don't know if that's going to be that game, but in terms of pairings as a tank top laner with the Enchantresses, Maokai takes a little bit of time to get into the game, but Maokai is really, really strong in that role. So definitely a pick that I'm going to look out for to see how these teams are going to use it, because you have both top laners able to play it, and then, of course, Tarzan has always loved to play that Maokai in the jungle and has been pretty good at it. So option there, too.
Yone's not banned here. I feel like Yone priority shoots through the roof, as Sejuani is the final ban. But for both these guys, I mean, not only has Shanks been stealing away some of Scout's picks, but the Yone for both of these guys has been impeccable. Shanks hard carrying the last game that they played, and the dominant win in their last series is going to get the nod this time, but Scout has done the same. So I wonder if he has an answer in that regard.
Yeah, also curious how early Rel is going to go in the draft now, as currently Jax we picked up by Awa, so at least a pick that can answer Yone later on in the game if need be. And then Ezreal for Pays. This is for me, the champ that Pays really has stood out for in his entire career, going back to LCK CL2. So really big pick for him. and a lot of mobility showing early here for JDG. I think that's going to lead to a little bit less prio on the Zyra, a little bit more prio on potentially a Lilia here for Tarzan.
I would love to see the Tarzan Lilia. There might be some PTSD from times long ago. Maybe a little bit, whatever Lilia was picked for Tarzan. But I expect
would take
that
Rel.
control to have a lot of say in this one as well. Because you can have a really high pace of play on the Lilia for Tarzan. We'll see what the next lock-in is going to be for AL.
The Maokai's a good option.
Okay.
You can still reach the Ezreal, and this is the matchup where we really started to see Maokai gain popularity in the top lane, being played in the Jack. Still have the opportunity to lane swap really effectively. We all know what Maokai's ult can do. Nature's Grasp is incredibly oppressive when you decide to press R on the map. And now, I think onus really going to be on JDG when you're going up against a Yone. Going to have to find ways to pick him and play around him. Looks to be the Ahri for Scout and trying to set up for that. But at the moment, Anyone's Legend, I really like what they're showing. I think it's you have to find picks on the Lilia in order to take that champion down. And then you have to find ways to slow down Yone. Jax can't do so until way, way later on. And nothing really stops Lilia at the moment besides, I mean, Jax can get in there and then maybe can chain the charm. But opportunity to take a lot of defense here to help that Lilia move throughout. And I think a lot of priority has to be on Rel. So curious to see where that champion falls in the pick ban. I'd probably ban it if I'm AL.
You need some spacing tools. You need something to create some space for you.
I'm banning Rel here. Yeah.
I actually kind of like the Karma ban. Just take away some of that additional poke that you can put down there with the Ezreal. But yeah, taking away any of these kind of wombo combo setups, especially the Misfortune with the way that the Lilting Lullaby works. But you have to expect more of that coming down the line here.
Maybe a Jhin ban here too. Take more setup away.
Ban, you think?
No, not against
AP.
Ezreal.
Yeah,
not against Ezreal. You can leave it up. I think Jin's pretty warranted to get rid of. If you are JDG, instead going to be the Lulu. So maybe a little bit scared of a Jinx Lulu coming out. Interesting.
Okay.
And then Viego. So not worried about the Rel. I think Viego though is. I think Viego's actually a good ban. Like you can just see a reset comp coming out from Shun. Instead, he is going to slam the Lee Sin. You got to believe in the Jhin, and I'm amazed that Rel fell this far in the draft. I think Rel would be a great pickup here for Kyle.
And honestly, been a really, really nice pick for him in general. I think that comp would be very nice for AL to have. You have extreme win conditions, but you also have ways to get there.
Ooh, I prefer Poppy,
the Poppy
this game.
Pretty
now
awesome
you dissuade
here.
Rel.
Yeah.
You don't want to play Rel anymore.
Everybody on their team has jumps and dashes. Literally everybody. Every single person.
I think that you have to kind of... You can Braum here and eat it. Or, use something like that. I think a gauge is needed, so that's why I'm a little bit against Braum. Even if Braum's pretty strong against the Poppy and lane. But, man, I don't like this draft for JDG. I think it's going to be really tough for them to go in and interact with this comp. You're really relying on Ada and the Lee Sin to get stuff done. Also for the Lee Sin Ahri to really pressure mid early. And there's just so much more scaling on anyone's Legend side. I really favor them as this game goes on. So I think AL's draft is a lot easier to set up and win this game.
That's been the name of the game so far across all 3 games for AL. It's been easier to execute, but game 2, they faltered. Now on the blue side, with a comp that seems so strong altogether, they need to play off of that as well. I love that you bring up that kind of early priority between mid-jungle, especially for JDG. But we've seen that this series is hinged a lot on these 80 carries. Do we have thoughts on the kind of Ezreal Jhin matchup and how quickly they can get influential?
I like the Jhin this game because I think that there's plenty of damage on the rest of the comp, so you're just trying to bring control to the table. Ezreal is going to have to be really slippery and buy a lot of time and just try and avoid the Shanks Yone because that's going to be the mission of Shanks in these fights. It's to get on and kill Ezreal. And if he takes care of that, the Lilia should take care of the rest. So... I think it's a good setup for anyone's Legends. Their comp for me, it makes more sense. It's easier to play. I really favor them in this game.
Well, we're getting into game 3. Match point on the line. Grand finals in the view down the road. AL potentially being their first ever appearance in a grand finals as an organization, even back to the Rogue Warrior days. JDG trying to make good on what happened in 2024, the lack of success that that team had, the no international appearance. And here we go into game number 3. Let's hear those Gios and Xian roar. You know, hey, we're in the lull. We're in game 3. It's like hump day. Everybody's take a little bit of time. They were probably getting snacks, stuff like that. Love to hear the crowd still going loud and loud in the arena of Xian. We're seeing a level 1 here. Scout. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. And Shank's gonna be the one to pick it up. Oh goodness gracious. Anyone's Legend just dealt a blow.
Yep, not the start you're hoping for here. And now Anyone's Legends, it's their choice of how they want to split and play this map. Have the opportunity to swap here, and that looks like the choice they're going to make. So not contesting the potential invade from the Ezreal Braum. Very strong level 1 with the Lee Sin. Instead, going to respect it and opt for the split map.
Dude, I'm just getting recollections to their last two. Like, this man, Shanks, destroyed NIP on the Yone. 11-2 was his KDA in that last game. And it started off by him getting a couple kills here and there and just snowballing into so much.
Wow, that's really nice. Actually, really good that Alva gets the first 3 melee creeps here. He's going to take a lot of damage, but should get out. I think it's well worth it. Well played. It was denied from Maokai. Of course, he was going for the split XP, so JDG is winning on the early map XP. That said, Tarzan was actually able to come down and contest the Raptors, so not going to be an even split map here. And we'll see if Flandre is actually able to come up and support Tarzan. This is risky from Shun.
I'm trying to use the speed of the Lilia to get advantage here in the jungle, and Tarzan getting the better of the trade.
This. Yeah. I don't get this from Shun at all. I think he just slowed down his clear for nothing. And
like
now it's not like he can defend this.
Look how fast they are. They're just moving across the map so quickly, and now they're looking to take that 4-man that we've seen consistently in these early games towards topside.
Really don't know why Shun slowed down his game like that. As Tarzan does a nice... he's going to end up being up a camp, even though it was the split map coming out from the Lee Sin. Like, that's not a great start. That being said, start on the top side here, pretty good for Anyone's Legends.
What world are we in when Jin is proxy farming?
Well, we're in lane swap world, Mazel.
We're in lane swap. I am going to be sad when lane swaps are completely
gone.
I think as a niche strategy. No, I've never been fully against lane swaps, honestly. I think that they are interesting as a niche option. The fact that they're completely gone makes me very sad. But like in moments like it just makes like strategy feel like another level for especially teams on this caliber.
It does. And right now, I think the curious part about strategy is the fact that Alma is down XP to the Maokai. So they actually were able to kind of fix this matchup for Flandre, which is pretty good. I'd say
3 blades bot side.
Yeah, that's the one control. Pays is going to be accelerated, so they traded XP on the bot and support for XP in the top side for Anyone's Legend. If they can continue to delay Pays, though. Kyle? Okay, not quite going to find him.
Didn't think he'd be in the dragon pit, I guess. Oh, Shun going for the mid play. Oh, that charm on the minion. That feels so bad for Scout.
Oh, that's actually really big. It's important in this draft that Ahri and Lee Sin are able to set the Yone behind, or else Yone can really be a menace. And will be the one responsible for hunting Ezreal. So the fact that that misses from Scout, he's now down a flash. Opportunity pre-6 to maybe attack.
Man, if anything, support gameplay is jumping in to deny the enemy ADC a cannon minion. You love to see it. Missing getting his own gameplay worth in this early game here. The trade's going to be pretty heavy in mid lane, though, and I'm sure they will continue. We have another minute until Grub spawn. Both teams in this series so far have been putting heavy prevalence on that grub spawn. Dragon left out the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, first grubs are just the strongest objective. You get a 7-minute and change window to try and chunk out plates a little bit if you do get access to these. And Tarzan doing a nice job ramping up this jungle. Will not be able to get a Raptor deny against Shun, but does have a decent item advantage and will be very quick at taking the first spawn in grubs if he's able to do so uncontested. JDG going to have to move up some members if they do want to contest. And we do have the swap coming out from anyone's legend like this. The Jhin is stepping into the mid lane, whereas Shank's going to walk bot and does have TP. So once he dings 6, we'll be able to contest the grub fight or join it if so need be. Now this is going to force Pays up if they want to fight, and will give Shanks a free lane to the bot side. So opportunity for anyone's legend to stall and drop and get some free golden XP onto Shanks if they want to make that decision as well. So the setup for anyone's legend, going to give them a couple good options here. Oh, TP
it's so funny
out.
as well. I mean, this is the traditional
TP.
strategy for the Yone, is just put them in the side lane. Okay, we're getting TPs both in here from AL.
That's a great angle from Maokai.
Oh, Kyle taking half his health there.
Watch
Full
Maokai.
shot available. Flandre. Oh, Kyle tries to get the wall bang out of Pays, but can't get it. Now he's getting low, missing as well. Trading health bars. Oh, TP coming
Charm's
in.
big.
That's going to be massive. Flandre getting a little bit lower, and JDG, they found it. Reset City for Scout. We were asking when he's going to show up. Allah doing a little bit of showing up as well. Scout going for the play. Gets the cleanse out of Hope. And now JDG are stooming forward as now it's everybody falling. Missing
JDG
barely gets out with anything. And that beast I was talking about, well, it's a nice and awake one now.
I mean, JDG just super teamed their way through that fight, living on a 0 HP. Scout found a frame-perfect Q onto Kyle that helped pick up a couple big kills early on to that fight, and anyone's legend just end up taking a fight that really wasn't theirs. I think, importantly enough, they didn't have 6 on their members, no 6 on Lilia, and 6 missing from a couple others. Like, Shanks wasn't able to get in, no 6 on Maokai. If Maokai arrives at this fight with level 6, this all spells the doom of JDG right off the bat, but instead, it's Kyle the one getting chunked out, Pays escaping the flash play from Kyle, and then missing on the Braum. Too tanky to get through between the bonus resistances you get from the W, the Unbreakable too. Start of the fight's just disastrous from anyone's legend. Shanks was never going to get into this one. And so they're pretty much fighting a 5v4. Down strength too, and some great plays coming out from Scout. I mean, Hope, that was actually a hell of a sidestep to try and get out of this one. If he hits that Deadly Flourish, maybe picks up Lee Sin in the back half there too. But yeah, in the end, not enough. And it's going to be Dragon looking to go over JDG. 2 grubs picked up by anyone's legend, but man, disaster of a fight.
That's the kind of play I expect from a guy who has gotten back-to-back MVPs of splits back in 2023, spring and summer. These are the kind. Okay, whatever. We're going to watch that chicken run away. This guy needs to show up, and I love to see it's a start. It's not nearly the distance, but he is starting to show some of the prowess that we expect from Scout.
Really like the answer from JDG out of this too. They have the Ezreal landing into the Yone, and Yone's mid. So not able to stretch the map on a side lane. And you see Shanks, a pretty nice trade here.
Get a little trade.
On the Pays, but still Pays with a press the attack. It's somewhat even.
Now you just wonder about map states. Checking back up on some of those win conditions we were talking about. Shanks obviously still sitting pretty. Nothing wrong has happened to him. He's been getting side lane gold. You're going to have to transition that into strength at some point, but AL's composition helping them in a very dead-even game, even though there's only about 1.7k lead for JDG. What do JDG need to do to continue being proactive?
I think it's just playing off of Shun and Scout. The Lee Sin Ahri, very mobile, ability to make plays. They need to keep on making plays against anyone's legend. And ideally keep on shutting down Shanks. And that's been part of the nice start here. Of course, Shanks did get that first blood, but kept out of the last fight very well by JDG and hasn't been able to really get extended in the side lane yet. As long as he is not, super out of control fed, going to be okay. Does get to that Bork, will be very strong, but still some time for JDG to make plays onto the Yone and onto anyone's legend before they get a couple of these items coming in. I think that really is just going to have to happen off of Shun and Scout, because keep in mind, it's not like Missing's playing that big main engaged support that we're used to seeing out of him.
it's going to be a little bit of a different look for sure. And Shanks, take a little bit of a trade with Kyle right behind him here. Scout's in a bit of trouble. Let's have the Spear, Rush, and Flash available just in case. But yes, that definitely hurts. And even no preemptive setup around objectives or anything like that, as the Dragon had gotten taken by JDG a couple minutes ago. There is another spawn of grubs, though, so we're getting ready to hear that ding of the fight bell going, Cubby.
Scout does have his empowered TP available, so we'll see if he walks or uses it. Is going to cast that one towards bot. So from here, with grubs being 50 seconds out, it's important that Scout's able to clean this up and then start rotating to help the team out.
You can't get caught, though, as Shanks is going ham, trying to get away from everything. Going to use everything to get out. Got some fancy feet, but still gets hit by the charm. Still going to burn that flash. They burned everything on Shanks, so he will not have a lot of tools available.
That is still really well played by Shanks to get out, as all those mechanics were required from him, including the flash, to get out of the Sonic Wave from the Lee Sin. If that connects, I do think that Shun is able to pick that one up in the back half. So still well played by Shanks to survive this. Onslaught, though, on bot. We do have some defense being played by anyone's legend. Deadly Flourish does go sideways from Hope. Just kind of curious how, which team ends up rotating towards the top side faster.
Oh, they actually followed through. They got the kick on a Tarzan. He's going to burn his flash. He's going to burn that lilting lullaby. He's going to be swinging sweet nothings to nobody as now he goes down. Shanks comes through to follow. If Shanks gets kills here, it's huge. But Scout is still gunning him down with this Ari, man. He's had his number this game.
TP away from the grub fight, so doing a lot to try and protect this. JDG should back off this turret and start playing towards the grubs.
Looks like backs will be initiated. Flandre going to try to stop some. Does successfully stop Scouts for the time being. Pings from both sides going towards top side for that grub spawn, but we'll take a look back at this fight.
This is big. Scout burned his flash. I do think that he catches the R there, but tried to greet it and hit it with the R instead. Did guess the Q3. Really nice there. And, of course, Shanks did flash out. Shun finds the Poppy, though. No steadfast presence to stop the Lee Sin. Kyle did his best afterwards. And the fact that Tarzan gets the second Q off, that was really big, because that does lock down the Lee Sin and enables them to always pick up that kill. But my eyes are actually on live at the moment, because Tarzan's back on our screen and on the grubs. JDG didn't shift up towards this one fast enough. I think that Maokai killed their tempo a little bit in the bot side. I think Scout stayed. And Scout has no TP. So JDG deciding to drop this one against anyone's legend. That was a little bit surprising.
That's 5 grubs. That's a ton of siege potential there as well with the might spawns. And now let's see if JDG want to be a little bit more proactive towards the bot side of things with the Dragon spawning in less than 30 seconds. JDG looking for turret plates, though, as they will be falling in less than a minute. And try to scoop up as much of that gold as possible. And a little bit of check-in on top side as well. Alla still going to be doing side lane things, but Tarzan coming to answer with Shanks right behind him. Is the Swirl Seed to slow him down? They don't have the damage just yet, but they're trying to follow it up here with Shanks. And Alla just has to walk away, has flash. Is he going to burn it? Counter-strike, leap strike, and he's out of there.
I think the only way that Shanks might have been able to get that play is if he's able to buffer the Counter-Strike and at least E forward. He still would have been stunned, but it would have saved him a little bit of space, and then maybe you can chase through the Jax, but still had the wave coming in. Was able to get out. Does look like it's going to be the Thimblewinter Jax for Alla later on, so getting a little bit of tankiness in his kit. Necessary in this game. He's going to be on tank duties. But a big thing for me is that next base, Shanks, you got to believe that he's going to have that Bork available. And that's when he starts to get to be a menace in the side lane. That's going to make life a lot easier for anyone's legends, because you will just have the Yone able to get strength, get power on one of the sides, and that gives you something clear to play through and play around for AL.
Shanks going to take a brunt of damage from Scout. But yeah, I mean, this has all been happening to Shanks without him even having that first item. And I think we all know what Yone can do on these item spikes. So I'm very much looking for a uptick in tempo for Shanks to be being a little bit more aggressive in the trades later on. Now, a couple different focuses. Turret goes down in bot side. Dragon going over to JDG, so it'll be second in a row for them.
It does mean feats go over to JDG too, with the tower being picked up, so that is a nice little perk. Really nice on the Acidity boots, getting that move speed buff on things like Ari to help line up a charm can sometimes be the difference between hitting that or not. So, feats, nice little perk here.
They've got AL surrounded here. Is it AL surrounded or JDG surrounded? Spider-Man, meme it out. See what happens. Missing gonna push Tarzan out of the jungle though, and Shun coming around the corner does mean they'll be a little bit more reluctant to continue that fight. I'll taking down the Krugs down here, just doing what a good side lane Jax does, taking everything he sees.
Andre should be able to win this with the
Who's
key
gonna get
magic
it?
damage buff.
Maokai or Fisherman? Who's gonna get it? Nobody. We're just gonna watch the Krug do more damage. Okay, well, Allah actually got it in.
That's an oopsie
No,
though from
okay.
Andre.
He got it. He got it. I'm just saying the observers wanted Flandre to miss that one.
Yeah, you know, you root for the -1s. It's good for content. It's not if you're a fan of the teams.
They really wanted to get a directed cam shot going, but unfortunately, he didn't.
I think they need to zoom in the player cam when they miss a cannon. We just need that like
see
tiny,
the eye twitch.
It's the only way we get to see the minuscule, you know, twitch of like, oh crap, I just missed 90 gold.
All right, we got first items everywhere. And a lot of damage left on the table now as well. Tarzan going to try to block out this blue buff. Does end up taking that one. The Herald had already been started up by JDG and already
Still
taken by
here.
them too. So continuing this neutral objective dominance besides those grub takes. AL scrambling, try to find a defense on top side. Not going to find much of it.
AL do have 5 grubs, and this Borkione, it is finished, so you got to believe that the play is to at least fix lanes and then play into Yone if you are anyone's legend. I think that JDG has done a nice job of defending this so far. It does help that Scout has a bit of an individual lead on the Shanks, as the Buckler is going to take a nice little magical journey.
Oh my god, it went back! Pew!
Wait, it does? Where'd it bounce back to?
I don't know. I want to find it. Observer, where is it? We gotta find it. Where'd it go? I don't see it on the map. Maybe he already took it. He's gonna tell. He got away with it right in front of us.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's the only way he gets out of that one, quite frankly. So well played
Yeah,
by
honestly.
Kyle.
He did have flash, but yeah,
Escaped a bit of danger.
Want to try to bird that one?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
we
that-
see the map state now, trying to see exactly what comes next for both teams. Still a while for those objectives for either side of things, and that's where we can take stock a little bit about what this game can set up to be.
Maokai's trapped. They're rotating from the Maokai. That's W down.
I think
Flandre is
he
in
has
trouble.
flash. He has TP. Maybe he's going to try to do it from the bush.
Oh.
No, they are just signaling they want to fight. Blade of the Ruin King, let's
can't
go,
join.
baby. Tarzan finds the flank. Lilting Lullaby, and Shanks comes in over top. Haymaker, baby, as the turret takes him down. No, he's gone. And JDG have turned nothing into something. Curtain call goes wide, and JDG turned it on Shanks and Flandre.
Scout was top with no TP. I think
TP,
that's why
TP,
they
TP.
took the play. And now Allah's TPing back. Hope.
Oh my goodness, the keeper's verdict channeled up. Who's it gonna hit? Allah does get knocked away as he counter-strikes the air. JDG still come away with a masterful turnaround of that play.
That's top outer gone. Scout was able to pick that up as the rest of the map is being played out. 4v3. Big win for JDG. And the big key was that Shanks got CC locked after that Tempered Fate.
I mean, the fact that he just gets completely locked out, and now we're actually watching a back-end play of this one missing, makes a little bit of a mistake there and ends up giving a kill over to Hope.
Sadly, not the first time that Missing's been caught pissing himself on the map. But, you know, we're going to move on from there.
All right, take a look at this one.
Yeah, so again, Scout, he has no TP in the top side. I think that's what is the trigger for anyone's legend to be like, okay, we're going to TP in and try and take this one. And the start's good. This is a good setup from Tarzan into the ult from Shanks. Lines it up, too, after the Bramble Smash. But the big key was that Shanks got CC locked. So when Allah is able to connect to the Counter-Strike, he gets taken down. He cannot snap back. That means that the damage that would have gone onto Allah also is neutralized. The body blocking then came in to make sure Hope couldn't polish him off with the 4th shot. So JDG just went out cross-map with Scout, or being the one man on the map, not at that fight, and able to take top for free.
A lot of gold given over. JDG about 4,000 gold up now. We'll see if JDG can turn this into a win. Now, that's Nature's Wrath used. That's a big catch out.
That's a Braum
As they are
isolate.
trying to catch Missing yet again. And
No
unfortunately,
flash.
2 times in a row, he will go down. So this is a 4v5 now in favor of anyone's legend. If they want to go ahead and try and take this dragon, would be a first one for them. A Scout is playing in a bush with wards, and he's just going down, completely trounced there, as it's down for the count for the Ahri. And now AL just going to take what they were given and get this dragon. Hope playing with fire here on the Shun, but can't do it.
Poppy diff. The fact that Kyle was just able to flash with a steadfast presence, find the execute on the Scout's Ahri. It's a freebie. It's a strength of Poppy against a champion like that, right? You don't have the escape if you're not able to react to the flash and get out. Scout unable to. Will be objectives pressured by JDG. It's not like that dragon was taken for free. Top inner does fall. Rift nearly crashes and destroys the mid inner. And they're going to use the push they had off the waves to actually start the Otacon. Anyone's Legends, you get to respond to it, but I think Missing's a bit of a giveaway. They're going to start moving their way up north, and it will just be tempo loss for JDG. They can't stick the objective.
That is brutal as well. Trying to take advantage of the map state they were in. A little bit of that advantage they had. Faltering just a little bit. This is a much more even game. It feels like then maybe this little bit of a lead JDG has shows on paper. We're going to take a look back at that last fight.
Again, I mean, as we take inventory here, Missing gets caught by the Deadly Flourish, and then he has no sums. So I think Missing, if he wants to protect himself there, he has to R the Maokai before he gets in range to Twisted Advance him. It's the only way that he would have bought enough space to get out. And then, of course, as you highlighted, Mazel, Scout is on a ward that's not spotted. So Kyle, guaranteed access to that play with the popping of the W, the flash, the E, gets the wall bang, gets the shutdown on the Shanks, who now has that completed shield bow to add to his strength as well.
We're getting closer and closer to that 3-item spike for Shanks, where he will just become God among men on this Summoner's Rift game. As now, Flandre looking to be the preemptive warding, at least with those saplings for the team. Gonna need to use that utility here, because the biggest worry right now for anyone's Legend is them getting picked apart at the seams across the map. There's so much side lane pressure now with Ala, and you're not going to have much of a response there for them just yet, as we did get Fimbulwinter completed there for Flandre too.
I think this is where Maokai is so nice, though. Of course, the saplings provide the scouting, but also, what truly kills Maokai this game? Jax is probably the best person that does it, but with the Fimbulwinter build, I think Bramble Smash is enough to at least keep him at bay and buy some time. Ahri and Ezreal sure as hell aren't doing it. And the treads feel really nice this game as well. Being frontline, it helps you with just deal with the CC that can come out from the Maokai, or the Braum that's guaranteed onto the Maokai. And then the Ahri too. I think it's just, Maokai gets a lot of value this game. And the Lilia has finally started to out-ramp. The Lee Sin is missing, getting caught yet again.
Gonna pop the Glacial Fissure.
That's the R.
The curtain call comes out. He can't tank that one. Lilting Lullaby. There he goes. Shank's gonna commit that Fate Seal to take him down. Nothing else gonna come of it from that, but our Atacon is up on the top side of the map as well. JDG are gonna be missing.
Just not paying any respect to the Maokai, the Lilia. Like, these slows and the ability to just kind of close the gap onto Braum. Again, his CC is not instant. He needs help. He needs teammates. And the last couple of times, he's been playing too far up. So some good picks coming out here from anyone's Legend. Just getting a little bit of gold back. Some of their carries buying themselves a little bit of time on the map to at least help reset things in their favor. And again, this game state, I think as you highlighted, Mazel, yes, JDG has the lead on the scoreboard, but given the drafts, the comps we have, this game feels even right now.
Wouldn't have it any other way in an upper finals clash for a ticket to the grand finals. And I know both teams, it means a lot to. We already talked about JDG's kind of redemption run, but AL on the verge of success for this organization for the first time. At the backs of Mercenary Tarzan, who just seemingly has the stuff to get teams to these kinds of positions, I guess. We'll be taking a look at AL moving towards top side, try to push out JDG's advance into their jungle. Scout is just he's dead. Shanks, Giga Gap Scout. He's gone, and now AL have the advantage.
That was a hella good chunk. I thought it was just a chunk. Instead, that's his life, and that Scout, he has TP maybe when he spawns. It's coming off cooldown, but that's 30 seconds with no mid laner. Baron
just lose
spawning, but they're
Atacon.
already on the Otacon.
I mean, they could go from the Atacon into the Baron if they want to. That is
It's a
one of
TP
the
already from
biggest
Ala.
fumbles I've ever seen. And right before it all happens, Atacon is now the focus. TP coming in. Can JDG make up for this? Keeper's Verdict goes through. Look at Shun. He's
Kyle.
trying to get in there. He's locked out. So much CC onto him. He tries to get back in, but he goes in and goes down. That's the Atacon GA
Goodbye,
for
Missing.
AL. And they are just going to take Missing out once again. Add him to the tally board as Ala goes for a 3-man. But he's starting to get some of these Atacon GAs. Oh, Fate Seal goes wide, but he still is going to kill Paze. Paze is gone. That's 673 smackaroos right to Shanks. Going back in is trying to get something to Scout and all of these solo laters that we said were so pivotal for their teams. And they will pick up the stragglers here, but the damage has been done.
Andre's going to walk his way out. Still has the Otacon, but that's a lot of gold that went back into the pockets of anyone's legend. Cutting that gold deficit to 1.5K and giving themselves control over the Rip before this upcoming Dragon 2 can even the score there and prevent another soul point, as we might have a fight right on after. But the setup from anyone's legend and just JDG, again, they don't have great trigger pull with this comp. It's got to be Ari, Lee Sin, or Braum finding the engages. That's not as sound, not as clean as what anyone's legend has with the Maokai, with the Poppy. I think that's been a big difference maker, as the setup for Shanks has been so sound in these fights. And we'll see if they can find another one with the objective being started. Kyle.
Dude, this Poppy pick is the bane of all of JDG's existence. Every single one of them has something that the Steadfast Presence can stun them on. And Kyle, the performance of a lifetime here, as he has been one of the most solid members of anyone's legend. We'll see him continue to do so as they get the stop on Missing. Oh my god. They still have one of the GAs available to them as well, and Missing goes down. They're going to transition this straight into a Baron, and AL have taken the lead for the first time here.
And you're so vulnerable as Braum going up against a Lilia and a Maokai, and Missing is just paying absolutely zero respect to this. He's just walking in and dying for all these fights. Baron has been started. Flandre is the one that's trying to zone. Scout gets out of the Deadly Thirst. Flandre still has the Otacon. Revive up.
Okay, well, they do end up getting that.
He has no TP.
Look at the True Shot Barrage onto a couple members here. Try to get a little bit of a stop.
I was going to stick it.
Okay, he's got the Baron Empowered Recall, so it doesn't matter. He is out of there, so multi-big objectives gained by anyone's legend.
I mean, control the game gained by anyone's legend off the back of that play. Again, I mean, we're going to go way back in time. Shanks with a solo Boldo on the Scout. He just has enough here, I guess. Good combo. So. Squeezed in a couple autos, the Qs, making sure these max and everything out. No cancels in there, so that's clean. Speaking of cancels, though, Shun, pretty hard point, at least into the Poppy, my friend. I mean, does his best to get back into the pit with this Sonic Wave, but the Otacon falls before. Gets taken out, and like these fights for JDG, it was a game where they had leads. They were up 4K at one point, but just never really able to get in to the game because their fights, they haven't had a fight that's better, and their team fight's so much harder to execute. I think it's just really tough for JDG. Lilia is just abusing their composition with Maokai in the back half.
Oh my god, we go back to live. They've got a TP coming, Lilting Lullaby to follow it up. They've got the curtain open. Tarzan was looking for an entrance, but then Nature's Grasp also used by AL. That's a lot of tools down. They've got Ala, who is looking for a side fight into the back line, going for the Counter-Strike early. JDG feeling a little bit more confident now as the health bars for AL are struggling. There's still the Baron push to deal with, though, and the mid lane turret is worse for wear. Shun is forced out of the fight. The Glacial Fissure is just used into there, and they're trying to find a little bit of defense on the scene. Shun goes in. Shun is gone. Nothing else matters. You've lost a major engage for your team, and you have to play on the defensive for JDG.
I mean, you went on the Maokai. Guess what? You got Twisted Advanced. The damage is nulled, and Maokai lives. So JDG, again, just continue to fall on the back foot. Shank's going to burn his aura to try and chunk Paze.
If that's Swirl Seed
successfully.
Hits, Paze is dead.
Yeah, that's going to be another turret falling. As, again, just the comp for anyone's legend, it's just rolling over JDG later on. The ability for this front line, the Maokai and the Poppy with the Lilia, there isn't a way for the front line of JDG to really interact with the front line of anyone's Legend. Nothing can shut down the Lilia right off the bat. It has to be like a Counter-Strike flash or a Charm flash from JDG. If not, Lilia gets to run rampant. Also, the Maokai. Just dealing with the Lee Sin and the assist with the Lilia, with the Poppy to just lock down these targets and just make it really easy for the front line of anyone's Legend to set up. This game's been too easy for AL. I do not like the draft that JDG had in this one. I feel like they didn't really have a true win con to get through this game, and I think that this is not the game for Braum. You really need main engage or just something to threaten, like even a Blitzcrank here, just to try and threaten or pick Lilia. Braum cannot do that against Lilia, and Lilia's been able to just run free. It's been really hard.
Shanks on 3.5 items now. I mean, we said it from the beginning. It was a major point for me going to this series. Draft matters so much between these two teams. The mechanical skill level, I'd say they're about even there. But when it comes to draft, what tools you have for yourself, it matters so much. And AL just getting the better of JDG across 3 games. Yes, JDG came back in game 2. They got that win, but AL have looked dominant. Now they've got JDG backs against the wall on this bottom side here. You've got massive item spikes for both carries and Shanks and Hope, and all the utility you could ask for to push forward. Okay, we're just going to go again. Send the kitty cats.
That's at least
like the most least threatening.
Dude, honestly, I like that one. We just send the kitty cats at the cat tower. We just get to all have a ball. They take
all
it
get
down.
to have a good time. It's like going to a cat cafe. Except this one may be a little bit dark and scary for JDG. I don't know. Maybe it's a terror cat cafe. Yeah, that's like a whole nother niche. It could be like a horror cat cafe. Somebody needs to do that for Halloween. That's all I'm saying.
None of them are declawed. Good luck.
Oh, no. They're normal cats in a room that haven't been declawed. Have fun. Let's see what happens. And somebody's dressed up as Meowkai. We did just get the Lord Doms completed for Hope, so going for more of that tank shredding ability. We're getting this comp to a state of just unkillableness.
I think this one's wrapped, man.
It's so hard.
It's got to be such a massive misplay from anyone's Legend to get out of it, like get themselves, grasping defeat from the jaws of victory in this game. I think that if you are JDG, it has to come off of a hero kick or a hero charm from Shun or Scout, who just weren't able to get the game going as fast as they needed it to be. Ava is strong and can break the Yone later on, but I just don't think that it's enough. And there should be enough control in the fight. It's going to need like a really big engage, a really big opener to the fight from either Shun or Scout. There's certain things.
Yeah, there's like certain things that to go perfectly picture perfect right that JDG can find ways into it. It doesn't start by getting ulted in the side lane and dying to a jungle Lilia. Oh, God. Oh, no. Come on, get over the wall. Oh, Kyle, stop him. Oh, my God. Poppy is literally Exodia in this composition, and it's over. That's all I'm going to say. Kyle had the trump card to JDG, and there's just nothing they can do about it.
And making sure that no one's able to hop, skip, or jump anywhere as long as this Poppy and Steadfast presence is on the map. As Kyle has been a Steadfast thorn in JDG's side this game. Again, the Poppy, we saw that at R5 as well. We're just like, why was I talking about Rel? Why was I wasting time talking about Rel when this Poppy
It was a ban. But now we're in the Baron pit now, and should maybe 5th time's the charm? Can he steal it? Can he do it? He's immediately pushed out of the pit, and that's another objective for anyone's Legend.
Like how disciplined AL were with their tools. Just use the Nature's Grass, use the Keeper's Verdict, even if it doesn't connect. It was bought enough time to get Shun out of there. Speaking of buying enough time to get out of there, Shanks actually might be in trouble.
No. Scout looking for an angle with the charm. Has that Spirit Rush. Going to pop
Shanks
it
flash.
there. Tarzan trying to block off a lot of the damage. My God, Hope. That was one shot from an opening barrage. Doing a chunk of Scout's health. So Hope also bringing up the back end of the damage profile here with that Lord Doms.
Yeah, I mean, Jin gets to late game, and those 4th shots, they do hit pretty hard. You need one there. It's not like Hope. It's not like Jin's worthless when he gets super late. Just a little bit of a different damage pattern than other ADs.
It's got a cleanup specialist.
I mean, late game Jin's actually really slept on. Like, your auto attacks just hit like bricks.
Because everybody is unsuspecting of the little Jin.
Well, yeah, your passive's kind of nice for making sure that your bullets are a little bit thicker than most too. But
some thick bullets, Covey. I like that. I don't think I've ever heard that in my life, but I like thick bullets. All right.
I mean, they got to take longer to shoot for some reason, man. They hit pretty hard.
Just imagine a customized revolver for him. Now we take a look at that initial play on bot side here.
I mean, Tarzan just utilizing Lilia pretty well. You stack enough move speed where no matter what Jax does, can't get to you, and then Lilia just shreds you over time. And that's the steadfast presence
that's
of...
so dirty.
Dude, we sent Kyle over... We, like, sent the wrong person skydiving there. It was Kyle instead of the Jax, you know?
He's allowed to
the
move.
water.
Allah not allowed.
Yeah, it's supposed to bouncy house into the water.
So let's take a look here, Covey. That's a GA, by the way, for Shanks. He is almost full build. Has the Quicksilver Sash in hand. Allah getting closer to his 4th item. We are getting to that point for JDG. But Shun can't get caught out. Like, how is this rinse and repeat every time? No, he couldn't get the Hex Tech portal. He'll just fall. And it's Kyle, of all people, that takes the kill there. Now AL looking to use this movement speed. Is that the flash? No, it's Bambi coming from the jungle here. Pace trying to stave off them on Missing, but Missing just goes down to the shot from Hope. And now Pace has overextended himself. He's trying to get away. No! Oh, you can't be doing that. You just doomed yourself as he's going down. Flandre takes the kill. And now Shanks is chasing down Scout. Fate sealed, wall bang, and Kyle looking to get another one in the market of tallies of kills he's had. And Hope is putting him down as now Allah is in a 1v5. He got one back, but it's too little, too late. And AL, they slowly but surely take down the last gasp effort of JDG. And AL are looking to put themselves one game away from history for the organization. It's off the back of Tarzan. It's off the back of Hope. And it's off the back of these legends being everything. Game 2 to anyone's legend. And now it's 2-1 over JDG.
When we came into the series, I said that it was going to be anyone's legend 3-0 because of how much better their jungle support duo was playing than JDG. I think that Lee Sin Braum, I mean, I don't like that pairing. I think it's hard to play in that draft going up against stuff like Poppy Lilia. But Missing and Shun just got completely outplayed as that game went on. I mean, the entire game was being dictated by Tarzan, by Kyle on this Poppy. And just slowing down the game to at least get to a point where they had enough items where they could start to feel like they got their fight online. Once that happened, it was all anyone's legend. The only fight that didn't go their way was the one where Shanks wasn't able to get back to his original, I think his E, and he got CC locked under the tower. After that, it was all them. So I really feel like that draft, there wasn't a lot that JDG could do in that game to come back. I think it was a much stronger draft from anyone's legend, but still, Shun and Missing, we keep on seeing games where these guys are just invisible. And I think we really saw that in that game.
It's very unfortunate as well when we've had some high highs from both guys. I mean, again, Missing the guy they stuck around with, but Shun even having some bright moments with a lot of bad. But you can't walk away from series like this and see some of these bad moments and say that everything's going to be okay. And I think AL taking full advantage of that. And that's what I want to super zoom in and focus on. AL's drafts have been killer. I mean, we know them to have good drafts. They've had good drafts all split long, but it feels unplayable in a lot of these situations. It feels like that bar of execution is so easily reached with what they've got going for them. And yes, Fearless makes that difficult moving forward, but AL just have the preparation and the number of JDG.
I just don't think that their champions get to do anything into Maokai Poppy. I thought the Maokai, taking that on 3 with just the Jax showing with the Ezreal was already such a smart pick just to lock down your top side. And then how did Poppy make it all the way through that draft, man? Like, you're playing Lee Sin, Ahri, Jax, and we don't ban the Poppy, especially in Game 3 where a lot of the powerful supports are already missing. I was spending so much time talking about Rel being the last big engaged support. Right? And I think, I mean, I'm like, oh, Rel, Lilia, Leone, like, that sounds good too. But
because it had been banned the other games, I'll give you that, all right?
Yeah. Like, if I'm taking Poppy into that top side, like, oh my God, that feels so good. And we saw both Maokai and Poppy interact so well with that comp on so many different occasions. Lilia couldn't be picked in the sense, like, if you play against Lilia, you have to pick her. You have to take her out of the fight before she ramps up. There weren't tools that were available to do that for JDG past the 15-minute mark. So JDG's comp did really struggle as that game went on. And props to AL for at least playing slow enough to get to the point where it felt like their draft was pretty unlosable.
I just have to say, what the addition of just 2 players does for an organization, for a team, but not only that, when it's Flandre and Tarzan who are the guys that come in, like mercenaries coming from abroad, coming into this team. I mean, these bot trio, this was a team that was building themselves up slowly. Last year, we were actually seeing some good things from Anyone's Legend, but the immediate flop over to being one of the best teams in the LPL with the addition of Flandre and Tarzan, the flexibility it gives you in the draft, the style of play in-game that it gives you. It has been a wonder to watch. And they're just buffing up what was already there, Cubby. That's the biggest thing here. Is it still Hope and Shanks who are hard carrying? Kyle having hell of a performance across all of his series pretty much. But the addition of Tarzan and Flandre levels them up that much further.
Yeah, it just feels like the top side is pretty stable for AL, and it enables more moments where we do see good moments from Shanks and Hope, which we've seen a pretty good amount of today. I think Shanks still playing really well. Game 1 from Shanks on the rise. He was a baller. This game on the Yone, this is a bit of an oopsie, but I mean, he just didn't snap back soon enough, right? It's not like the setup was there. It was pretty sound. Overall, I mean, you highlighted the first pick Yone being an option here. It's just to deny from Scout and play for Shanks. And yeah, Anyone's Legend made really good use of it. We'll see if they can win an expected red side game for game 4 to put this one away early. But I mean, Shanks was a massive difference maker. That solo kill really opened things up for Anyone's Legend and got the game rolling to the point where you couldn't come back from it. And you're going to see as these fights roll on how tough it is for the JDG frontline to just interact with Anyone's Legend. Just not a lot of options for them here. As well as, you know, you can see Missing just getting farmed for the back half of the game. That's fun times.
Multiple times. I mean, both Shun and Missing were like 0-5.
He got absolutely farmed as the Braum, and it's fine,
you know? It was very, very tough to watch for sure. And you have to remember with this series, JDG still have a second life, AL still have a second life. But BLG and Top Esports are waiting down there in that lower bracket. You do not want to be a part of that mess. You do not want to be on that. And you just love it. As you know, as your Braum accolades would say, you're just having a good time going over this one up.
It's just, he just got farmed. I don't know what else to say, man. That pick was so utterly useless this game, and the way it was played was also so utterly useless this game. Braum had no value. It was a bad pick.
Yeah. I think that there could have been other options. I think it just was difficult as well the way it got executed. But that's where we can talk about the positives here. Maybe not JDG so much, but AL, who are on match point. And now we have to think who would have gotten MVP in this one. If it's not Shanks, I don't know what to say. I mean, Kyle deserves a lot of shout out there, but I think you're going
it's
with like the Glitz. I would love for it to be the Kyle one, but I think the Glitz and Glam is that it was Shanks winning the fights.
No, it's probably Tarzan.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it's
okay.
I'd give it to
Kyle
Kyle, but I think it's
Tarzan.
Sad. Yeah.
I mean, those
hearing the music.
Yes!
Yeah, Kyle! Dude, the LPL player of the games are so much more based than LCK. Like, the Keck W media votes are, like, actually a real thing over there, which is a lovable joke, because they always do. But there are a lot more times where I sit here and I'm like, okay, we got it right. Props to Kyle. The Poppy pick was huge that game. It made JDG's comp so much more unplayable.
Yeah, it did.
And yeah, Kyle had a really solid performance, so props to him.
He did. Congratulations. That actually is super hype that Kyle gets it. Well, JDG need answers. They got to figure out something. They're going to be on blue side. They have some options to go. We've seen strength from this team before, but they do not want to go down to that lower bracket. And there is one game away from Anyone's Legend booking that grand finals ticket for the first time. We're going to send it away to a little break. We'll be back after that for game number 4. We're back one and all to the LPL English unofficial coverage of LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're going into game 4. When it came to this split, would you expect JDG to be in this position against AL? I don't know, but here we are nonetheless. AL with a match point to get to grand finals.
Technically, Demacia Cup was before the split, so maybe,
You're
actually.
not wrong. You're not wrong. Kelsey's going to be sitting there just saying, I told you who won Demacia Cup gets them an LPL championship.
I mean, currently, I'm regretting the fact that I walked in and told production, actually, I think it's a 3-0 after going over the tape and not a 3-1. So I could have been in the Kelsey group. Like, I feel pretty good right now. But I will say that I did change my prediction for BOGTT, and that one was 100% right. Or no, JDG
flopper.
And that was 100% right.
Well,
it's not flopping. It's called I do more homework, and then I adjust
right.
based on, there's a deadline for sending these in, and then a deadline for when I cast the day, and I'm still doing work in between, which is good.
Shout out to Kai throwing up the question mark ping on the Cubby. No big deal.
Don't worry about
Anyways, I think I still hear those silver scrapes down the way. We'll see if we get to that point here, because this is match point for anyone's legend. And that's where we need to talk about the nitty gritty. Keep adding those question mark B's. It's going to work out. What works for JDG here, Cubby? Like, what is the ticket? What gets us to 5 games? You just need to win this game.
If you just need to win one game, I would say put Missing on Rakan. This brother has not been playing good league for the split. You ready for JDG's KDAs rolling into the day?
Oh, no.
Ada 5.7, Shun 4, Scout 6.5, Pays 7.1, Missing 2.4. Now, KDAs aren't everything when talking about a team, but sometimes they can say something. I feel like Missing's been dying a little bit too much to have a 2.4 KDA and a team that's pretty winning.
Yeah. It does feel
been a tough split for Missing.
On the other side of things, when Kyle is like hard carrying that
it's the
last
Thanos
game.
Poppy game and then plays it out like it's a Thanos Poppy game. It feels bad,
And that's where I think it's so important to highlight the strength that Kyle has been to this roster. I mean, coming over from Live Sandbox, even those first couple months last year, wondering what this guy brings to the table. Why bring this guy in? He brings so much. Not only is it flexibility in the draft, this is the guy that was bringing out crazy picks last year. This is where Fearless shines, and he is able to pick apart the meta and find things that work.
A chance for him to show off some of his creativity in this upcoming game. It was a Game 5 Shen in their last series. Of course, we are in Game 4. I think that he's actually looked pretty decent on the Enchantresses, and we're about getting to that point where outside of Rakan and Rel, a lot of the big engaged supports are off the board, so you have to start really thinking about, hey, is a Jinx Lulu going to come out, right? Am I going to get Zeri Yumid, something that we're starting to see in the back half too. So I expect to maybe see a Lulu ban or two, and then also see Pays continue to be denied his Caitlyn. I think that that's very warranted, and with, I guess Jinx is somewhat of an answer that you could play into it, but a lot of like the high priority, at least utility answers are gone. So then you'd have to be playing carry into carry, which can be risky up against a Caitlyn, as of course Caitlyn does have a lot of raw strength in the early stages of the game.
All right, what's CV Max got in the tank here for JDG? Back on the blue side, back where it matters, and back into the game. Game number 4 here on the horizon. Bans across the table. You see all those bans at the bottom of your screen. Everything that's already been played that is no longer available. Now we go into JDG's bans of the Galio. We've got that Nocturne. On the other side for anyone's legend, it's that classic Rumble. I expect Skarner to be somewhere in there as well.
Hey, there he is.
Woo! It's almost like it's been banned in every single game of the LPL split except for one. It's crazy.
All right, MF being banned out. I think that anyone's legend has a choice about what to do with Sejuani. You do have the option to take away Sejuani here if you want. But I think that this is what JDG might be setting up for with the early pick. As Kalista is now going to be forced to be banned out too, as the 3 most powerful picks, what a lot of people are taking away on red
Alex
side.
meme is coming alive. Alex meme is happening. I don't know if we can get it on
it's
screen.
Sejuani time.
I don't know if we could get Alex's tweet on screen, but it was a banger and a half.
The one tricks are gone. It's Sejuani time.
You know? Go to the Sejuani. It's what's left open. It's something that has been banned away so far this series, but because the misfortune ended up joining the ban table, that is the first pick for Shun, trying to find stability of that jungle role because something needs to be stable for JDG.
Potential for that Sejuani to be quite stable as the blind Camille comes out. Only things that you see later on in Fearless. But hey, no Jax, no Renekton on the board, no Poppy on the board either. So a lot of tools that you could use to take care of Camille now going to be off the table.
True.
You have that point and click with the lockdown with the Hextech Ultimatum, and now you get that Super Mega Infernal Bomb over the top too from Hope.
I think also when we were talking about Flandre earlier, that kind of target selection nature of him, that's going to be very nice to have on the Camille. There is the Rakan.
They got missing his
getting
Rakan.
everything
Okay.
you wanted, all right?
He got his best champion, guys. Missing might be good this game. We'll see.
Look at the smile. He knows. He knows. He knows.
You have the option to drop support if you're crazy, and that would involve a Blitzcrank game. But I think you just take the Rel here if you are anyone's legend. Unless you want to really drop support.
Left.
Because you just can't pair Enchantresses with the Ziggs. But you could really switch things up here. Keep in mind that Ziggs, we haven't really seen it played mid in the LPL, but it is technically a flex. We expect this to be the Shanks Tristana and the Hope Ziggs. But this is a demolition duo. I mean, we shred turrets if you're anyone's legend so far.
They got side lane pressure already. They have destroying turrets. That's the thing. That's what I keep coming back to with this Anyone Legends team. They know what they want. They draft so efficiently. They have tried and true strategies that they're working towards in these drafts, where sometimes for JDG it feels a little bit lost and wandering. But we'll see this time around if they can tie things together with that Zeri pick as well, needing some support in the damage profile.
I will say, we just haven't highlighted this one yet. Chance for Camille to be flexed at support, so maybe that's why we didn't see something like a Rel locked in there. That said, Silas being taken away pairs very well with the Sejuani. Maybe an Akali ban here too, as just something else to deny from Scout. Another melee that would synergize well. Instead, going to take away the Aurora. So Scout's Akali could be something that we see in this draft. Curious if anyone's legend decides to take more control into it. Option for a tank, it's there. It's always nice against Akali, but then you're picking a tank into this area and kind of allowing her to ramp up throughout a fight.
Wondering now if you continue to go towards Tarzan pool and try to take away some of the glue. That's a good ban. That is a really good ban.
They didn't take the Rel though. I think you have to ban Rel.
Tough. But the Zac from Tarzan was literally game breaking in Demacia Cup.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's something where even if you miss the elastic slingshot, you can still try and find engage onto the Zeri. But you were already going to pick Akali, which plays around Zac really well. I just think that letting the Rel go through here is a big mistake. I don't agree with that one at all.
They get the Wukong. They go ahead and get the Wukong for Shun. So it's going to be potentially some flexibility. Maybe go into Shun, maybe go into Ala.
I think it's Wukong top. You play that in the Camille.
I like it. I think it's good. Also, Ala.
You can interrupt the hook shots.
Gonna have a lot of impact in the team fights as well. See what Hale want to go with their last pick. This was counter pick for them. See if they want to go with anything a little spicy. It's the Shen locked in again. All right, we gotta see where we're going here.
But it's Jungle Shen.
Is it the Jungle Shen?
Yeah.
It's River Shen. It makes it back from all the way from like 2016. We're back. We're so back.
So Wukong gets a lot of value this game. I think Wukong, your ability to tank bust and be big, Wukong has the potential to be really big this game. So I like this draft a lot better for JDG compared to some of the past ones. The one issue is that Akali, you have to get through a Shen ult now if you're going to execute one person. So I think that really does nerf the value of Akali. Tarzan Shen pick. And interesting how it can warp the
step up then. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. If he has good mechanical skill in this and has good movements in team fight, like he can wipe the floor with AO.
But like playing into Akali now in side lane because you have a Shen on your team is definitely an option. So the 1-3-1 just got a lot better for anyone's legend with the Shen pick. It's actually kind of playable now, where I didn't think it was very playable beforehand. So we'll see.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It is JDG's upper bracket hopes on the line. Literally. Hope on the other side. All the track record between him and JDG and the failures that were all these years later being the one in multiple games to deal that defying blow. AL 1 game away from the first ever Grand Finals appearance between their org and Rogue Warriors. And it is going to be JDG with a need to win 2 games back to back in this one.
It'll be tough, of course, if they do win this game. We have a 1v1 for side select in Game 5. Quite fun.
We do indeed. See how loud the crowd is getting into Game 4. We're getting into it. AL crowd definitely out in force here, missing. Oh, he gets stopped. He has to burn the flash. That is tragic for the hopes of JDG. Not over, but tragic.
Every time missing's been on my screen, I just feel like a disaster is happening. You know? Been tough.
Happens, I guess.
Been really tough for missing.
Well, hey, it wasn't First Blood. It's just a flash. We'll see if it gets revisited too. We have the Shen Jungle for the first time in 4,237 days since 2013.
Dude.
From way off on LMQ, do we have a Shen Jungle? Tarzan breaking the mold.
I mean, Shen Jungle's been a thing in between that a few times. Apparently LPL is just like, you know what? This pick doesn't do boom boom damage. We're out. So I guess the pick was a little bit ignored, but hey, that's okay.
But now it does do boom boom damage.
Yeah, it does have the Hellblade, so we'll be bursty at the moment, though. We have the 3-wave setup being played here by anyone's legend as Flandre can try and sneak in to get some of the melee XP. Did at least get 1. Looks like that is about it, though. Whereas, of course, Awa went for the leech, so is sharing XP in mid.
Now we have to see.
No way.
Oh, no, don't do it. Don't auto attack it. Don't do it. Kyle's gonna steal it from him. Okay, he's not. Maybe he walks back.
I mean, Ala's coming.
I think Kyle maybe just cooked himself there for that one. Hope is on his way. He has that crash down to get out of there. So Ala will come towards top side. And speaking of some history, 4,000 days is a lot. You know, 1,000 is as well. Over 1,000 days since a Wukong top has been played, and that was ZS on Ultra Prime.
Oh, this Wukong is actually going to get access to a lot. Between splitting the XP in mid early and then being able to take all this. Actually not a bad setup whatsoever for the Wukong. Flandre, meanwhile, is being relatively healthy in the bot lane. And Rakan did leave that, so...
Oh my god, Scout. He's just getting gapped. One more auto. No! Shanks! He auto-attacked the turret. Oh, no. That is a feels bad, man. The crowd is going nuts.
Oh, not like this, Shanks. Oh, you've been so good today, Shanks. That was unfortunately not so good. But attempt was made. Flashes are down for each of our mid laners. So opportunity for each jungler to visit. That is advantage, says Juani for sure. He did. That is advantage, says Juani for sure. Going to be much easier for Sej to impact that mid lane. As we do have Missing making his way up towards the top lane. Oh, not again. I don't want to watch this again.
I want directed cam. I want slow-mo. I want 0.25 speed. I want to see this in real time.
He has the bone plating. He got Lethal Temple off because he weaved it
a few autos during the Shroud. He literally had it.
Oh, he 100% has this. But, I mean, the one option that you can have, the guarantee, the fact that doesn't connect, you can turn on the player option setting, and yeah, you have one person in the stands laughing at that, then the other one, like hand behind his head, like, what just happened? And that's the play that I make at home, not what these guys are supposed to make.
True. But maybe that's a little microcosm into this conversation between these two mid laners, because The juxtaposition of Scout's legacy and him rebuilding himself on JDG after failures on LNG, that's all good and well, but this guy is a world championship. This guy is a multi-time LPL championship. Like, the fact that Shanks has been building up to this, was a WE developmental prospect, and now coming over to AL and really finding his ground. He has been taking names this split, and it's been some of the best in the business that he's been putting down.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been massive. There's been no question about that when it comes to Shanks. But I don't care who you are. That's a roughie right there. That is free gold escaping because we did not right-click well. But you know what? A lot of time to make up for that in the rest of the game. Kind of like how Missing still has time in the series to make up for what's been Missing series so far. And he is on his best champion in Rakan in this. So hopefully we can see something from Missing. Because at the moment we are seeing Hayes be forced out. Missing did walk to try and impact the mid lane. We are 30 seconds before Grubs. I think important to note that Hope did already burn that TP. So any HP that he's taken in terms of damage, he's stuck with no more pots and no TP. That's a decent chunk they have onto the Ziggs already, so not bad.
A little bit of standoffishness between these two, but now we have the Grubs coming up, and both teams have been putting a heavy reliance on this first fight.
Fondre's here. This is not going to be expected here for JDG. If Shun starts this up, ability for Camille to re-engage, but Flandre is dropping the wave bot for this. So if they don't make a play fast, and they're going to lose a wave and a half, a wave and change of resources in the bot side for making this play.
Okay, I wonder if we actually see a contest. Kyle playing pretty aggressively on this top side, but it's going to be the wave push going in from JDG and moving down towards these Grubs. AL have already taken a couple. See if they want to sneak in here and get a third. At least it's going to go over to JDG. So we'll have another split. Get the TP out.
Okay. Fondre did get a base in, so we'll be on Ala to get a base and match that. We expect the Trinity Force out of Wukong top for sure. Option to go Titanic Hydra. We've seen that a little bit as well. You just get very tanky as the Kong, but I like the Triforce. I feel like Wukong with the resources, you can get a lot of work done. I think that's just going to be the right call early on. This looks to be where Ala's heading. Have some options with the Big. We shall stay tuned and see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this kind of game. When I was saying earlier, you expect a lot of action in the first couple games, then for it to taper off and be a little bit more reserved in the later games. That's where I feel like we're settling now in a game number 4. AL feel like they're really in a good position with their compositional strength. And JDG maybe the ones that need to be a little bit more proactive. And so both teams playing very reserved in a situation that matters a lot. I mean, like we said so many times, and I'll say it again a million times probably, like, you don't want to go to lower bracket in the LPL playoffs. You're in upper bracket right now, it's great. BLG is there. They are lurking like a titan underneath the water, and it is terrifying.
The mid laner that's won the last 4 LPL splits, yeah, he's on that team, and I wouldn't want to face him in the playoffs.
So you want to try to get your ticket now. And Dragon is started up here from JDG's side of things. Tarzan is down here with Flandre, and the rest of the team is on their way down. JDG going to move first, though they have 4 bodies.
Scout has no TP. They will have numbers here when Triss gets here.
Yeah, I think JDG just realized that.
They got to give
everybody in synchron to get out, as now Dragon taken over in priority by AL. I don't think JDG have any say in this game.
Shanks will have TP coming up to try and match top. Instead, it's just a wave kill top. But frankly, the 2 waves that we've seen given by anyone's legend, it's led to Grubs and led to Dragon. I'd say, I mean, we're not going to remember those waves here in about 5-10 minutes, right? So
true.
Overall, I'd say pretty worth it here. To start off for anyone's legend. Good use of their triple TP setup, as they've been able to use them to catch up on waves that they've dropped. And those dropped waves have led to the first 2 objectives, so well played.
Dead even game here, but we are getting the level 6s for supports. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb used preemptively onto Paze. Just get some poke damage down. Now that we're getting the level 6s for supports, Engager is going to have a little bit more say in this one. We're also getting closer and closer to those first item spikes as well. The thing about it, though, is a marksman comp in mid lane, especially with a Tristana, needs to have some items under it to really be efficient, especially even with the Ziggs, too.
And frankly, I'm surprised that Shanks is going for what I assume to be the Collector first. I thought this would just be, you know, the Kraken Slayer or the Yuntals into a pretty standard Triss build. This one, you won't get access to an attack speed item until third or fourth item, potentially. So that puts a lot of emphasis on when Triss pops the Q to get that attack speed steroid, because that's going to be where you're strong in the fight. When that's down, you're not going to be doing too much as the Triss. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Shanks, see if he plays that one out correctly. At the moment, we are watching the most entertaining player in the game, Tarzan, on the Jungle Shen, hit his camps.
It's unfortunately support Jungle Shen,
is.
so you know, yeah, exactly that. Shout out to Alkbattery for throwing out a statistic for missing here as well, because if they're going to make a continuation in the series, you got to find something to make him do good, and he is on a 26-game in LPL win streak on Rakan, so trying to make it 27 or maybe a first loss, and I don't even know how long.
His Rakan is fantastic. More good news for JDG fans is that Pays is a couple waves away from popping that coal and is leading the game in CS. So Pays should be set up for success on the Zeri here as well.
Looking for more engages now. And oh, Shun finds the angle. They get the grand entrance. They get Hope down low, but the Shen ulti, that's huge. And Tarzan saves Hope's life.
Really big, too, on the Ziggs, because Hope gets to actually clear the next couple of waves. So this will leave the priority on the Grubs, and the Shen ult being used. That is a big tool that's burned off of anyone's legend, but you'll trade that for keeping your Ziggs alive and able to at least combat some push in the mid lane.
Oh, they got Pays? Okay. Can't go any further with that one, but it was getting close to a taunt. The Grubs had already been started up by Shun. They will be able to get 4 total if they're left to their own devices here. That'll at least give them some more might spawn there, and JDG played pretty well. They're going to take that neutral objective.
Yeah, just advantage with the Zeri being mid, forcing out the Ziggs, and also Akali doing a nice job of trapping the Tristana top. So anyone's legend is going to have to kind of eat it with that second Grub spawn. Nice.
Oh my god. So annoying.
It stopped both recalls. That's
it did. It's really annoying.
Yeah, Ziggs is back on the map, so opportunity for anyone's legend to do something first. If they keep on jailing the Zeri for the next couple of waves, then you could really have the option too where you aren't even able to contest the dragon. But yeah, I think Pays should be able to reset after this wave.
I want to talk a little bit more about the destructive duo setup we were talking about in draft and how essential that is to anyone's Legends composition and how they're going to utilize that. I think we haven't seen them necessarily devote towards that just yet, but it's something you have to keep an eye on, especially because plates are falling. You're going to lose a little bit of that proactivity you can get with getting all that extra gold in your pocket. Still, first item already there for Hope as well.
Yeah, you still have the opportunity to, you know, be the demolitionist, but as you highlighted, you get less.
Scout's in some serious trouble here. He's going to try to go back across, but he is just locked down, CC'd. He's in the shroud. He gets the perfect execution out, and I doubted him, but he is out of there safely.
And we got Shanks' flash, too. So, and really not bad. Pays is going to come down to cover. Tristana should be able to pick up CS left over, but in the end, if Scout's back out on the map to contest this dragon, they will have to wait for his ult timer. And I'd say taking Shanks' flash away, that's a win.
Hey, you'll take that all day, honestly. You did get first item there for Scout and before that fight, obviously, but being able to have that extra damage on the burst is what JDG are seemingly looking at now as well. There is the dragon up on the table. AL could look for another setup for that one. Take a look at the picture-in-picture there as the Vision game that initially started off all that stuff. And the Mega Inferno Bomb used just to stop Missing's back.
Dragon on the board. Control for JDG early on here, Mazel. I think the big thing for me, Ava and Flandre do not have TPs up for this. And Flandre is the one that was stronger. We just had the Trinity Force completed from Ava too, but technically they're on even footing right now. This wouldn't be the case if anyone's legend decided to drop this, but looks like they're going to try and take a fight.
Oh, Missing goes in, comes back to Pays. Dragon is already gone. So AL just a little bit late to the transition. They do get a TP on top side coming up here. Trying to get a little bit of safety going through. Yeah, they got a 2v1 now. And they're standing united as now Shanks has made his way up. But a big cyclone from Ollie goes down to the explosive charge. They will get Shanks in mid-transition there in the sky as Hope is going down between them all. And Pays trying to get the last auto attack. And it's going to be so. Pays on the board with his first kill. And JDG and AL, they're just tussling on the Rift.
Big, though, from JDG. They get the Dragon and trade up a kill across the map. Big that Shanks didn't have flash for that skirmish. It was taken away in the last one. And Scout with the Storm Surge was able to find the Tristana, even being down numbers in the top side. So well played from Scout on JDG to make sure that that skirmish went their way up there. And then, of course, just catching Hope in transition, was looking to donate out R to the fight. Was taken down. Let's take another look. Ava goes in on Fondre.
That's
gets
crazy.
Out of the hook shot. It was the Stand United that came in afterwards with the Shen to at least try and follow up on everything. And from there, Scout, he TP'd in late, but the fact that he found Shanks immediately was the big difference in that replay. Oh, we're going again. All right, here we go. I didn't know if the feed was still going, if it was just after front. Okay, there we go.
What's going on? Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, let me take a look at the back end of that one fight. And Lightning Crash going to secure the kill there. We're back on the map. We got to take stock of what's going on because Herald is up and available. JDG not one to slouch on these contests, but AL already starting it up, Cubby.
Stand United isn't up, though. And that's a lot of power that's down for anyone's legend in this fight. So I think they have to be really disciplined and holding and trying to get chipped down from Hope. Kyeldo is
Ultra Shock Laser across, missing, gets an angle. Scout bound the flank. They've already lost one. Kyle's gone. And JDG now, they're looking to even the score. They're looking to go to blows as Tarzan knocked back into the pit. Shun chasing him down. It looks like that piggy can run. And Sejuani looking damn good for the competition for JDG as Tarzan slowly but surely taken down to his paces. And it does mean that this buying of time gives Pays, but oh god. The Ultra Shock Laser will slow him down, and at least Pays is getting the money.
Not sure how worth that stall was actually for Tarzan. Didn't have much to do on the map, but also wasn't getting anything for stalling out. Will be the Rift Herald that goes over to JDG, and a couple of these fights been rather convincing for JDG in this mid game. I think as you called out earlier, Mazel, if you're going to run double marksman comps or comps with this Trist mid, Shanks is just behind.
Yeah.
The Scout's gotten him a few times. And now they're going to try and set Scout behind, but the TP in the cover, that's going to dissuade the die from anyone's legend. So JDG just went out on that trade.
Liel looking a little bit lost on the map right now. Shun will take that Herald there as well. Get a little bit closer to objective dominance. They already got the feats of strength as well. But they are cooking in this game. Number 4 is, speaking of, Flandre gets 3/4 of his health taken away.
Does take away the Wukong R, though. I think it's going to be up before Dragon, but it could look to trade on, at least make a play before the Dragon and take advantage of that ult being down. I'm just surprised that anyone's legends have been fighting now. I think they need the wait to fight. Their comp, as time goes on, it is nice. Outside of this area, that is going to be a big problem in this game. And the Wukong that has some scaling aspects as well, but Camille with doubles sounds good. You get Triss 2-3 items. That sounds like the setup you want to me. And we also haven't seen them have the Hextech Ultimatum into Super Mega Inferno Bomb, because that will give them a pretty guaranteed execute onto the Zeri later on in this game. So I think that anyone's legends has played this one a little bit too fast, especially that last Rift fight where they got punished pretty heavily.
I think it's so difficult in a situation like that where, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you're playing a Shen jungle. It's maybe not the most active threat in a lot of these situations. You're playing a lot of defensive style fights, especially with the supportive build. But I'm wondering now with this anti-demolition comp that JDG have, they're going to charge into 2 turrets in mid lane. The Mega Inferno Bomb to clear that Rift Herald. That's actually pretty big from Hope as Dragon is on the horizon here. JDG trying to put the pressure on AL.
I wasn't expecting that to get the kill at 1400 health, but Hope able to take it down. Not sure if that was combo with the Tarzan smite, but regardless, I think it was worth the use of the ultimate. Now Tarzan gonna catch missing.
Okay. CC right back to you. Okay, nice little handshake there. Big thing is now, though, if you're looking at the map state with that objective maybe coming up here very shortly, 2 items is completed for Pays. And Hope getting away. Nice satchel charge to get out of that one, but the lightning crash. Pays, he's going too far. Pays has gone over the limit, but maybe he's got that dance. He's got that line, and he's skirting it. He's still alive. Scout has TP'd. We've gotten multiple joins of the fight from JDG, and they tried to catch out Hope, but no avail.
JDG has to sprint and take this objective now, or else if anyone's Legends are allowed to regroup and re-engage this, it could be a look for them. Hayes is down half his health and has no sum. So a Hextech ultimatum that comes down on this area would be indefensible for JDG. And anyone's Legend knows this. They're starting to fish around, knows their way around this dragon. They pushed them off. JDG started this, did not respect the tempo from anyone's Legend.
Hope. He's got the Storm Surge, but he's got that Stand United. Still dies from the perfect execution. And now JDG have found the hole in the armor. They found the angle. Flandre is taking down Scout, though. Scout's going low. Scout's going down. That's a big quickness, though, with JDG. Pays has been untouched this whole time, and he's got that lightning, baby, as JDG push AL back, and they will end up having a little bit of control over the jungle afterwards.
Dragon for a kill in the end. Actually not that bad. It was a great trap laid by Scout. As anyone's Legends sneak out, I'd say, okay, they're going to lose the inner.
Oh my God.
Still, it's not terrible. Down 5k gold. They still need time to get into this game, get their comp fully online. This Tristana especially falling very far behind. And while this has been the case, Scout has been the one doing most of the work and most of the laying down all the punishment from JDG on the map. It's a great trap onto Hope. And even through Stand United, Hope sidesteps that Q. It just didn't matter. Too much damage was put down by the Akali early on in the fight. Bought time, did go up, ended up dying at the end, but Scout did buy a lot of time, a lot of space to try and get back to his team. Good engage here by Missing, who I know hasn't had his best series, but was able to at least make sure that the rest of the fight went JDG's way. As they do trade up a man, they trade for the inner turret. They did lose the dragon, but in the end, I think both teams kind of okay with how that ended up shaking out.
And this game feels like a legacy game potentially for Pays in a situation where they could get knocked down a lower bracket, unknowing of what can happen down there when there's so many tough teams to deal with. Pays is the one that's set up for success. He's almost on 3 items on this Zeri. You have so much influence from Scout to take the eyes off of Pays. And yet another 80 carry that has come into the system of JDG and found success.
Top inner falling too. That's a lot of gold that's going JDG's way. And if Flandre doesn't feel confident enough to actually chase the Wukong. Dragon is a pretty long way away. Of course, we do have Onacondo on the bot side of the Rift, so that's why a lot of our focus is here right now between both of our teams.
I'll make sure there can't be any shenaniganery coming through here, but I will say, looking back at initial styles for these two compositions, AL haven't really been able to use their demolitionist nature just yet. They're just trying to fan the flames to get further on, to get those 3 items. As it's going to be the rocket jump and the Stand United used. AL, they just used a ton of tools.
Oh, that's a huge miss.
Misses the flash play. And that's going to be a 3-man knockup from Missing. He heard you talking that ish, and he is just going for it. As now Scout is looking for the perfect execution under the carries. He can't find the damage, though. Storm Surge not going to be enough, but he's still hunting. He's still praying. And Hope is not going to have any of his namesake left as he gets taken down.
Kyle also being hunted by Missing. It was a fantastic start to the fight from JDG, and Missing the grand entrance was really the end of the fight for anyone's Legend, who ended the fight themselves by coming up short with all their engaged tools on the Sunless phase.
That was tough. We're going to get some slow-mos of that one.
Yeah.
Multiple engages going wide. It feels like the air has left the room for anyone's Legend. And JDG will continue this dominant streak in game number 4 to finally potentially look to give us another Silver Scrapes. I mean, our playoffs have not had any Silver Scrapes really besides 1. So the fact that we're potentially on the verge of that as Atacon goes down, JDG sitting pretty.
I don't mind this look from anyone's Legend. Again, Pays is Sunless. He has no cleanse, no flash, but how do we come up this close? Or I should say this far. Flandre was trying to hide himself in vision, but we aren't even close to finding Pays with either of these attempts from him and Tarzan. Just end up looking silly thanks to missing on the back half with everyone with the charm. Again, anyone's legend, when you are a comp that needs to scale, you can take fights, but some of the fights we've seen them take, it's been a little bit unadvised, and that really helps you fall further and further behind early on. And some of the power curves this game, like Pays and Scout, have been really ramped forward thanks to some of the mistakes we've seen anyone legends make.
How everything comes down in this game and all the stress that this upper bracket has, even with that second life, it doesn't matter. I mean, the thing is, Scout might just lose his Atacon GA here real fast. Oh, he's going to go golden. He's going to get TP in. He wants to fight. Okay, I see you, big dog. Going to push them off there because they had Pays and Missing rounding out the corner there to try to find something. They still have these Atacon GAs. They're still looking to push the pressure here. But I said at the beginning of the day, you know, these drafts mean so much. And JDG piloting theirs beautifully. They're surrounding them as Missing going for the big play, but Magnet Storm stops him in his tracks. Lightning crash on multiple members here, but look at Shanks. He's trying to get in there. He's locked down. He gets the nice shield. He's out of there as well. Shun tries to get one, but gets Kyle instead of Hope. And now the rest of the team comes back down to TP bot lane, and JDG will be rebuffed.
I think you'll take that. You only drop Kyle and manage to get some Otacons off. Might be able to pick up the top outer turret as well in the back half. Dragon probably not contestable anyway. And it's only the second Drake here for JDG, as Flandre might be the target for Scout.
A little scary. By the way, a little bit of history there. Won a world championship together, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, a little bit of long-term storytelling there, but hey, they just said hi to each other. No big deal. Scout, though, I got to give some props to. Pays, I got to give some props to. JDG, in these games that they've looked dominant, they look damn dominant. And it's just such a question mark of what happens in those other games, what happens in those in between. Because Pays has had a hell of a split for his first time in the LPL situation in the environment.
I mean, this game, too, Pays is doing his best ruler impression, playing the Zeri and being this far ahead in terms of gold and CS.
It's a 4K lead over Hope.
Again, Pays, like, when push has come to shove on this team, and we have seen JDG be a little bit shaky, it has been Ala and Pays who have been the real solid, consistent members. And it's been nice to see Pays, especially in this game, been fed a lot of resources and been making good use of them so far. We'll see if that can continue, because this Zeri will be breaking the comp of anyone's legends. Again, if the engage doesn't come down, you have tools to deal with Zeri. You have the Hextech Ultimatum, the Rel, and then the Shen Stand United to get you in the back there too. You have ways that you can actually lock down the most fed member and try and take him off the board. We'll just have to see if they can do so consistently in this one.
It just feels so hard to deal with any of the pressures of JDG. If JDG decide they want something, they will get it. And you're going to have to fight tooth and nail to wrestle it from them. Tarzan just going to blindly walk into the jungle. He's looking to just try to get in the pit potentially, try to get a steal, try to look for something, some breath of life. Maybe a little bit of hope for anyone's legend, but they will not find it here. They're going to maybe look for a play out of Olive. They're getting surrounded by Scout. I mean, they're giving, and they're also losing pressure in their jungle. They will end up getting some side lane pressure with Flandre, though. As Mega Inferno Bomb comes out a little bit late. There's the back initiated by Flandre, so they won't be able to get much more from that. And Pays going to complete yet another item with his Bloodthirster.
Is quite a respectful give there.
You don't say, huh?
I just don't know like how much game time is going to be left after this Baron, which is why I was kind of down for a potential flip. The tools, I guess they're just waiting for more tools to try and deal with Pays. I will say an LDR or a pen item coming out of the Tristana will matter a lot this game, given just how tanky the Kong and the Sejuani get. But it's looking tough here for anyone's legends, kind of running out of time. As this Zeri and this potential death cap that's going to be on Scout, that might be just enough for JDG to spell doom and get us into that 1v1 for Game 5 side select.
The comp and draft looks so good. I lauded it. I said, oh, they have a clear strategy. They have something that works for them. AL have not been able to do much with the demolition comp, and it's been JDG demolishing anyone's legend in this game number 4. I said I heard those sweet, sweet silver scrapes on the horizon, and I'm starting to hear it get a little bit closer now. JDG on the push. This Baron buff in tow for another minute and 35 seconds. They're looking at duo lane pushing in this mid lane and bot. Pays waiting for another wave. Gonna push this one up a little bit more, and they have Tarzan right there willing to go with the taunt if they can catch the right member, but AL's defense is not very strong as now they get engaged on a little bit there. Alla goes a little bit too ham.
Wait, that's
and
on
now
the
they
clone.
lose a little bit of front from that clone, and that's a lot used from AL on that. Now Tarzan just walked forward and almost
Goodbye.
dies, and Scout is looking to blow up Shanks as the quickness comes through with the grand entrance combo. Mystic still
He's flash.
alive, and they try to get Paze. Paze is in the middle of everybody. Paze is sitting them down and shutting them up one by one with a quadra kill.
When he flashed over, that's the window to see if anyone's legend can punish. No punish to be had. Game 5 it is as Paze and JDG take it home.
The new transfer from Gen G, all the hopes and dreams of this JDG team relying on this guy, this prodigy that was one of the best in the LCK, coming to deliver in a must-win Game 4 for JDG. You'll love to see that, and Paze is firing on all cylinders.
He's been clutch, man. Going back to like that Game 5 against Weibo 2. Big
Yep.
difference, some big late game team fights from Paze. He's been solid. That flash forward, it was warranted. He got away with it. And again, I feel like anyone's legends, they had tools to actually deal with the Zeri. They just were never able to put them together that game. And that was the big difference maker.
That was an insane game, and Silver Scrapes, baby. Second time in our playoffs so far. There has not been enough Silver Scrapes, but we get it. We're going all the way to 5 games in our upper bracket, and I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. If we could bring up the prediction graphic here, Kai, I knew it was coming. But the fact of the matter is, I think this on paper was one of the closest matchups we could possibly have in our playoffs, and it is absolutely delivering.
It was, and I will say that JDG, it feels like they just keep on getting incrementally better from the series that we've seen. I'm not as confident in that today, but we are getting the results they need, especially if they can take home this Game 5. I still think that the big key, can Shun and Missing sync up? Looking at the champs they have, like Sejuani versus Jungle Shen, much higher tier, higher priority pick there. And then Missing on his Rakan that's now won 27 LPL games in a row.
It's insane.
Pretty
man.
huge for Missing and JDG. Of course, in Fearless, those picks are off the
You can
board.
only do it once.
Frankly, anyone's legends, to me, again, I feel like they've looked like the stronger team today. So we'll see if JDG can overcome them again in Game 5. But it has been a pretty entertaining series. And that side select 1v1 actually might be really important. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
So if you didn't know, now that we've made it to game number 5 in the playoffs, before game 5 starts, we have a 1v1 for side selection. And honestly, I think it matters a lot to win that 1v1.
Yeah, blue side matters, yeah.
Especially with all the picks that are already taken off the table, you want to have that blue side. So it's going to be very, very interesting how that plays out as well. But what a resurgence from JDG. Like you said, they're waking up. Even with compositions for AL that seem easy to execute on paper, sometimes we're seeing that faltering and question marks being bubbled to the surface there for them too.
I mean, you have a fight that you can execute. I don't think it's the easiest to execute that one into this area. And also getting through like Sejuani, Wukong, Rakan, that's not an easy ask. I don't think that they have the health bars to do so, even if you can find a fight execute on this area. But yeah, I think Scout was the big difference maker for me in that one. I hope that Scout actually brings home the player of the game.
Really?
Yeah, I think that at least
Not
dodging
Paze?
out of the solo kill from Shanks was big. Yeah, I mean, Paze just farmed up and kind of hit economic victory. For me, Scout was the person who actually made the plays to get them to that spot and bought a lot of time for Paze in the map. So, yeah, I actually think it should be Scout. Even if he should have gotten first blooded.
Yeah, he definitely should have. Take a look at the stats from that one. Definitely not the same kind of one-sided way of stats in terms of last game, but here we have a very solid performance from JDG in a composition that had these question marks. Like you said, should have been dead at this level 1. Does that, or level 3, does that make a difference in the totality of the game? We'll never know. But Silver Scrapes
I think it made a difference, all right. Yeah.
Do you really think that that's the pivotal moment in the entire game?
I mean, it's a big one.
There's no way.
It doesn't allow for Scout to do stuff like this. And again, this is why I think Scout should be player of the game, because he bought all the time for Pays to then hit the economic victory later on as Zeri. He's the one that's making all the plays here. And Scout on this Akali, and Scout's always been a very strong player on the melees. Akali, no different. Good to see Scout really show up and have a big game in this one. And also Missing. We know Missing's Rakan is very, very good. But it was good to see Missing play,
yeah,
you know, much closer to his championship form than whatever form we've been seeing so far in this split of LPL.
Yeah, it was nice to see a return to form, at least in that regard. And a couple really big grand entrance quickness combos for him to set up the team. Hey, stepping forward. This one was insane. My man is in a 1v4 to start that one off. Still comes away with the win. Still comes away with the quadra kill. And what a game it was. Now, like you were saying, probably expect Pays to win it. Maybe Scout. I think that maybe there's some split decision making in that regard. But I also want to start previewing and talking a little bit about what the hell we have left going into Game 5. I mean, there's going to be a ton off the table here for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think ADs, we've seen Caitlyn played by Pays, backs up against the wall. That's definitely narrowed up a lot. Xayah is still available, but no more Rakan. I think Xayah is limited as a champ. We have seen Xayah emerge. And then mid lane's pretty open. You still have a lot of control mages that are on the board. I think that support's the one where we really have to look at what's being narrowed, because we could see easily a Blitzcrank, a Thrasher, a Lulu come through this game.
Elise, Pike.
Yeah, Elise I think playable too, even though we don't like it. You're very
I don't
limited.
want to see Elise, please. I don't want to see it. No, I'm good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of questions left to the Fearless system in this last game, especially because we haven't gotten to see many Game 5s, like we were saying. One best of 5 going the distance so far in the playoffs, at least. We've had best of 5s all season long, but in the playoffs, it just hits a little bit different. Here in the upper bracket, it definitely does. Again, both teams 1 win away from getting to that grand finals. And we'll see now who that MVP truly will be. And it is Pays, of course. The lightning surrounds him, and he uses it well.
Yeah, I think that Scout was the one that really created all the space for Pays to pop up and put up ridiculous numbers later on in the game. But this guy did put up ridiculous numbers this game, and on the Zeri, Pays in the hyper carry seat. I mean, Gen G was a crazy good team, and it feels like JDG. That's the setup they want to have. You have Pays being this a big late game carry, and if Allah can play picks to help him get there, and Scout can keep the map busy to help him get there, this could be a very winning formula for JDG. We definitely saw that be the case in this past game.
A lot to be determined. One final game remains in this upper bracket final. After a break, we'll be back with that game number 5. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, the unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And what a game we get to. It's game number 5. I hope you all went to Spotify and hit Silver Scrapes and listened to it because we'll get demonetized. But it's still... Oh, we played it on... I don't listen to the stream between break. I got a message from Kai saying that we did listen. So there you go. Congratulations. You listened to Silver Scrapes. It's the second time in our playoffs that we've gotten to witness 5 games. And now we get the most fun part of our best of 5s here in the LPL. We're going to be transitioning into a 1v1 side select bout. Blue side means so much with what is already taken off the table and how dominant blue side has looked in a lot of these games coming.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the most exciting part about the format's been the Fearless draft as a whole. But hey, the 1v1 for side select in game 5.
Before game 5, come on.
We could have a situation where JDG wins the coin flip and the 1v1, and then anyone's legend has to win a second red side game in order to win a best of 5, which is not usually how it works. But, you know, could be how it works today. We'll just have to see.
That's going to be really interesting. So let's take stock of how we've gotten here, kind of the stories for both these teams. You look at JDG's track record from last year, it is not great. They did not make an international. They had all the big names. They did not find success. Now going into the year, they changed it up. They kept missing on the roster. They brought in 4 other big names, and they've taken a long time to wake up. They've taken a long time to get rolling, and I know you've been a very harsh critic of missing, I think deservedly so, but we're starting to see them wake up in certain situations. We're starting to see why these big names were grabbed by JDG as well, looking at their side of the story.
Again, still just some games where we don't see Shun and missing synced up. That's why I thought it was so important for that game that you had JDG with the Sejuani Rakan. It's pretty high-tier picks to be had in those roles for Game 4. Not to mention just the fact that it's Missing's best champion. So it really did help JDG. Yeah, it really helps that JDG had that for the last game. But, of course, not going to be an option this game. So we'll see how they have to adapt. I think for me, just default, you get Pays on a hyper carry. I feel like Pays has been very solid in the late stages of these games and has earned the right to, you know, have the weight be on his shoulders for JDG in this game 5. So I think my eyes really go towards Jinx just to see what happens with a champion like that, or the Lulu picks. Odds of an Enchantress pretty high with pretty much all the high tier supports now off the table.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, these are the moments you wait for. These are the moments you love to see. We're getting into a game 5. Hopefully,
was that a spoiler for the 1v1? Is that an Ava 1v1? Because I think he's the one in the custom game.
It might be. It might be. We'll see who ends up being the 1v1 specialist here, as hopefully the crowd will fill back into the seats getting ready for this one. It is a little bit different. It's not necessarily something I've seen in Professional League Legends in ever, I guess. A pause break for a 1v1 before a game 5 deciding. You think about the implications, just stepping away from the game a little bit. The momentum, like you spent this entire time in the back talking about what's going to work for you in game 5, getting your strategies ready to go, and you have to go play a 1v1 now to kind of disrupt that a little bit. What do you think about that in terms of the technical standpoint?
Honestly, it's kind of weird. We haven't really seen anything like this before.
It's weird.
Oh, it looks. I think it's gonna be Shanks in the 1v1 here in the custom game. Just a gut feeling from what I saw off the screens. I don't know. I just think that you have to refocus before the game 5 happens. You just have a little bit more time from being backstage to when the draft actually kicks in for you to decide that. But of course, with Fearless, I think that you just have to pick the high priority picks that you feel like are worth taking and don't want to give over. And then depending on if you're blue side or red side, I mean, I think that there's a real strategy to leave up a lot in game 5 if you're red side and then just try and take 2 OPs.
It's 100% Ala and Shanks. They just did the camera zoom in on both of them. So it's definitely going to be that setup here for that 1v1. This goes from being fun in games, all those 1v1s we saw in the regular season, things like that, to get the side select to start off a series. It always ended up in laughs. It always ended up in humor. Now it's like literally do or die potentially for your life in the upper bracket. At least you still have the second life in the lower bracket, but we've said it time and time again. Just don't even look down there. Don't even. You want to win now. You want to go forward, and I think it's super important to highlight a lot of the strengths we have seen of JDG that I already talked about. The story coming in this one, but AL's story coming into this season was what can possibly happen with all these big names now coming to join this. A lot of the build up and the building blocks, at least, that AL put together over these last couple of years with Hope and Shanks, and now a 1v1 to decide who gets blue side. We're gonna have 3 bans apiece on either side. It is gonna be Shanks versus Allah, so we get the rumble,
banning
the
top,
to ban.
Banning top and mid lane champions. I was like, what are the champions that are playing melee is really terrible in my life?
I like
ban Anivia, ban Cassio. Yeah. And then AL is like, Shanks is like, what are the top laners that have so much brute force strength early that I cannot deal with them? Ban Rumble, ban Renekton.
You're telling me we're just gonna get a farm to 100 CS moment here? Okay, they take away the kick too. We've seen that. Now you take out some of the cheese drafts. You take out the stuff that can like knock you out into the fire and just win the game.
Ooh, the Rise ban warranted. What does Shanks want to go for here? Oh, yes. No, yes.
It's my nightmare.
I'm so excited and enthused.
Please,
yes.
no.
Oh, yes. I love the 1v1s in the format. We have so much excitement here between Mazel and I. Very enthused. So, you know what the real tech is when you have the mirror matchup 1v1, guys? Whoever hits first. You gotta hit things first, because if not,
good job, Cubby.
It's
good
the
job.
same kit.
You're doing great.
And then you're just behind if you're not hitting first.
I think we're gonna have a farm fest to either the red circle or 100 CS at this point. That's the thing. We're memeing about it, but you know it's pretty stressful for these guys to be able to go up into this matchup. And Allah gonna be trying to take the Corki into Shanks. Shanks gonna have a pretty versatile kid in that way. Yeah.
Advantage to the person that plays more Corki, likely.
Yeah.
Shanks.
Hey, you don't know what Allah's solo queue efforts are. Maybe he's a Corki prodigy, and you can't even look up to see if he is or not. So maybe it's true.
Oh, at least the builds are different.
All right, what skins?
Well, Shanks is opting for the Longsword Rejuve, whereas Ava is opting for the Ruby Crystal 2-pot. So after first base, Shanks will have more value because he went Rejuve. But I think Ava's build's actually better for this. Oh, that's an E burned.
Oh, riveting stuff here. Riveting. Honestly, K9 fans will be very happy in this matchup.
We have Rainbow versus Pink. That looks like Chick.
Oh my God! Okay.
That's not
both barriers popped. Shanks is winning that one, and the mid laner, who's used to playing the Corgi, is going to take the first kill. Now they need one more to win the game.
You see, one person proactively W'd and dodged nothing, and then the other person W'd backwards, which actually had the other Corki on the W, and that's the difference. I know, early Ignite. Yeah, here's the W. So we're still eating the Valk damage from Shanks here as Allah, and that's the difference.
Good, the Gatling gun just keeps going.
Yeah, that's a misplay from Allah. That's going to be an
that's a little unfortunate. Unfortunate. Again, the rules are first 100 CS, first turret, or first 2 kills until it's sudden death, and its first kill wins. Shanks having the better of Allah now as well. And gonna have that Phage, so has a serious advantage in just the fights now.
Dude, all Allah has to do is like go to his team afterwards and be like, guys, what chance did I have? I picked mirror matchup Corki into the mid laner. Like,
into the mid laner of the enemy team.
Oops. Oh, and then we're missing Qs like that, and we're losing our plus sign like that.
Oh,
and
no, he just
like
gave
that.
it over. Okay.
Oh, it just be like that, I guess. Yeah, this is looking not great if you're a JDG fan.
Cooked.
Blue side is slowly slipping away from your fingers, which I'm going to call justice. Because if we have a series where anyone's legend in this meta has to win 2 red side games to win a best of 5, that's a little unfair. I'm just gonna go out there and say it.
Yeah, a little unfair, you say.
That's a little unfair. Yeah. I guess you should have flipped better.
Skill.
Yeah, should have flipped and should have been better in the 1v1, you know?
Get good is what the internet peoples would say. He's just going to go for Blake. He's just going to go for the kill. Shakes, gets the damage. One more auto, and that's it. AL are going to have blue side for game 5.
Dude, look at Tabe. It's like, oh my god, we only prep blue side drafts. Thank God. Look at our champion mid getting us blue side.
Thank God, guys. Thank God. We're good.
They needed to show JDG being devastated. Yeah, look at Jun. He's like, oh crap, guys. We're on the worst side. Meanwhile, I was like, what chance did I have? It's the mid laner. We went Corky Mirror.
That's tough. That's tough.
They chose blue?
No way. No way. Shocker. Honestly, the most shocking thing that's happened tonight. Not even close, actually, because tonight's been one full of crazy stuff. I mean, this series, if you put like all the scoreboards back to back to back to back, would be like one of the most wild roller coasters. The G's on that roller coaster, you would not be able to put it in American theme parks. That's all I'm going to say. It would be back and forth. And I think that's kind of the question mark that I'm left with coming into this game number 5. These teams have not looked consistent tonight. And so I think there's a lot left to give in a game 5 on who's going to step up, who's going to be the one that decides that this series is over.
Does Pace have a fan next to his mouse hand?
He does. He does. Dude, his hand's hot.
Pretty badass, honestly. Just you're the one
Dude,
playing
like,
80.
You know when you're like hardcore game,
the most mechanically
it's
demanding
like
role,
summertime.
and you just have a fan next to your hand. Like I must
it's
be
like
able to.
It's like a pop-up fan too, so it like stays flat, and then you like.
Yeah, I cannot sweat on my mouse, or else we will have issues.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's a real thing. You've ever been like gaming super hard in the hot weather? I mean, they're in Xi'an. I was in Xi'an. I know it's not summer, but like I was in Xi'an. It's hot there, man.
I've never gamed so hard that I need a fan on my hands. Usually I need one like on my fat ass, but that's about it. You know?
Like, well, there you go. Game 5 realizations with Cubby.
Not my hand. Yeah.
I love that they just keep getting screenshots of because Shun has one too. That they have provided for
Shun
him,
doesn't deserve one, let's be honest, with how he's played so far.
Yo, come on.
I mean, if we're playing a full best of 5 of Kindred in Italy, understandable. You can't do that, though, in Fearless.
The Sejuani.
Maybe he needs it for solo queue. We don't need the fan to play Sejuani. No, I don't care. I don't care how good the Sejuani was. You don't need the fan for that.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hey, it could be really hot in that place. That's all I'm saying. Well, it looks like they're getting ready for a draft. So let's talk about some serious stuff. Let's talk about what we've seen in terms of drafts so far. We've seen AL very concentrated in the strategies they've been pulling off from the draft. Questionable on the execution in that regard, though, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that some of the games we've had have been back and forth. Some have been a little bit one-sided because of draft, some because of play. I think that the last game was definitely one where it was a bit of both because JDG just executed the first few fights better, and then it was pretty over. We just didn't have anyone's legends be able to execute their comp at all. For me, it's just ease, and then making sure that we get Pays on a hyper carry and missing somebody you can play with. I mean, missing again has struggled in this series, so I think that if you have a Jinx Lulu setup, like Jinx is a pick I'm really going to look at. I think Pays needs to be on an 80 where he feels like he can be comfortable, because if there's been any consistent factor of JDG so far in this season, it has been that you can rely on Pays. I feel like Pays has been a really reliable carry and really good for these guys. So we'll see if that can be the case moving forward.
Somebody's got to be the hero here. Somebody has to be the one to take that step over the line and get them to a grand finals. For JDG, it means redemption. It means you've actually got something going for you. When you look back at that 2024 series of time, it was so disappointing. And to see that something is working here with this new build. And for AL, you can't get better than the first time ever. And they could make their first ever grand finals appearance with a win here. We're into game 5. We're into the big game. Both teams with a little bit of pride on the line here in the upper bracket. AL on the blue side, they banned away that Caitlyn. I'm sure there's going to be some likely bans coming out. JDG on the red side, ban that Callista as well. There's the Nocturne as well, so maybe trying to take away some of the Nocturne Orianna combo.
I think Viego is a really big pick that's still available. Jinx is a big pick that could be defining. Rumble likely needs to be banned by JDG here. Anyone's Legend not going to ban that one out themselves. So they do have the option to force a trade coming out here. As curious,
You want to trade that in game 5? Oof.
I don't think so. If you're JDG, I think that you assume that Rumble's going to be banned here. We'll say, curious what kind of top lanes we get, with top lane being very much narrowed too, diving into this game 5.
Warren, things like that. Like,
A Victor ban.
okay. They watched Arcane.
Maybe
I know
Shanks
Alk
being a little
is, like,
bit.
reeling right now after that one.
Maybe Shanks like setting up for Syndra or Aurelion Sol later on. There's the Rumble ban. A lot of eyes on Jinx Viego for me. I think those are really two big comp-defining picks. That should be a little bit higher up. Xayah as well for Pays. I don't love the Xayah. I think you get outranged by a lot. I think Jinx is probably the safest blind. Yeah, I would go with this.
I mean, that's like one of the best right now that's still available on the table. Especially with the Caitlyn banned away. You cannot be pressured that often by anything that's really left.
MF is something where
you
can push the Jinx around early, but we've seen a lot of MF comps run out of damage later on.
Yep.
So
you're relying on that accuracy of a big wombo combo that takes a lot of time. These movements, these fights are going to be moving fast.
Takes a lot of power out of Pays' hands later on too, and once you get north of 2 items as Jinx, you get past that, you're going to be the more useful champion as this game goes on. Big question for JDG, what do they want to pair the MF with? Usually you have some sort of engage, something that can get you in. I'm expecting a Lulu to come out from Kyle. So
the Ale special.
Wow.
The Ale
blind
special.
cannon.
Let's go.
Okay.
Huge pick for him. Really
There's the Lulu.
lethal in finding some flanks. There's going to be the Galio also that was banned away earlier in the series. Right now, this team fight composition is looking damn good from AL.
I think you got to look for maybe a Blitzcrank here. But even if you go Blitz, the chance you can hook Galio in. I just think that Blitz in the... Like, you have to break this combo. You have to find some sort of engage, some sort of look. I think if you don't go for something like Blitzcrank here, then you're behind. They could try and flex the... They gotta drop support, really?
Maybe he's cooking. The way locked in for JDG, defining their carry setup for this final game.
Ban Blitz, for sure. I mean, do you even need to like worry about support bans after this? Like, I don't see the real need to, frankly.
Is there anything you just don't want to deal with?
It could be Hui's support, but you aren't like. I don't think that you're setting up for that.
I like the Zac ban by JDG.
I mean, what are you gonna pair with the MF? You could go for like. You're so squishy now too. You could just focus on banning a couple of tankier junglers.
True.
Like, I think Ivern. It's not a Shun pick, but it might just be worth getting rid of. The Blitzcrank for sure. Yeah, there's the Blitz.
Just try to take away some of those options.
I hate this draft from JDG, man. Like, what are we what are we trying to do here? Like, for real. We have absolutely no way to deal with any sort of tanks moving forward. The fact we're showing Cannon plus MF.
But hasn't that been the story of the game so far? Like, it feels like AL have everything put together. They're the prim, proper, beautiful vision of what you should have with drafts. JDG is scrappy. They got weird picks. What the hell is going on? And then they win games. So it's just about trying to figure out how they're going to try to execute this one. And we are now looking at our final ban in a game number 5. 50 champions not available in League of Legends. And we'll see what that final
get rid of the tankiest jungler, man. Like, just get rid of some jungle champ. Like, you feel like it's tanky that Jinx Lulu just can't break early. Pantheon. Pantheon can play fast, too. I think that's warranted. Yeah. What does Shun go for here? Does he just default to something like a Volibear?
Look at he doesn't even know what he's going.
But your triple magic damage
was banned away.
Oh, yeah, it was, but I think it's banned away from Tarzan.
Yeah.
And if you do it, it's triple magic damage topside. The only choice you have is Viego. And if you go Viego here, like, yes, you have a lot of upfront damage, but watch Tarzan go for the Volibear himself. He's just going to munch you.
Yep, that's going to be the decision, no doubt. I mean, Volibear making it all the way through. Can't do that. Can't do that either. Trying to look through some of the picks, but that will absolutely be a Volibear lock-in. So now we have a little bit more onus on these jungle matchups of all things. The Viego, the reset potential there is with this pick can absolutely change games, but the team comp from AL is just going to be so hard to crack.
Like, you have a choice here. You can play something like Mundo top. I don't think that Mundo can ever die this game.
Yeah.
Or you just put the Galio top, and yeah, you just power pick Aurora. Okay. I hate this draft for JDG. I really don't see how JDG wins this game. They have to take, like, some sort of tanky meatball here. I feel like this is, like, the only choice they have to maybe set up a Kennen, set up a Hui, set up an MF, but this comp is just so squishy from JDG. I don't know how they can actually live to get the resets later on.
They're still questioning what they exactly want to go for here. Trying to find some setup potential for them. They need it because they're going to rely on a lot of damage, and they aren't going to find any tankiness on their composition as Bard is the final lock-in in a game 5 for missing. So here are the comps. AL, every game, they've seemed like they just have the easier comp. They seem like they have the more put together vision, and it seems like another game they will have that here, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, good luck. If you're JDG, then you have to get resets on Viego, getting through a Lulu, a Galio, and a Volibear. And you have MF, so later on, you're going to do absolutely 0 damage to these champions. I do not like the drafter setup from JDG. I think they really, really dropped the ball here with whatever game plan they were going for.
See if maybe a little bit of that cheering, maybe a little bit of that Silver Scrapes is enough to get them over the line. The fact that they've even pushed it all the way to Game 5 after some of the trials they've been through so far, and some of the lackluster performances, it shows to the strength that this team can represent. And a team that we were wondering for anyone's legend, what kind of strength would they have in this split? And damn, do they look good. Their preparation, their execution, the fact that it's being bolstered by Flandre and by Tarzan, but the real carries, it's been Hope and Shanks all along. So many building blocks leading up to those moments, but JDG, a titan in the scene, is looking to bar anyone's legend and knock them down to that lower bracket, knock them away from a first berth at a grand finals in the LPL. It's been a long time coming. It's not only second best of 5 going the distance in our playoff, but damn, it's been a good one. And let's hear those Gios roar and Sion one more time. Now going nuts for a game 5. Got all the worth out of your ticket. And now here we are back into it. Press the attack for Tarzan on the Volibear. Jungle is going to have a lot to say in this matchup.
This is just a waiting game for anyone's legend. Get the Jinx and the Lulu, the 2+ items on anywhere close to even footing, and you're in good shape. I think that the one thing that can be nice for JDG is their level 6 fight is really strong. They need Viego to get resets and get them early on in the fights. My concern is that anyone's legend is just way too tanky to get Viego any resets in this game. And that's what AL is going to have to deal with and play against in this one.
Okay, we'll see if some of these early trades are going to lead to anything. Shank's taking a decent chunk of damage as the first wave does connect in the mid lane. Nothing else, at least on the Rift, and now too important except for where the junglers are starting. It will be a Raptor start for Tarzan to maybe go play towards bot lane a little bit more, but it should be a full clear towards top at least for Shun.
Tarzan is just going to take his bot 3 camps and go from there. I do like this on the bear, as your ability to set up for respawn camps later on can be very big. The bear, first couple clears, you are so strong as this champion in pretty much any game. And I really like it as a bridge to try and get that Jinx Lulu to the later stages as well. Tarzan will have a lot of good clear speed, a lot of brute strength on the map early on, and then Jinx Lulu can bring it home with pretty much whatever jungler you have, just with how hard they can carry games late. So I think that the AL comp, like even in Fearless, they still found some pieces that make sense together, as we will have Tarzan walk into the bot side jungle of JDG and get the bad news that it was a bot start for Viego. And meanwhile, Shin's going to look for invade on his own. Actually going to look for the top lane. Might look to get feisty here early on.
Yeah, I mean, taking that quick path up here, that level 3 gank, potentially Flandre not ready for it. Not going to find the angle he wanted, so he's going to pull back off and go re-clear his jungle. But I think it gives us a little bit of time. I mean, the fact that Hope is so set up to be the massive star in this game, I mean, he is the guy you have to look to for anyone's legend, him and the combination of Shanks, but now they're in tandem. Shanks playing a bit of a defensive nature champion to enable this guy Hope, who knows JDG well just years ago, you know, being on that team, not having the success maybe he ever wanted to. The memories of that being, I wanted to be a leader, I wanted to find and be a carry, and now all these years later, potentially knocking JDG down into that lower bracket would be a hell of a story.
Wander's done a nice job with this early lane up top on the Aurora. Of course, someone that has always been quick to adapt to new champions. One of the first people that we had playing the Anvessa in the Demacia Cup, along with the tank Chase. A goal that he definitely was responsible for helping Pioneer. I don't know if I want to thank him or curse him for that one. And,
You thank the man.
I mean, it's been a terror in my solo queue games, but I have really liked playing tank Chase into Akali. It makes that pick feel terrible. It's a lot of fun.
Jace is a heck of a build, but it's cool to see little things like that, even though they have to be put down very quickly. We do have a little bit of lane swaps going on. Paige going towards top side now. We did have a little bit of the spawn of Dragon potentially coming up in 40 seconds, but both teams have not put a lot of focus on. Oh, no. Shanks going down. Flash. And this time it's Scout that makes sure that auto connects. And that's first blood for JDG.
That fear, it wasn't buffered by the Justice Punch. It caught before the buffer could go through, or I should say after. It was after the channel. Ends up stopping Shanks in his tracks, and Scout picks up a big solo kill.
That's crazy energy to start the last game of best of 5, but they have to take a look back at that one.
Yeah, again, Fear just catches him out, gets the taunt to try and buy some time, get away, but Scout, the flash auto, all that he needs to wrap that one up. And yeah, those JD Gaming fans, they're pretty happy.
How crazy is that it's like literally the inverse of the last game where AL, maybe that first kill makes the biggest difference in that game 4, where AL put JDG to bed. But the auto attack this time being in favor of Scout. No auto attack in the turret. Comes back to bite AL again.
Keep in mind, like, this game, it's decently close early. This is a win for anyone's legend. The closer they can get to 2+ items, the better for their comp. Because Jinx is just going to completely overtake MF and damage being dealt later on. And the tankier that they get, the harder it is for Viego to find resets, or the less impactful some of these cannon ults will be. So time, for sure, the friend of anyone's legend. So again, even more important for JDG that Scout is able to get something going like that early on, because they're going to need early help in this game if they want to be able to take home this game 5 and book their tickets to the finals without having to go to the lower bracket.
Grub started up by anyone's legend as the time has come, already being taken down as well with no contest coming through from JDG. Not willing to try to fight and give away any early advantages with the full map movement of AL. So all 3 early grubs will go to Tarzan, and that's massive. We'll see 2 plates go the way of Allah bot lane, though.
Allah had CP, Flandre didn't, so if they wanted to contest the grubs, he did have to sack this bot wave, and that will be the call. Again, I think that this is relatively worth it for anyone's legend. Like, one way you can lose this game is if you give away 6 grubs and get starved out by JDG. They do have some decent lanes that are self-sufficient early on. Looking at stuff like the MF, like the Kennen. I think that grouping for the first 3 and taking away some of that power from JDG is, I think it's fine. I think it's well worth the trade. So, Flandre loses out a little bit, but I think that he'll take that small loss so that the empowered grubs aren't peppering down the turrets of anyone's legends here for the next 7 minutes while plates are up.
Yeah, at least trying to stop any kind of extra sieging potential that can be had there. Tarzan has been spotted out in mid lane. The Sky Splitter get his own damn quick, but Scout wins that trade. Use that unending despair on Tarzan, who's about half his health. Oh! to be able to hit that last little bit of damage. I will say, JDG using Paze's movement speed pretty well here and darting him around the map in multiple different positions so
Yeah,
far.
they're going to steal the red buff, or at least they're set up to do so. I think Paze is already on it. So the ult from Scout ends up leading to some priority camps being taken. It's not a complete loss.
Oh, they don't get it.
Oh, they were setting up for it. I guess seeing Tarzan on the rafts was enough. It's a bit of a bummer here for anyone's legend.
A little bit of a toughie, but like you said, it's fine. They're riding things. They're just going on farther down the road towards the objective for them, which is those multiple item breakpoints. JDG, the ones that need to be a bit proactive here. Scout already showing a little bit of that proactivity so far in this one with that first blood over Shanks. See now though, level 6s available, team fights on the horizon in a couple minutes when that next grub spawns. Who do you like in these early kind of skirmishes in terms of what's available to them?
JDG needs to find plays early, and if they're able to bring the cannon in, use that slicing Maelstrom to help ensure Viego gets an early reset, that's the game plan. A kill for Viego and he can run the fight. It's just time's the friend of anyone's legend. I don't think they should be taking some of these early fights. You can drop stuff and that JDG gets small wins. As long as you bend and don't break, time is your friend. The Jinx Lulu will be what runs the later stages of this game. So as long as anyone's legend, as long as they aren't, losing the game entirely, they can sack these early objectives. Again, the first 3 grubs being taken. Trade the next 3 and try and set up a dragon, or hell, you can trade that out and both the dragon and just get some farm, and I think be fine this game.
Now JDG looking for an active play on top side. Gonna get TP'd on as a defensive strategy from AL. Let's see. Gonna be able to hit that stun. Mega Death Rocket came across just in case JDG wanted to stick around, but now Flandre is up top side. Flandre is going to walk into the bush here, take a decent chunk of damage, going for the Between Worlds, going under turret, slicing Maelstrom. He's not tanky enough yet. That turret's doing work, but now Shun is trying to get his way out. He's got Polymorph. This is scattered to the wind, JDG, and they just need to find a way to put it back together. And there you go, with a thunderous cacophony of terror, AL will take down Ala.
And they get the TP from Scout, who was pushing bot solo. That is an ult on the Tarzan.
Nice flash from Tarzan. They look to fight back, not going to find anything else, and they do make it out alive. So there's a return kill on the map for AL.
The big thing was they got Scout out of bot lane. He had some free time down there, so was getting some work done. Nice stall by Scout, though, to try and ruin some of the tempo of anyone's legend in Andre. That is a small win, but they'll take that one.
I mean, that's a decent amount of damage that he could put out from so distant. And, I mean, if you're going to pick a pick like this for Scout, this is a guy that we've wanted to have step up in so many regards, so many times. Like, you have to show the reason why this is your Game 5 pick. This is your win condition in a lot of ways for JDG. Speaking of win conditions for JDG, one of them is getting taken out right now. It's just sniped from afar by Hope.
Well, I mean, if your Viego's going to die before second grubs, I think this game, man. Like, JDG is, for real, just going to slowly burn out in this game. This is a comp where you need to find plays, make plays, get anything going early, because if you are not in a lead, you are at a deficit. And JDG just weren't able, again, in order to do that, like, you need to sync up with jungle support and make this game crazy. Missing has done nothing to make this game crazy. Shun just ran it down to make this game crazy. That's not exactly what you're looking for here if you are JDG. So anyone's legend, again, they just get to keep on sitting on their laurels. They have 6 grubs now. You can rest, farm up, and AFK and win this game. And you also have the option to really speed up the pace of this game and start taking down those side lane turrets, which are very vulnerable to the grub stack. And that looks to be the play that anyone's legend is going for right now, with everyone cruising toward this bot lane. We'll see how many plates they can get on Hope and Kyle.
It's just such a cool story. I mean, you can't write it better than anyone's legend. Finally, after all these years, even after all that time as Rogue Warriors, and not finding success, even being the bottom of the barrel, unwinning team in a 17-team league, to all these years later, the rebrand later, and anyone's legend with their pieces they've been building up on the verge, in a little bit of a good position in this Game 5 with JDG.
they have the bear logo, and they picked the Boulder Bear. We didn't talk about
I mean,
this.
it's just fate, I guess. Yeah.
I feel like this is the most
One's a
important part of
panda,
draft.
one's a polar bear, but you know, we'll take it. They're both bears. And speaking of, that bear is chomping on missing, having no success, and really taking that magical journey. We'll just be taken out with that flash. And now they're trying to push more on this bot lane. They have a Jinx who's ready to fire away and take more of these plates.
That's 6 grubs, so and that could easily melt and be another plate for the Jinx with the grubs burning away. Has the ability to even walk up, just empowered Q to farm that plate. Will go into the hands of Hope. And again, even gold game, 13 minutes in. You can ask for anything better for anyone's legend. You have been popped by Hui outside of the solo kill onto the Galio. Awa hasn't been able to get anything done on Kennen. You have no resets going over to the Viego or Shun, and Tarzan just keep on throwing his weight around, making plays as they siege down to the bot lane.
There you go, Stormbringer to boot. They got everybody coming in. Nice Tempered Fate there, but it's already going to be one down. AL looking to bring it home now, too. Kyle gets his kill. Hope gets his kill, and it's Hope putting the nail in the coffin one by one into JDG.
I mean, was it a nice Tempered Fate? I feel like missing just disabled an already disabled turret that was helping himself out. Wasn't able to lock his teammate in there and maybe buy some time to help the turret not be disabled. And it just feels like JDG is bleeding out. Again, in Fearless, we've seen some drafts just end up being really one-sided. I think this is a very one-sided draft. It's a low-damage team from JDG, and you have to get through a Voldabear Galio empowered by a Lulu. And they're the ones that actually have push and priority on the map, as Tarzan's been the one making plays. That ult was trying to trap Shanks, didn't end up doing so, and missing pays for it with his life. Loses his top laner in the process, too. And everyone looks pretty happy and pretty chill over there.
Tabe's chill. Tabe's chill.
Yeah.
Tabe doesn't
he knows,
have any
man.
emotions. He's just chilling. He's just hanging out. Everybody else getting hyped. But Tabe knows at any moment AL could flip. We'll see, though. Now, first items are there. We're already getting to a point where, like you said, repeating that draft statement of if AL are in this kind of position, they are perfectly fine. And we'll be looking at second items sooner rather than later for Hope as well. So what is the hope for JDG? They no longer have him. He's been gone for years. Now JDG needs to rely on who they have here and now, Cubby.
They need anyone's legend to make an old-school Rogue Warriors macro decision.
Oh,
For this game. We need the 17th place LPL team to come back in spirit and take over the mouse and keyboards of the team that's currently on the Rift right now for Blue side if JDG wants to come back in this one. I mean, it's Viego resets. They can still find a big Wombo, but again, time is running out. It gets harder and harder to find the one-shots as this game goes on.
It is so difficult in these situations to find that kind of positive spin on things when just the way that the meta works right now, the compositions can be so strong. I literally have said it every game. Like, draft in this series with how close the matchups are matters so damn much. And that's the winner of this series if AL go and win. The draft have been impeccable from them. Some slip-ups here or there, but still, the strategy is implemented. And we see them still in the advantage here. Just about 1,000 gold up. Herald on the table now for both sides. And JDG just looking for something to work on the map.
And the worst part,
reset, anything like that
for JDG here is, like, you think about Paze has been the savior of this team. When things have gone sideways or haywire, Paze has been the one to step up and actually pay things off. He's not even on the hyper carry. He's on that map, so time's not his friend either.
Oh,
we have a
man.
rotation coming over. They're looking for Flandre, but Paze the one who
They
found.
just start going, yeah, Paze. That's a nice Temper Fate that time, saving Paze, but Paze still gets hit very hard. They got a bullet time over across, but Paze worried. Paze getting flashed on. Flandre takes him down the Aurora top, and now Shun is gone. JDG, sweet Betty bye. They might as well go to sleep and get ready for that lower bracket run because this one is done.
Just not sure what the idea was in draft here for JDG. I think showing, again, MF Kennen so early, you're just asking to have tanks played into you. The Viego not helping out with that
Tarzan versus
whatsoever.
Scout.
Yeah, Tarzan just munching his old teammate here from LNG. And, yeah, he's just waiting for the burn. He knows that there's nothing else he needs to do. This game gonna look pretty ugly pretty fast here, Mazel.
Little bit of a niche throwback to that series. Scouts just saying, man, why couldn't you do that in my game 5 with us? Get them to the finals that time around, being lackluster and falling short just to that grand finals with that LNG team. Now, Tarzan catches Pays in between, but this puts Pays in such a weird position.
I mean, yeah, but why are we taking the magical journey in front of the Volunteer's face in the first place? Like, that's not great. And then Tarzan, he did a great job of stalling out here. Does get another W wall. A lot of healing between that and the Sundered Skies, so Tarzan was able to live. And if no resets going over to JDG, they've got no help and no hope in this one. Okay, Tarzan
on the other team. Unending Despair. This is the combo. This is the reset.
Okay.
Shun maybe looking for it. This is the way in. Hope's going to flash out of Tempered Fate. JDG, all of a sudden, you just feel this mustering of energy. There's a wind in the air, and they find a little bit of promise here. And missing Pays going to defend between worlds coming through. Maybe that promise has been snuffed out. Not going to be able to get the hit. Flandre not hitting anything. That slicing Maelstrom, they've been saving it. They got another Heartbreaker, and don't call it a comeback now. Shun looking to make up for all his misgivings. It's going ham on anyone's legend. Pays is cleaning them up too with a double kill, and all of a sudden AL are on the back foot.
Why are we fighting this, man? Like, you lost your jungler. Just back off. Take it. Lose the dragon. You don't need... It's Ocean's sole point. Like, who cares? Just don't give them gold. Don't give them resets. Instead, anyone's legends, they just kind of funnel in one by one and give JDG some hope in this game.
Speaking of hope, he taketh, he giveth. We're going to take a look at how that all started here. They're playing very confidently with these, but they're in a weird choke point.
All right, Tarzan, no flash, no ult, gets caught by Scout's way. He ends up getting one shot. This should just be the end of the fight. Go play for mid, go play out. You lost Hope's flash too. It's a 5v4. Scaling's on your side. It's okay. Instead, they try and get fancy with it. Flandre finds an ult onto Scout, goes for the combo, misses it. If that hits, maybe it one-shots the way, but instead, Shanks gets stuck with a slow from MF. Was able to collapse. They get a second kill and they get a third as Shun gets a reset and gets to keep on pushing forward. So now you have no sums on Jinx, a much more volatile game state where JDG has more gold. Again, the only solution for them is to find resets on the Viego. Gifted one there and gifted some more by the rest of anyone's legends actually gives JDG a little bit of hope in this game.
And I'm really liking the way that Pays is playing extremely reserved with this MF play. He's waiting for the good bullet times. I know the last time he got hit by Flandre, but a 2-item spike on this Misfortune is massive. And that bullet time is such a key to success for JDG to get those resets for Shun.
I was also happy to see the enemy marksman not magical journey into the face of Volbear in that last fight. So I think that's a very astute point.
I think that's
really increased JDG's chances of winning that fight, for sure.
Mega. Oh, a little bit. The Herald will go the way of anyone's legend, or at least JDG. Too much of anyone's legend chagrin. But that is a comeback in the game, for sure. I mean, we are almost dead even now, but the thing is, JDG have been building up at least some statistical probabilities for themselves. They've gotten 3 dragons already. They have the Rift Herald now available to them as a distractionary measure for that next dragon fight in about 3 minutes. I
don't think Ocean Soul really matters or has an impact on this game. So I do think the JDG rolled a bad soul. Like, in theory, they can at least make sure they're topped off with any fight they take with the Viego, but there's not a lot of poke that's going to come in from anyone's legend. Like, that's probably the worst Drake could have rolled this game is JDG. So, bit of a bummer for them not rolling a better soul. Infernal have been really nice with all the damage they have. But, of course, not the draw they got this game. As JDG
2 items down for Hope, too.
Yeah, at least get some work done around the Otacon, as Missing is going to get some work done on his face from the Baron.
And they tell you don't feed the bears at the zoo. I think that's the reason why. You don't want to be mauled. Tarzan trying to fight over the jungle vision, at least on this top side. And it's going to be pressed out. I love the fact that JDG are trying to push where they can find in.
They have to keep on pushing now. Again, time is just not their friend. As Shanks will not be able to find Viego there. And frankly, the control of this jungle, at least Tarzan's able to answer most of it for anyone's legend. So it's not like they're losing anything of significance. And again, if time goes on and everything's even, time is still the friend of anyone's legend. So I like the fact how being a little bit more reserved after that dragon fight. I feel like they lost their minds a little bit trying to recontest that one down a man.
Let's see if they can regain their mind structure a little bit more. But we are getting to those item spikes now for everybody as well. And we're going to have that Atacon up on top side of the map. And it's so funny. Like, there's not a lot of kills on JDG. Nobody that you can just be like, oh, that's the carry. But honestly, at this point, if anybody's going to carry, I have faith in FaZe. And I think when you look at the track record of this guy coming over from Gen G, his first split in the LPL, filling the shoes of none other than Ruler, where they did a little swap of rune skis going into this year. I mean, he's performed so well in an environment that's not native to him, and that's so impressive to me.
Again, he has been the rock-solid carry at JDG later on. MF, a very difficult champ to do so in these games. When it goes late, you aren't going to do the same damage that other 80 carries can do, especially in the tanks.
Oh, no. I caster cursed him. Come on, save him. Save him.
So at least the cleanse gone.
Flip the uprights. That's big, though. A cleanse on MF is massive.
JDG at least doing a nice job of pushing some of these side lanes in. Of course, this is Ocean's Soul Point. Anyone's Legends do not exactly want to give this one over for free, but because of the control that we have from JDG and the sides, they got bot in, they got mid in, and now
that's Hope
gone.
They had vision on Allah, and he gets half his health tanked from him. The dragon is spawning right now. JDG in primary position of that. TP from Allah is available. He might look to come join the fight, though JDG being pushed out of their mid lane. Cryo as Allah and the rest of AL are moving over, at least, trying to. And now you got the TP coming in. Missing's already out of the fight. Allah has finally joined. And now we have the fight really kicking off with Missing about half health. JDG going to start up the dragon here, Cubby. Look at this positioning. Oh, the flash play. Okay, he tried to get the combo. Not going to find it.
Scout also had the flash. There's a trade up for AL later on.
Oh,
okay,
Tarzan flashing. Scout gone. Reset going. Can Hope get it? Hope is just firing. Free firing like a free bird. And they are just trouncing JDG. The one to do it to him is the one they know the most. And Hope is gunning them down.
Again, as this game goes forward, you just cannot kill or get resets on the front line of anyone's legend. And even with the extended timers to try and land poke from JDG to try and make sure that the health bars were not on even footing, it's not even close to the end, as Hope's still able to rip through the rest of the team. And now, Pay's going to look for a hero play here.
So much damage. Pay's getting caught out now, though, as here comes Shanks, the utility pick of the Big Galio, making the difference as Barrett is going down to anyone's legend. They take firm control back from this game off the back of a 6-0-4 performance from Hope.
Has the big front line, has the Lulu and Hope cashing in all this. And again, the health bars are in favor of JDG before this. It was decent poke that came in, but because Pays has no cleanse, Tarzan just gets to jump onto him and Scout. Scout also burned flash, was traded out from Shanks, so a brilliant engage from Tarzan. It got Scout out of the fight immediately. It forced Pays back, and that was all the space they needed to make sure that Hope ran the fight.
I see that yell, Tabe. I see you. The guy that never makes any emotion known. He finally does, at least behind the scenes. When he goes running out on the stage, he's definitely ecstatic. But now, 3 items for Hope. That rapid fire completed. Baron up for another 2 minutes on that buff. They can move around the map, take control of it, and potentially look to push onto this Atacon. I think the Atacon is the death knell for JDG.
I think this game has already been death for JDG. They need, again, a lot of miracles to happen and go their way. And I really feel like in just the positioning of the drafts that we had, like, I favored anyone's Legends draft like 85, 90% spawning into the game. Like that's never a good sign. I know it's fearless and things get weird. Again, I just didn't see a way for JDG to get their win kind of work into what anyone's Legends had. And they are the team that gets to respond on red side. So that is not a good setup that came out from JDG. I just don't think that they put their players in a good position to win this game. And now we're seeing anyone's legend. They don't have to do anything fancy. Just have to make sure that Hope lives. Once his flash comes back up, that's going to be even harder for JDG to find a winning fight. I know flashes are pretty synced up at this point, but if Hope has summoners up, he's got the redemption and the Kales from Lulu. What can JDG do against him? It's got to be a crazy combo coming out from Alda and Scout to even just give Shun a chance to reset onto Hope, and they have to take Hope down in the fights. That's truly the only chance they have to win an extended team fight.
There they go. They got the Stormbringer bringing the heat to JDG. And Shun has to use his Heartbreaker out of there. AL just going to start up the Atacon. And here we are with AL having JDG pushed up against the wall. JDG going to try to get some mid lane advantage. They do have a lot of damage on these turrets. They might even get an inhib off of this one. But at least going to get the tier 2 tower in the mid lane.
Otacon secured, and again, we're in a game state where it just doesn't feel like JDG have ways to win the game. They played for the mid inner turret, that's the right call, but you cannot contest what AL has. Look at how easy it's been for Tarzan on this Voldibear to just force his will upon this game. The Viego cannot hold a candle to him early on. Later on, we've seen him just RQing the flashless carries. Scout was the last one. We saw him pressure Pays the fight before that alongside Scout. It's just him, too. It's not even we aren't even talking about Shanks, right? Who's able to do the same. It's just, there's absolutely no front line and no no ability to disrupt anything that AL wants to do in this game for JDG. It's a real bummer to have this game 5, what has been a pretty close back and forth series, just be this one-sided because of the draft that JDG had a response to what anyone's legend was showing. It was just not close to being good enough.
Drafts have been the biggest question here. We're going to take a look back into that one. We're going to ride the lightning, baby.
Again, no flash on Scout. I mean, Tarzan gets one sniff of him being out of position. It's him and Shanks, the dog pile from above, as it was the Stormbringer into the grand or heroic entrance. Is that it?
Yeah, you got it. Look at that.
Let's go.
You got it. I just got to give some more love to Hope. I mean, you got to think this guy is the one that had been replaced by 2 Korean transfers 2 times in a row. First on EDG for Viper, World Championship, right? Then you look at Ruler replacing him on JDG. They didn't make that World Championship run, but they looked damn good for many years.
They had a golden road.
Yeah, they did. They literally did. And to see Hope all these years later off his trials on WE to now finding a home on AL. I know I've said it time and time again, but this guy is constantly showing up in these playoffs, in these postseason, and that's what you want your veteran ADC to do.
Shun's not spotted. He's going to just guess on the R.
He gets it! He gets the Ocean Soul. Maybe a little bit of redemption for all those awful moments, but he does buy time for JDG.
That is a soul. I think it's the worst soul that you could have rolled, and I don't think it makes a difference in the game. But a nice hide and steal from Shun. That is the desperation that JDG needs and is looking for, frankly, if they want to come back in this one. So, nice from Shun. I still think it's too little too late, but hey, that does get Elder to spawn, and frankly, Elder might be one of the few things that can bring them back in this game if you are JDG.
This is tough, though, because Hope is just going to be feeding off of these turret takes. He's going to be excited. He's going to be running at you. Look at that. That was 1 rocket and 1 zap. And Scout's already almost half health. And he's going to be working on his 4th item now for Hope. On the other side of things, we did just get the back for Pays. He's going to be almost on that 4th item spike. We're going to take a look back at this, this little look at the steal from Shun. They put it into the bush that he was going to.
They moved the control wards. They didn't see Shun on the approach, and a bit of a guess, a bit of a sync up with missing on the 3-man Tempered Fate. Again, it could be a little bit too little too late from JDG, but Ocean Soul is something. Getting the Elder to spawn, I think, is a big deal in this game.
It is.
And JDG...
Andre playing with fire right now. Is Hope just going to fire off that Mega Death Rocket?
They'll get that health back, you know? Ocean Soul perks, let's go.
True. Hey, they need to use the soul, okay? They didn't get it for no reason. As Baron is up, positioning around this is super important. You see how JDG don't want to give up any pressure into their own jungle here. As they'll take the group red buff and get some resets, but JDG, they're definitely reeling. Only a 5,000 gold lead, 32 minutes in. Some of the compositional strength they have, though, if, you know, a big reset comes off, if some of the lackluster fighting comes through from AL, you could see the turnaround, but AL definitely in the driver's seat.
See what JDG can do to contest this Baron. Shun is missing Flash, so would love to see all the commitment that we saw from Tarzan and AL punishing Scout and getting him to go to the gray screen twice when his Flash was missing. Would love to see that a similar focus be paid to Shun. Because if you can prevent the Viego reset, that really is the only chance that you have to be in the game in these fights as JDG.
So much comes down to this. Like, the not looking at the lower bracket is a real deal here. You want to try to book that ticket to grand finals. AL know what they've got, something special with this group, especially Tabe. Talking so highly about his players and the way that they draft, and we've seen that draft unfold tonight for AL. But JDG, they are scrappy as hell. They aren't out of this one just yet, but close. And now we have those second, third, fourth items going to be completed for some carries across AL as well.
Even the game. Oh, hold on.
Nope. Okay. Well. Oh, he actually survived for a little bit longer, but finally goes down. Redemption, not enough, and it's Flandre of all people that takes him down.
Tarzan was chunked during that, but shouldn't be enough to like be able to do anything on the map with JDG.
That's real tough.
Pays now with no sums. He's going to be the target of Tarzan, you got to believe, in the next fight, and that Volderberg can get you into the back line. As you're going to see Tarzan, he's going to wrap around and get chunked on the top side of the fight. But that doesn't matter, because I guess he was just keeping everyone busy while Pays went down.
That is so unfortunate for JDG. They lose so much power in their composition. Baron actually started up by anyone's legend. They're forcing the hand right now. Allah was looking for a big flash slicing maelstrom.
Volder can hit this forever. I mean, he just doesn't. Yeah, he just doesn't take damage from this. So they can get it down to 4K and then just tease JDG to try and step on in.
Push him off of it. Allah has a hell of a flank right now, but his team is getting collapsed on. Missing is caught. They've got to do something. The Mega Death Rocket went wide, and Hope will not get his resets right now, at least with the excited buff. Oh no, Allah. Did he get? He actually ended up making it out alive, at least. I thought maybe he was going to get ran down. The Scuttle Crab went with AL, and the Baron does not go down.
Again, a good stall here from JDG, and they're buying time for the Elder to maybe spawn. They could look to attack Kyle, but the Lulu will be able to slink away in time. Not enough space on the map to start up a Baron, and too close to Elder to risk it, though, if you are JDG. So just going to come down to an Elder flip. And again, if you're JDG, with the Ocean Soul and the poke you have, if you're able to hold that formation forever, it's okay for you, but just the comp that you're going up against, the ease for Tarzan and Shanks to force onto Pays, that's what they're looking for this upcoming fight.
I think they just used the full combo onto Shanks here. They did lose their bullet time, and all Shanks had to really do was pop his Zanyas there, so he should be fine. And they're going to move over to the Baron to threaten this one. Tarzan, yet again, can heal up so much.
They're just trying to pull JDG out of their vision by doing this. So that, of course, if Tarzan gets access to camps, he can't heal. But they're going to drop this mid wave entirely to start this Baron.
They burn it so fast.
They do, but they can't burn it fast enough.
Tempered Fate, that's huge. JDG, they're moving around the corner here. Shun.
Yeah.
They need to. I don't know if they can, though, just yet. They're going to look to burn it down. Shun not even close to the pit. The Baron's going down. And now going forward as anyone's legend. They try to get the Mega Death Rocket onto multiple members of JDG.
Aurora ult being used is big. Jinx no R either. Tempered Fate, though, and Viego's ultimate also down. The Viego ult being down is massive for JDG. That means that June can't use that to secure a reset. They're going to try and zone anyone's legend off. And are they not walking in?
The vision is tough here.
You got to walk in at some point.
Tarzan moving forward. He's down a quarter of his health down.
They spotted it.
Dragon's already 5,000. Shun's going to try to deny him from the pit. Allah, he's the distraction. And now they don't get the Elder Dragon. What is happening? JDG are falling apart. They get the Elder. They get the reset. Shun, in the moment of heroes needed, he is the one that puts the cape on. It is still just a trade, but the Elder Dragon keeps JDG alive.
Props to JDG. They're playing this out way better than what I think they should be. I was really surprised at how cautious anyone's legend was at entering the bot side river. Yes, you're going up against Kennen, Quay, MF, And importantly, they didn't spot Awa on the cannon, so he got a really nice angle in terms of the flank, but they didn't get a ton of info down until it was too late. Fondre not having access to his ult hurts a lot in this fight too, as the start of it could only be so big, and then Tarzan just trying to send it in there to see if he can steal it away. Did end up going down in the end. So JDG, they have the Elder. Going up against a Baron, though, I mean, how much can they actually get done on the map? They only have that buff a little bit longer than the Baron buff happens. Anyone's Legend should be able to just keep the map neutral and continue to get to a state where they should be the stronger team early on. I will say if this one goes late, Kennen kind of regains the ability to one-shot the Jinx Lulu later on. If Kennen gets to 5 items, then he can one-shot like pretty much no matter what if he gets R flash off. And yeah. I think that's like the last hope for JDG.
JDG still very kicking here, still looking for something. Oh, they bounce up. They went fishing, Cubby. They might have came up with a bass. Between Worlds coming in for Flandre. They have a lot of damage on the Shanks, but Shanks is tanking up a storm. Bullet time going to be used. And he is out of there. That was the wild growth, but multiple ultimates from JDG are down. Oh, Scout?
Yeah, Scout slinks away. But again, this is your Elder being up. They only have it for one more wave. 40 seconds on the timer. So this is nothing significant achieved from Elder, besides pretty much denying it from anyone's Legend and making it very easy for them to win the game. So still, again, in a tough spot here for JDG. We do not favor their comp going on.
Just got to find a way to scrap it out if they are going to find it. I mean, Pei is very close to being on that final item for themselves and trying to find a way to make that one work here. Unfortunately, I do believe I've lost my my feed. So, unfortunately, we'll see what's exactly going down with that one. But hopefully we get back into the game quickly, shorter rather than later.
Not sure if it was a pause of the feed going down, which is why we're a little bit off-center from the camera.
Yeah.
We're going to wait for updates from production here. Thanks for sticking with us. If you are here, it is 6 a.m.
Okay, we're back, baby. Right back into it. We got a fight kicking off as well.
Boy.
That's the Tempered Fate going to go down onto Shanks as well. Missing going down already. AL, they found the resets. They've got hope, and they are moving it forward. Shouldn't getting a little bit lower as well, though. AL turn back around. That's a deep as hell TP as Allah coming to clear that wave down.
He's cutting the wave, yeah. So they have to play this one through mid. Pays is at the wave first, though. As, of course, we are on a different feed. We gotta have this one up for you guys in a late game 5 scenario. Not exactly sure how that fight started, but anyone's Legend, of course, the comp that it should be much stronger at this point of the game. And as long as Hope is autoing, I mean, it has the Lulu buffs to function. You know exactly what kind of damage this Jinx can do if she is allowed to free fire. We definitely saw it in that last fight. Yeah.
So the setup is tense, and honestly, it's deserved. A lot on the line for both these teams. AL's first ticket to a grand finals ever. JDG's redemption over last year's woes. The rebuild of 4 big-name players coming in that haven't honestly showed the level that they should thus far. And now it's just keeping within arm's length this game against AL. 41 minutes in, Cubby. This is a game 5 of Legend. This is the game 5 of the back and forth nature these two teams have brought to the table.
I just can't believe that JDG are still here. I feel like this game should have been put away by now. But the Elder being yoinked really delayed what anyone's Legend could do. And it pretty much stalled the game to another Baron plus Elder map state, which did buy some solid time for JDG. It allowed Pays to catch up in items a little bit. So now they're both full build and got another item onto the cannon and maybe the Hui. So if double death cap comes in, that is a better scenario for JDG than the last spawn of both these monster drakes. I still don't think this game is in their favor, but the time bought was good for them as Allah.
Allah is one shot and the Stormbringer to take him down. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Anyone's Legend take down a centerpiece to the JDG composition, and now Hope, excited as all get out, will look to push forward in mid, but they already have the big purple worm potentially in their sights as they move over to that side of the map.
They're just going to use the Jinx to at least push up this wave. But yeah, at any time, they can just dip down, take the Baron. If they do this on time, then they should be able to take Elder uncontested this time around. Awa has no access to TP. gray screen for another 28 minutes and also did lose his flash going down there. So no potential for a flash slicing Maelstrom. That is significant for the hopes of anyone's legend.
I'm just so in shock at some of the ruthlessness this Anyone's Legend team has been able to show us in some of these fights. Just knowing when they have the advantage, being able to utilize that as a weapon into JDG. Now trying to utilize that in mid lane. They're being flanked by JDG. Pays stepping up now as well. TP from Flandre. He's looking for an angle. He's got the Between Worlds. Everything's available except for that heroic entrance and the Stormbringer.
Oh.
AL going to be pushed off a little bit. Going to use the redemption here as well. Ala finally making it to the team. He's about to have that combo back up and available to him as Shun is going to clear the wave. AL a little bit spread right now as Shank's looking to make a move. Pays stepping forward. I like this confidence from him. He's got moves.
They're really trying their hardest to cut the wave here, and Anyone's Legend doesn't feel confident enough stepping into all the poke that JDG has in the Flog. And they don't want to reset, because if they do, then Elder can be ripped.
And they will burn it, even though they aren't the team in the lead. Between Worlds goes in on the Scout. Scout against his whole teammate on EDG. And now Shun locked out. Shun flashing. Flandre, look at Pace. He's got a flank. He's flanking his Misfortune in the moment you need him most. Pace is in trouble. Get down, Mr. President. He's going down himself. And now Anyone's Legend, knowing that the damage dealer is gone, are just going to spread the map thin with JDG.
And they still don't want to even do the Elder because I don't think they need it to win. Like that's kind of where they're at right now. As the red buff gets secured by Tarzan, and they're just going to be sprinting down mid. They're going to force JDG to respond to the waves and use that to get them out of the Elder vision they have carved out.
Hope gets so excited from these, can push so quickly. As that response finally comes through from JDG, the recentering, aligning of the chakras ready for this fight. Honestly, as Tarzan starts it up, Elder Dragon, this would be it. AL can finish.
As long as Hope's hitting this, it's going to melt. Shanks is trying to find Shun. Elder at half. They spot this on the crab. Looks to be no contest.
They just feel like they can buy time. I mean, if they take the fight and they lose, the game's over anyways. Just going to see what they can do, see how it goes with the Elder Dragon behind AL. And honestly, they look like a terror in the night. Their dragon wings spread far above them and so high above that Rogue Warrior's namesake they have from so long ago. And the transition to Anyone's Legend has been a slow and steady one, but nonetheless is making it there.
I mean, I still can't get over the fact that I don't think this comp's super playable for JDG. But their best solution to it was like a flanking MF, which didn't work out well. And then, okay, good night, Pace.
The Elder Dragon wings start flapping, and that's it. Good night, JDG. As Anyone's Legend, they're looking to put the hurt where it hurts the most. And the Rogue Warriors have become legend. And for the first time in the organization's history, Anyone's Legend are in the grand finals.
What a huge win for these guys. Your Demacia Cup champions now booked their tickets to the finals. Going up against, I mean, we'll have to see. BLG looks hot, but God, that Game 5 draft, just the game plan, put Anyone's Legends in such a better position to actually contest or win the series. And then early on, I mean, once the first few plays went sideways, the fact the game went to 45 minutes should have probably never happened. It was just JDG... They stole the Elder. It really stole out the game, but once that Elder was secured, you could see just how one-sided the game was and how one-sided it looked towards the end. So, props to JDG for making that way closer than what it should have been, and quite frankly, but I felt like they just went into so many games today, just at a very serious disadvantage in draft. Anyone's Legends had much better game plans coming in, and really caught up to JDG by the end.
JDG, they will still have another life. They will have to wait on the winner of BLG and Top Esports to see who they face to get into that grand finals. But Anyone's Legend, the story that has been built behind this team, the fact that it's still that same trio in the bot lane, in that Shanks, Hope, Kael combo, but the addition of these two guys right here, Tarzan and Flandre, have meant the world to this team. They've had Tabe back there cooking up drafts, but you need guys like these two to execute, and they have done so every step of the way.
I mean, Tarzan has been fantastic. I thought we didn't see the best series from Kael today, but Kael has still been really good.
The Poppy game makes up for it. I don't even care, man.
helps that draft was the Thanos game for Poppy too. I just think that Tarzan and Kyle are the jungle support duo to beat right now, and that's gonna be tough to do in finals when these guys they're gonna get a lot of tape to look at, have that bonus series and have that fresh tape to see what teams are prioritizing in the moment and try and find more good game plans to win. Because to be fair, I thought their game plans were really good today. Outside of just the Game 5 draft, the Poppy game really favored their draft in that one. And even like the Shen game, it's later on in Fearless. It's not, we aren't going to be, consistently drafting Shen jungle. But at least they gave themselves a way to try and win that game. I felt like in some of the games, I just didn't see the path to victory for JDG. That last one wasn't the only one, right? So, tough series for JDG. I know it feels bad to drop 2-3, but I think if they go back to the drawing board and try and reformulate some plans, they are at least playing a little bit better.
Yeah, I'd say so. And I think, again, it's been wanting to see who's stepping up on that team, and a lot of time it has been Pays, but I hate to see how far Scout has fallen. I mean, this used to be a guy that you used to be able to rely on in every single best of, in every single game, and we aren't seeing that as consistently, at least in recent history. So maybe a little bit of a kick in the butt will help them as they get knocked down to that lower bracket, but still being able to see the inverse of that. And Shanks, after all this time, he's been in the league for so damn long, man. And to see after all this time, him just taking names left and right and finally just chopping down the legends of old.
Is that his first finals appearance now, Shanks? This is probably the first finals he's playing in. I do want to give credit, according to Hoopa, Tabe becomes the first ever LPL coach to take 3 different teams to the LPL finals. That is rather impressive here.
And that man knows his stuff.
Yeah, I feel like his team was in a much better position for victory in a lot of those games. So props to anyone's legend, whatever they have cooking over there with Tabe. So far, this has been the top team in LPL. I mean, they've made both finals that we've had with most of the rosters, if you include Demacia Cup. And they look like the team to beat. So we're going to have to see if BOG, Top Esports, or JDG can step up and put together a game plan that can help surmount anyone's legend.
Yeah. I mean, when you have drafts like this in a Fearless system and you just have so many options and so many different ways to play, so much flexibility, it just feels like you have every tool in the shed here. This would be a team that I would be proud and excited for to see them at first stand in those situations against other regions. Now, we do see the final gold grab, the final setup, Hope, a monster performance. But in general, AL showed out as a team in this series.
I don't know who I'd give this series MVP to, actually. It would probably have to be Hope for the Kaisa game and then this game.
Okay.
Like, just had 2 games where he really hard carried. I feel like that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, I mean, going back through the replay, we don't really see many chances for JDG to get into this one. The only fight they won was the 4v5 that anyone's legend opted into around the Dragon. And besides that, this game felt rather unplayable.
It felt tough. I love that there were some moments of reprieve for JDG, some moments of fight back. I mean, their composition as a base, like the resets, things like that, it can work if you're ahead or if you're finding advantages. Unfortunately, we're unable to.
I mean, you just have no front line with a Viego. And your engage, it has to come from the Kennen, or like the Bard setup into the Kennen. I just think it's a really tough ask.
Yeah.
And if you're playing into a core like Jinx Lulu and you're not willing to take a Blitzcrank early on, then you don't have a lot of ways to break it. And we did see JDG really not, like, just be unable to break the draft of anyone's legend. So, but looking back, I would have probably not taken Kennen on 2, and I definitely would have taken a Blitzcrank on 3, regardless of what was picked on 2. So maybe we'll see them change that up if they face the Jinx Lulu later on. I just think that if you aren't playing Nod or Blitzcrank into that, then you're asking to lose. Or if you're not matching Enchantresses, so it's tough.
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is AL were just built to win this series in a lot of their setups going to this. I think if you look at their last series as well, even
I don't think it should have been a 3-2. I still
tougher.
stand by it.
Yeah.
3-1, 3-0. I did feel like they were, at least they had better plans. I think that in some of the games, they had a few instances where they just fought when they shouldn't have. And besides that, it did feel like they were the better team today. So, yeah, I'm glad they're in the finals. I think that they're very deserving, and it's kind of fun that we have this newly formed team that has put some pieces together. Some that have stuck with the org, and some others that have entered the org, like the top side, that have led to this top team that we have in LPL so far. That's new. It's a new org and a new face. So, very exciting.
Look at them. Let's go. I mean, we've gotten deja vu so many times of that screenshot right there showing them off because they've been rambunctious there. I love that Tabe holds in his emotions until he knows that it's going to be a success. And then you got that joyous scream from him in the middle of that last game too. Love moments like that. Love when coaches can get to be a part of these kinds of wins because they matter a lot, especially in Fearless. When you see those draft sheets that these guys are coming out with that has spreads across the board of what's possible and what's available, got to give props to AL from top to bottom. Organization, first time in the grand finals, off the back of some heroic performances from some of these big names in the LPL.
Yeah, and again, LPL, we just keep on adding on to the history by having another org that makes it to finals. We'll see if they can hoist that trophy at the end, too. I think it'd be really huge for the league, and it feels like a split where we do have some different champions emerging worldwide. Some the same, but for anyone's Legends to be a representative at first stand from the LPL, I feel like it'd be a big surprise for people going into the season, and would make for a very exciting year of LPL if we do have a different champion.
True.
Because it feels like the competition, and just the expectation of teams like BLG, like Weibo being able to be competitive, it just goes up.
Imagine just saying that AL is going to be our first stand representative. It's Flandre that earned.
I mean,
that's
deserved.
He missed like so many abilities, but in the end, the Between Worlds is all that matters, I guess.
I think that was deserved. I thought Aurora and flexing that top was a really good deny away from Scout and JDG.
Okay.
But overall, I thought Flandre was actually pretty deserved. I know maybe it wasn't the prettiest Aurora in the world, but I do feel like he did his job and did it well in a lot of these. So,
and honestly,
yeah,
with what he's been
moments.
cooking all season, maybe just a little bit latent deserving there. I'd love to see this guy getting some flowers because he deserves it after some tough times across on JDG. But yeah, I mean, hey, this was a hell of a series. Do you have any final thoughts? Kind of wrap up what we expect moving forward for anyone's Legend going into finals, and then JDG waiting on their opponent.
I think whoever wins BOG Top Esports makes finals against anyone Legends. Anyone's Legend. Yeah, I've not been impressed by what I've seen from JDG. I think that they didn't look as strong as they should have against Thundertalk in that 3-1. I think that this should not have been a 3-2 tonight, and their game plans do not look very convincing. It feels like the games that they're winning, Scout, Ala, and Pays are just better, and the games they're losing, Shun does not look great, and in all the games they play, Missing looks terrible if he's not on Rakan.
Rapes Rude, I see you, baby. I see you.
I just don't have a lot of faith in JDG moving forward.
Yeah, true. I agree. I think it's going to be difficult for them, especially with how good BLG are starting to ramp up to look. That top esports matchup is going to be super, super intense. Now, before we go, we got to give some special love, obviously. Thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Their pledged contribution actually helps us so much, not only leveling up the product as a whole, but also being able to provide some sort of small income to the people that are volunteering all their time for this broadcast. We try to give back as much as possible. We try to cover this. If you want to join in that support, please, the coffee links are in the chat, I'm sure. Go to the YouTube, subscribe. It helps us provide these interviews, all this background information and content that we have going on as well. So thank you all so much to support us. We got over 11,000 viewers on Twitch tonight. It was actually insane, and I'm so happy to be a part of this. It was a hell of an upper bracket finals. Now we have to look to see tomorrow in that matchup between BLG and Top Esports who will end up continuing their run in the lower bracket. It was anyone's Legend 3-2 over JDG. First spot in the grand finals ever for anyone's Legend as an organization. And we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place for some more LPL.